Chapter 151 Eat and Lose Weight. Bang! The raised nan smashed into the big basin, but the scene of the pot exploding in their minds did not appear. The even rotation speed and the persistent crushing made Zionin and others almost burst their eyes. This chakra control is too strong. Zionin couldn't help but exclaim. At the moment when the raised nan was formed, they clearly felt the violent power in it. However, this kind of power that exploded in one place was precisely controlled by Qin Yu. He endured it but did not release it as a cooking dish. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. I seem to have discovered why he is so strong. Kuriki couldn't help but said. I'm afraid he has been using cooking to hone his control over ninjutsu. Only by improving his control to the extreme can he not only increase the speed of chakra condensation, but also reduce the consumption of chakra. I'm afraid he is not only cooking, but also practicing ninjutsu. Faced with this self-improvement, Qin Yu had to give Kuriki a word of admiration. Even he didn't expect this deep level, so Kuriki forced the two together. Moreover, Zionin and others were stunned when they heard it, and they had no way to refute it. However, Qin Yu was too lazy to explain. After watching the minced meat wrapped in starch and formed into a ball, he immediately ignited a blazing flame with his right hand. He pressed the wall of the pot, and the oil inside instantly boiled. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu put the meatball into the hot oil. With a sizzling sound, the meatball quickly turned golden yellow in front of the naked eye. A mixture of various spices, the smell of oil, was dispersed with the wind. When the lion head was fried to 70%, Qin Yu opened the basin-sized clay pot on the side, and the soup that had been boiled inside exuded a faint smell of abalone. This was the abalone sauce that Qin Yu made in his spare time. In the ninja world that often encounters wars, this kind of seasoning has obviously never appeared. When Qin Yu put the lion head into the clay pot, the rich and non-greasy soup rolled, and the fragrance of the two made the scene sound a subconscious sniffing sound. The sudden scene made Zionin's cheeks flushed. Looking back, Kang Mu's compressed biscuits that were cooked into a paste were simply disgusting. Compared with the strange food in front of him, they were directly turned into dregs in seconds. Watching, Qin Yu followed the same method and put thousands of braised lion heads into the big basin. After closing the lid, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The thought of regret emerged in his heart. Your compressed biscuits are going to be cooked. Qin Yu washed his hands and reminded with a smile. Zionin came back to his senses, glared at Kang Mu bitterly, and said, You are all hungry, go back and eat. Food? Kang Mu and others looked at the piles of things that looked like diarrhea. Compared with the magical food that Qin Yu just showed, this is disgusting. Recalling the contempt just now, Kang Mu wanted to slap himself hard. You still have to bear the words you said and the pretense you put on silently. Come on, let's go eat first. Kang Mu used a bowl to serve the boiled compressed biscuits. Looking at the hot diarrhea, Zionin's nose couldn't help twitching. When he thought about it, not only did the mission not complete, the bounty was not obtained, but also people were injured. After making such great efforts, he still had to eat such a thin thing. If it weren't for the sudden glimpse just now, maybe he wouldn't feel wronged in his heart. But now, the accumulated little emotions, at this moment, exploded directly like a volcanic eruption. His eyes turned red, and the hot tears were rolling, and he sniffed. Although the children of the poor have to take charge early, who knows the bitterness behind it? Especially in the war, struggling to support the Akatsuki organization, how heavy the pressure on the little shoulders is, he can only bear it silently. This thing is delicious. Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Under Zionin's blurred vision, she saw a familiar big hand, picked up her spoon, and directly put a spoonful of thin compressed biscuits into her mouth. Seeing the difficult swallowing and the words falling into her ears, Zionin was confused. It's a courtesy to reciprocate. I ate your food, so I should treat you to a meal. Come and try it together. The ingredients are not enough, but the taste is pretty good. Qin Yu raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from Zionin's eyes. That guy should be back soon after smelling the smell. Kang Mu and others were stunned, watching Qin Yu dragging Zionin's hand and walking towards the big pot of food, with a little more desire in their hearts. You guys come too, one more person means one more pair of chopsticks. The drifting voice made Kang Mu and others' eyes brighten, and excitement flashed on their faces. The moment they were about to step forward, a feeling of shaking the earth came. Is it an enemy attack? Kang Mu's face suddenly changed. Even Haiden, who was yawning on the side, looked serious. In such a big scene, only Chinyu and Kakuzu could remain calm. Don't worry about it, it's Xiao Sanza who is back. Chinyu opened the lid without looking back, and a strong fragrance was dispersed with the wind. This fragrance made them sniff while watching the trees in the distance being rushed and cut off, and suddenly a huge body emerged. The bloody lion in the bloody mouth almost made their eyes pop out. Looking at the mountain-like figure, is this still the cute and lovely Xiao Sanza praised by Kuriki just now? Boss, where did you get the lion head? This smell makes me greedy. I just found 7 or 8 and was about to chase them, but you greedily brought them back. You are not planning to keep it from me and cook a small meal secretly. A series of complaints came out of the three-tailed beast's mouth. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, You are a tailed beast. You eat all the time you open your mouth and close your mouth. Your body shape has changed. How will you fight in the future? Boss, didn't you say that you can lose weight only when you are full? I am hungry, so I can't lose weight. The three-tailed beast looked at the lid that was opened. The golden and crispy braised lion heads, his eyes lit up instantly. He threw the lion in his mouth far away and turned it into the size of a husky again. Yawning, he stood by the pot, staring at it. By the way, little Sanzi, someone just said that he wanted to hug you and serve you a meal. Do you think this is possible? Chinyu quickly added some starch to the braised lion's head in the pot. The soup became more rich, and with the golden lion's head and the boiled cabbage as accessories, it was completely delicious. Chapter 152 Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The fragrance drifted in the forest, and Kang Mu's face turned blue. When he thought of the flattering words just now, he wanted to slap his mouth. This is a disaster from the mouth. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Sanwei didn't look at him and said, Boss, I don't want it. You are deliberately trying to weaken my fighting speed. Boss, is this okay? I'm almost waiting for the flowers to wither. Facing Sanwei's last words, it was obvious that everyone was thinking. Chinyu looked at the people who had already been greedy and drooled, and smiled, and handed the braised lion's head that was served in advance to Xionin and said, This is for you. Wait a minute, I'm afraid you won't be full. Mine? Conan was obviously a little flattered. However, for the three-tailed beast, it was simply so wide-eyed that it opened its eyes. With a complaint, it opened 3 times directly. No. It should be said that since it learned to use its claws and chopsticks, it has reached the level of 5 openings. Don't block me, these are all mine. Boss, this is too hot, do you want to scald me to death? But this tastes so good, it's crispy in the mouth, the gravy inside is locked with thunder escape, and there is a numbing feeling. With this special sauce, it is a delicacy in the world. Boss, you still owe me 2 meals. No, I can help you kill people when I'm full, 1 with a slap, eat 1, kill 10. Looking at the three-tailed beast that was wolfing down and talking incoherently, Conan was stunned. Couldn't help but say, is this really the legendary tailed beast? In the eyes of Xionin and others, the tailed beasts should be a symbol of disaster. Every time they appear, they will cause disaster to one side, causing huge losses, killing and destruction. But in this scene, the 3 tails are like a mascot. It's very strange. Chinyu smiled and looked up at the sky, saying, their tears are just given by human ambition. If they can choose, they also want to live the way they want. Maybe, this is the pressure of life. Xionin was stunned, looking at the profile of the young man in front of him, and this speech that was completely inconsistent with his age but full of meaning, he was a little dazed. Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly, and he found that he seemed to have forgotten something. Yet, the sound of a crow seemed very annoying at dusk. Chinyu looked up and soon saw a dark crow hovering on his shoulder. Looking at the mark on the leg, this should be the ninja pet used by Scorpion for communication. At the beginning, I learned from Kakuzu that Scorpion was targeting Feijuan's immortal body and planned to make a human puppet to take on the task of the Kingdom of Soup. However, there was no trace along the way. Although Chinyu was a little surprised, why did this paranoid artist disappear halfway after discovering a piece of uncut jade that could be carved? But now I see that he has discovered something more interesting. Boss, is there something wrong? Kakuzu kicked Feijuan, who had turned into a runaway foodie, away and couldn't help asking. Chinyu shook his head and said, it's just a small matter, let's eat first. Chinyu was not worried about Scorpion's departure. All the members who could join the Akatsuki organization were awesome. If it weren't for the plot, there would be very few people in the ninja world who could kill them. What's more, Scorpion is known to be able to destroy a country with 300 puppets. He probably wouldn't die if he was delayed for 10 days or 8 days. The meal was quickly finished. Sanwei lay on the ground, burping with his big belly, and shouting that he would take his new younger brother Kuriki to catch some more lions and make braised lion heads. This scene made Kuriki look bitter, and he flattered him on the side, which caused laughter in the field. Looking around the whole field, only Zionin frowned slightly, looking worried. Just say what you want to say. Although I don't expect you to marry me, I am also a good young man who will help old ladies cross the road. Qin Yu smiled and sat down beside Zionin. Zionin was stunned for a moment, and in the cool night wind, she felt the warmth emanating from Qin Yu's body and subconsciously moved closer to him. However, this action was quickly stopped by her. With a slightly red cheek, she lowered her head and said hesitantly, "This mission is very important to our Akatsuki organization. The damage caused to the Rain Village by the Second Ninja World War has not yet after recovering, the three Ninja World Wars started again. As a hired ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander caused many chaos to involve the Land of Rain again." At this point, Zionin paused, bit her red lips, and looked at the things in front of her, tears involuntarily poured out. If money can solve the problem, this is not a problem. Qin Yu smiled and patted Zionin on the shoulder. "Take it, I may not have other things, but I actually have a lot of money." Hearing this, Kakuzu, who was not far away, almost vomited blood. In his eyes, this guy was using his old book to show off. However, as Qin Yu said, Kakuzu, who has lived for nearly 100 years, can definitely be called rich enough to rival a country. He eats by robbing, does everything by robbing, and wanders alone in the ninja world without spending a penny. The accumulated wealth can support the willfulness of Zionin's 600 billion detonating tags in the original work. I can't just take your things." Zionin hurriedly wanted to return the banknote in her hand to Qin Yu. However, her hand stopped abruptly just halfway out. This money is not only what she urgently wants, but also the refugees of Rain Village and the foundation for the continued existence of the Akatsuki organization. When she thought of this, Zionin bit her red lips and took out a scroll with her backhand. "I can't return this banknote to you, but this scroll has the sealing barrier technique that Nagato accidentally obtained. It is said that it seems to come from the destroyed Uzumaki clan." "Nagato's stuff?" Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Nagato, that's the boss of the Akatsuki organization, and the means he possesses are all awesome. Although many of them rely on the Samsara Eye, there are also many things that make Qin Yu jealous. Moreover, the sealing barrier technique from the Uzumaki clan is absolutely awesome. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan would not have been destroyed because of the hostility of other ninja villages." Qin Yu took the scroll neatly and opened it directly. Looking at the technique and description on it, a playful smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Nan, your thing is worth 50 million taels. You can take the money with confidence." The sudden words startled Kakuzu, who was so depressed that he vomited blood, and hurried over to join in the fun. In his eyes, there was nothing that could be worth 50 million taels. Chapter 153 Power Generation for Love. "Boss, you said this ninjutsu is worth 50 million taels." Kakuzu said coldly. However, anyone could hear the persistence in his words. 50 million for a ninjutsu, this guy is either a headache or power generation for love. This scene made Zionin blush, and she couldn't help but lower her head. "Well, isn't this 50 million from Kakuzu a drop in the bucket for you?" Qin Yu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder and said, "When the time comes, when this ninjutsu is performed, you will know whether it is worth 50 million. Seeing Qin Yu still keeping the secret, Kakuzu didn't say much. Who made him the boss? The boss is doing it for love, and the little one has to bite the bullet and support him from behind. You want to learn this ninjutsu?" Zionin heard it and said anxiously, "Nagato said that this ninjutsu is rated A, but if it is not for the Uzumaki clan, the difficulty is at least S level. You are very powerful, but in a short time, I am worried that you can't learn it." "I don't want this money." Zionin hurriedly stuffed 50 million taels back into Qin Yu's hands. This scene made Kuriki and others tense up. This is related to the safety of their Akatsuki organization and the refugees of Rain Village. However, after seeing Qin Yu push the banknote back again, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's getting late, let's take a night's rest and set off tomorrow." Qin Yu changed the subject. In this world of the survival of the fittest, money is not the most important thing. The most important thing is who has the bigger fist and who has the final say. If Qin Yu is willing, he can go to Daming to rob and get as much money as he wants. However, Qin Yu is alone and has a rich younger brother by his side, so he doesn't need to do this. Looking at Qin Yu standing up and leaving, Xiaonan was stunned at first, clenched the banknotes in his hand, bit her red lips and said, "Thank you." However, facing Xiaonan's thanks, Qin Yu didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand casually, and walked towards the camp. "Master Xiaonan, I didn't expect that we finally succeeded. Your beauty trap is really good." Karagi lowered his voice hastily. Konan blushed, glared and said, "I don't have any honey trap. I owe him. Also, what is the relationship between him and Jiraiya teacher? Why did he help me again and again?" Thinking of this, Konan couldn't help but be silent. All along, these refugees have been shouted and killed. If Jiraiya hadn't appeared, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to save their lives. "Master Konan, you won't be tempted." Kariki said this out of the blue. It immediately attracted the attention of others, and Konan woke up from his trance. After glaring with a red face, he fled towards the makeshift camp. On the other hand, after Qin Yu and Konan separated, Kakuzu and Haiden had already come to meet. They were just playing around, but they still cared about the crows used for emergency communication. "Boss, what happened to Scorpion?" Kakuzu spoke first. Feiduan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Scorpion, is that the guy who plays with puppets? I met him once before." After a brief fight, the guy seemed to find something interesting and ran away again. "Originally, I thought I would fight him again soon, but I didn't expect that we would become companions. He wouldn't be like the boss and generate electricity for love again, right?" Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the communication of Crow just now, the guy found that an extraordinary person was left alone. Chapter 154 Unknown Enemy. "Boss, Scorpion mentioned in the communication, who?" Kakuzu licked his dry lips. "If it is a valuable head, it will make people feel excited. Haha, the boss promised to let me promote the greatness of the evil god cult. Let me deal with this person." Feiduan was also eager to try. "I was planning to teach the puppet guy how powerful the evil god curse is, but now it seems that I can only put it on other people. Who made him despise my evil god art?" Looking at Feiduan, who was not giving up, Qin Yu really had the urge to hit him. For him, Scorpion is a bloodless puppet, and he was invincible from the beginning. If the two were evenly matched, Feiduan would definitely lose. He didn't mention it, but he just had time to send a scroll and a brief talk. It seems that this person is so powerful that even Scorpion, who can destroy a country with 300 puppets, can't beat him. Qin Yu shook his head. However, although Scorpion can't beat him, his means of saving his life are still very strong. In the original work, any of Scorpion's human puppets can become his substitute. As long as the core is not injured, it can be resurrected infinitely. It can be said that this method is more perverted than Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and others. If it weren't for the deliberate release in the original work, the third scroll would not be used. I'm afraid even Sakura and Cho would have to get lunch boxes. This scroll should contain the method to find him. Shall we set out now? Jiaoda glanced at the sky. Although it was late at night, the daytime battle did not cause them much loss. If we delay, something bad will happen. Let's set out. Qin Yu touched his nose and said, otherwise, if Scorpion knew that we were still chatting here, he might really make a fool of himself. Unseal this scroll first. As he spoke, Qin Yu placed the scroll flat on the ground, flipped his hands and made a seal, and slapped the scroll fiercely. Bang! A palm-sized puppet crow appeared immediately in the white mist. The moment his eyes lit up, he let out a strange cry and rushed away. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu and others raised their eyebrows. This puppet crow should be related to Scorpion's safety. Now he is so impatient. It seems that the person Scorpion is targeting is a ruthless character. I hope the sealing barrier technique I just got can surprise that guy. The morning sun was like broken gold, covering the entire basin. Although the mission was not completed, the 50 million taels were obtained in disguise, which solved the big stone in Xionan's heart and made him sleep peacefully for a long time. Xionan, it's time to get up. A familiar voice came from outside, which made Xionan wake up suddenly. After crawling out of the tent, he saw a familiar face. Why are you here, Yahiko? I'll introduce someone to you. His name is Uchiha Kainu, the bloody Ashura of Konoha. Zionin hurriedly looked at the camp of Kainu and others. But there was no sign of anyone there. Zionin, when I arrived, you were the only ones here. Didn't you say in the report that the mission opponent was too strong? Yahiko frowned, saw the loneliness on Zionin's face and said, did the mission fail? Zionin, don't worry too much. Even if it fails, we have already made preliminary contact with the land of Earth. They are willing to negotiate with our Rain Village, and may be able to temporarily stop the war from harming our Rain Village. If Chinyu heard this, he would definitely be secretly surprised. This means that Danzo will soon reach out to the Rain Village and join forces with Hanzo of the Salamander. No. Zionin came back to his senses, shook his head and said, although the mission failed, Chinyu gave us 50 million taels of silver notes, but I didn't expect them to leave without saying goodbye. Chapter 155 If you can ask for suicide. The land of Soup and the land of Earth are adjacent, and to some extent, they are vassal states. In the land of Soup, whenever something big happens, they will ask for help from the land of Earth. If this time, it was not the time when the 5 great nations were fighting and the Shinryuken bridge was destroyed, I am afraid that the kingdom of Tang would not have been disturbed by the evil god cult. Whoosh! 3 figures in black robes quickly passed through the woods and rushed out of the forest in the blink of an eye. Looking at the rocky landform in the distance, he stopped. Boss, the border of the kingdom of Earth is ahead. Where is the puppet crow now? Feiduan looked around. As the son of the evil god cult of the kingdom of Tang, he still knew a little about the landform of the kingdom of Earth. Be careful, they are going to take action. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and bursts of roars immediately came from the surrounding rocky ground. One after another, the ground spikes shot straight at the 3 people like spears, and the speed was so fast that it was obviously prepared in advance. Chinyu's body was covered with lightning, and he disappeared in an instant. Kakuzu and Feiduan seemed to be a beat slower and were direct lithe earth cone pierced through the body. Puff! Blood splattered, which was shocking. Chinyu landed on a rocky mountain dozens of meters away, feeling the chakra fluctuations around him that were gradually getting stronger, and he felt helpless. Hundreds of meters away, he had already used the Manjakaya Sharingan to detect that something was wrong here. Moreover, the number of people ambushing here was so large that although they deliberately restrained their murderous aura, but they also frightened the insects and birds and made them flee. However, in order to find out what happened in the territory of the land of Earth and whether it was related to Scorpion, they had to use the same trick. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air flashed in all directions and landed beside Kakuzu and Haiden. Looking at the 20 or 30 figures that appeared, just by the forehead protectors and attire, they were obviously ninjas from the rock village. Congratulations, Lord Tsuchiryu, for killing 2 outsiders with 1 move. A senior ninja flattered and said to a feminine man. Humph, it's a pity that I didn't wait for that guy, otherwise it would be a great achievement to catch him, and the next position of Tsuchikage would fall on my head. Tsuchiyu snorted unhappily and looked at Chinyu. Boy, you are so young, but you can use the lightning release technique freely. It seems that you are also a genius in the Cloud Village. This reminds me of the little brat who played with clay under Onoki. What he said about being the most likely to become the next Tsuchikage is simply bullshit. Chinyu didn't take Tsuchiyu's misunderstanding of his origin to heart, but mentioned the little brat who played with clay at the end. He was a little interested. According to the Konoha Chronicle, Deidara should have been 7 or 8 years old in the late stage of the Third Ninja World War. In the war-torn ninja world, he was indeed very talented. Moreover, the fact that he was accepted as a disciple by the third Tsuchikage, the 2 great ninjas, Onoki, was enough to show how talented he was. Why are you silent? Talong snorted coldly and said, you are the only one left. Do you think you will die, so you are thinking about your last words? After I catch you, you can give me some time to think about it. Lord Talong, you are really kind. Facing these crazy cloud ninjas who sneaked into the land of Earth and intended to get involved in our Jinchuriki, you should kill them first and then hurry up. As soon as these words fell, there was a loud laughter in the field. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, I finally know why you can't even compare to the little kid playing with clay. He is powerful and arrogant, and you are powerless and arrogant. Who told you that I am the only one left? The inexplicable words made the rock ninjas in the field startled at first. Before they could react, they saw the two people pierced by the earth spikes suddenly raised their heads. It really hurts, but I like this feeling. Haydn smiled grimly. The clenched sickle in his hand danced like a full moon. The sudden attack caught people off guard. The faces of the rock ninjas within a radius of 5 or 6 meters changed drastically, and the sickles had already rapidly enlarged in their pupils, as if the god of death was calling for their lives. Puff! Blood splattered, and 7 or 8 rock ninjas were directly cut in half along the way. The shocking scene made the surrounding rock ninjas wake up in a hurry. Too late! Kakuzu suddenly said. The ground within a radius of 100 meters, the moment of rumbling echoes, black blood vessels, like tentacles, broke out of the ground and entangled their legs. At the same time, Kakuzu suddenly clasped his hands together, and the black robe covering his body was instantly torn, revealing the masks of Wind Escape and Fire Escape. Wind Escape big breakthrough. Fire Escape had hard work. As soon as the wind and fire ninjutsu came out, it instantly fueled the fire, turning the area of hundreds of meters into a sea of fire, and even submerged Kakuzu and Haydn. Seeing this crazy fighting method, Chinyu was instantly helpless. Only the two immortals have the capital to waste. However, looking at the fire rising into the sky, Chinyu's lips showed a playful smile. I didn't expect that you are not only arrogant, but also a coward. The Earth clone just now was pretty good and deceived your men, but your men are all dead. How long do you want to hide? The small voice echoed above the sea of fire. Earth Escape Earth Dragon Binding. A roar suddenly sounded. The Earth Dragon, who should have also been buried in the sea of fire, appeared behind Chinyu. He suddenly put his hands together, and the powerful chakra rushed out like crazy. I don't know why you found me, but under this large-scale Earth Escape sealing technique, even if you are a cloud ninja proficient in lightning escape, you can't break free instantly. As long as I catch you, I can also escape unscathed. The Earth Dragon roared hysterically. He didn't figure out why Phaeton and Kakuzu were pierced through their bodies but didn't die. But he guessed that these two people were obviously led by the young man in front of him. As long as he caught him, he would have a chance of survival. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use most of his chakra to perform this sealing technique that was infinitely close to the S level. I'm sorry, who told you that I'm a cloud ninja? Chinyu smiled playfully, and suddenly raised his head. The earth dragons that attacked from all directions brought up a strong wind that flipped his cloak. The blood-red 9 Megatama Sharingan, and the rapidly emerging scarlet pupil power filled with the taste of disaster. The earth dragons that were surging and swooping down were like hitting an invisible barrier, completely isolating Chinyu. Looking at the Susanoo that was gradually taking shape, like Azura. The earth dragon's face was as pale as paper, and the kunao that had just been touched in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In his mind, the battle report sent back from the Shinryuken bridge not long ago flashed through his mind. Once you encounter the 9 Megatama Sharingan, don't think about running away. If you can, please commit suicide. Chapter 156 Let him deal with himself. If you can, please commit suicide. This absurd idea emerged in Tolong's mind. For him who has always been cautious, he was able to survive the ambush just now because he used the earth clone in advance, so of course he would not commit suicide. He quickly suppressed this idea and was eager to escape from this ghost place. However, as soon as he moved, he found that his whole body was completely cut off from him. Facing the blood moon-like eyes, the 9 Megatama turned in vain, and the whole sky spun. Hastily reacted, he found that he was already deep in the blood-colored world and was nailed to the cross. From all directions, countless selves rushed in, holding chakra knives in their hands, stabbing directly into the body. Ah! The screams resounded through the world, feeling this piercing pain. Although he knew clearly that this was an illusion, knowing it was one thing, and breaking it and walking out of it was another. No, don't kill me, I can tell you anything you want to know. Too long endured the crazy rhythm of white knife entering and red knife coming out, and begged for mercy. As soon as the voice fell, he soon saw that the self around him suddenly stopped. A demon-like figure appeared in front of him. I thought you could hold on for a while, but it seems that I overestimated you as the next Tsuchikage. I am curious about how you passed the stone test and became a Jonin. Chinyu smiled playfully. Tolong had already forgotten about this kind of sarcasm and begged for mercy. Your Excellency is right. I am not worthy of dirtying your hands. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything. As long as you don't kill me, it will be fine. Looking at Tolong, who was instantly convinced, Qin Yu also felt bored and said, "Are you here to ambush a puppeteer?" Qin Yu was still a little cautious about the sudden disappearance of the puppet crow here. Talong was stunned at first, and then hurriedly said, "Sir, the person we ambushed is the third-generation Reikage AI of the Cloud Ninja Village. As for the puppeteer you mentioned, I am also proficient in tracking. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you find him." The third-generation Reikage? Qin Yu's expression froze. It was indeed mentioned in the original work that the third-generation Reikage AI was known to have the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Although it was very contradictory, his strength was indeed awesome. If it wasn't for the 3-day and 3-night bloody battle with tens of thousands of Uegaku to cover the retreat of the Cloud Ninja, I'm afraid he wouldn't have died of exhaustion. However, Qin Yu didn't expect that Scorpion would target the third Reikage, no wonder he was killed and begged for help. This operation is simply 666. Sir, do you have anything else to ask? For example, I know a lot of secrets of Uegaku. Tsuchiryu said eagerly. As a person who wants to live in disgrace, only by fully exerting his remaining heat and showing his value can he survive. Not interested. Qin Yu looked at Tsuchiryu with a cowardly face, and really felt sorry for Uegaku. No wonder Onoki still occupies the position of Tsuchikage at the age of 70 or 80. It seems to be related to the lack of successors in Uegaku. Even Deidara, the most talented and capable successor, ran away. Not to mention others. Solution. Qin Yu's Manjakaya. Sharingan was instantly released. Kakuzu and the unhappy Haiden walked out of the sea of fire, and a lot of their clothes were burned. Fortunately, they didn't show what should be exposed. I say, can't you not set fire next time? These clothes can't be worn again. Can't you just promise me? Haiden tore off his clothes, took out a storage scroll naked, and took out a brand new robe to put on. Looking at the part that was just sewn and burned his eyes, Qin Yu felt helpless. Boss, is there any news? Kakuzu also changed his clothes and looked at Talong indifferently. The kunai clenched in his right hand was like lightning, and it went straight to Talong's neck. The sudden scene made Talong, who had just walked out of the illusion space, suddenly shrink his pupils. He had no time to defend himself. He could only stare with wide eyes, cover his throat, and said intermittently, "You, don't keep your promise. You clearly said you wouldn't kill me. I promised not to kill you, but they didn't agree." Qin Yu smiled warmly. For such a person who didn't even have a bit of moral integrity, it was better to die early and be reborn early. This head is worth 300 taels on the black market. I heard that 2 villages were massacred. Kakuzu skillfully cut off Talong's head. Hearing the reward amount, Qin Yu's mouth twitched. If Talong knew that he died so cheaply, I'm afraid even the coffin lid couldn't hold him down. Hey, Kakuzu, I'm talking to you. Can you respond to me? Otherwise, I'm going to kill you. Feijuan kept shouting. Just like the original work, the two of them were immortal and were simply happy enemies. Qin Yu rubbed his slightly swollen temples and said, "Okay, stop arguing. I got 2 pieces of information from Talong. First, the person they ambushed was the third Reikage AI, and second, Scorpion might be being chased by him." Third Reikage? Feijuan and Kakuzu were stunned. They may not have seen the Reikage, but the existence of being crowned as a cage must be powerful. Boss, can you find his whereabouts? My sickle has been hungry and thirsty for a long time, so let me deal with him. Haiden spoke first. Kakuzu's cold face also had a hint of heat, saying, "The head of the cage level is also worth a lot of money on the black market, let me do it." Looking at the 2 people who became excited in an instant, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and said, "I'm not hitting you, but with your sickle, you can't break the defense of the Thunder Shadow. As for, Kakuzu is proficient in the 5 elements of chakra, but he doesn't have the attributes you specialize in. Your wind escape alone is useless." Watching them directly denied in an instant, Haiden and Kakuzu were slightly stunned, but did not refute. After seeing Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes, they knew clearly that if even Qin Yu was not qualified to comment, then no one in the huge ninja world would be qualified. "Then boss, do you have a way to deal with it?" Kakuzu asked. Although he knew that Qin Yu's strength was unfathomable, facing the cage-level strongman, Kakuzu recalled the shadow of facing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that day. "Don't worry, the solution is very simple, let him deal with himself." Qin Yu smiled playfully and was about to enter the system. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the distance. The billowing black smoke rose into the sky, and the strong wind caused by the explosion rolled back to everyone even though it was 10,000 meters away. Qin Yu frowned, and after the three of them looked at each other, they rushed over without any pause. Scorpion is known as an existence that can destroy a country with the opening of 300 puppets. But facing the strongest spear and the strongest shield of the third generation of Reikage. As long as the defense cannot be broken, it is obviously not enough. If the support is too late, Scorpion will get a lunchbox, which is not what Qin Yu wants to see. Chapter 157 I seem to have arrived just in time. Little ghost, die for me. A stern roar echoed in the rocky ruins. The right hand wrapped in lightning, with 5 fingers combined, was like an indestructible spear, stabbing a young figure across the sky. Ha! The golden hair was lifted by the storm, and there was a hint of madness on the young cheeks. He shouted loudly with his right hand pinching the seal. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, a thunderous explosion echoed, and the detonating clay hidden in the rock ruins exploded instantly. The violent air wave rolled up a large piece of sand and dust like a tide, and blew the young figure directly away, barely avoiding the attack like a lightning spear. The guy who plays with puppets, hurry up! Deidara shouted anxiously. The ground around him made a series of rumbling sounds, and black iron sand cones broke out of the ground like spears. Iron Sand Realm Law 1000 Spears Hell. One after another, the black iron cones instantly pierced the third Reikage, and the sharp posture made the air carry the sound of cloth tearing. Accompanied by the dull roar and collision sound, thousands of iron spikes pierced from all directions and hit the third Reikage directly. Then, there was a rustling sound from the ground under his feet, and 7 or 8 snow-white centipedes, 30 or 40 centimeters long, instantly entangled the third Reikage. Old man! Die! Deidara held the seal in his hand and shouted angrily. Ha! The snow-white clay centipede swelled up instantly, and a powerful explosion wave spread out. Humph, a blast-style kid, a puppet kid who can even kill his own wind shadow, this immature method also wants to kill this Reikage. The third Reikage snorted coldly. The violent lightning chakra mode, the burst of wind, instantly blew away the dust in the sky. In the eyes of Sasori and Deidara, the thousands of black earth cones seemed to be against the body of the third Reikage, but they were obviously blocked by a layer of lightning armor. The black pattern on the right hand suddenly flashed and burst out with a violent breath. Black Thunder! As the 2 words were spit out, the blue lightning light changed instantly, and the violent black lightning light rushed out like a mad tide, instantly tearing the 7 or 8 snow-white centipedes that were ready to self-destruct. A trace of paleness appeared on Deidara's tender cheeks. For him, who was only 7 or 8 years old, it was already very good to fight with a shadow-level strongman to this extent. Moreover, lightning escape restrains earth escape, and these detonating clays will be instantly destroyed as long as they are swept by the lightning arc, losing the ability to detonate. This time, if he hadn't been willful and secretly followed out, intending to experiment with the art of explosion, and arrogant enough to sneak attack the Reikage, intending to impress his teacher Onoki, he wouldn't have been like Sasori, who was chased for a day and a night. Is this your full strength? You are too arrogant to kill me like this, or you underestimate me too much. The third Reikage snorted coldly. Hell thrust 3-handed. The third Reikage shouted coldly, and the 4 fingers merged suddenly changed into 3 fingers. The violent black thunder, like boiling, condensed quickly. The 3 fingers swallowed and spit, and turned into a lightning spear about 10 feet long. Without any fancy moves, it chopped down the iron cone in front of it. Bang! The iron cone was instantly defeated, and the violent lightning light followed the third Reikage's heavy step. Thunder Prison Righteous Axe Thunder. Boom! 1 step down, like a thunder explosion, the whole ground seemed to be unable to bear the weight and shattered. The third wind shadow puppet lurking under the soil was instantly cut off. Thousands of earth cones that stabbed out were instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Scorpion's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Little devil, run away!" He was not interested in Deidara, but he was the 2 of them had a relationship after the night's pursuit. The third Reikage's killing intent was clearly locked on Deidara, making him impatient to shout. Puppet player, when will the man you mentioned come? If this continues, we will all die. Deidara's face changed drastically, and he shouted at the same time. He took out a C1 detonating clay spider with his backhand and threw it in front of him. It can be said that this is his last chakra that can cause an attack. The only luxury is to be able to stop the attack of the third Raikage and give him a chance to escape and breathe. It's too late, you all have to die. The stern voice drifted away. With the strong wind, the crackling sound of the lightning arc echoed between heaven and earth. Deidara only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and under the black thunder, there was an iron tower-like body. Wherever he passed along the way, the clay spiders were instantly cut off. 3 fingers merged together, like a black lightning spear, piercing straight at him. Boom! The thunderous sound rumbled, and the violent air wave rolled back like a hurricane. The breath that seemed to be the death urging was cut off in an instant, which woke Deidara up directly. Looking at the thin figure wrapped in a black robe and also surrounded by lightning, his expression could not help but stagnate. Especially the huge Susanoo formed by the blood-colored layer, which exuded a disaster-like power, made his pupils shrink suddenly. "Boss, you finally arrived." Scorpion was also surprised, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I seem to have arrived just in time." Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, and the black cloak slid down, revealing a pair of scarlet blood-red eyes. Looking at the sudden figure and the pair of blood moon-like eyes, the face of the third generation of Raikage changed, and he quickly looked away. At the same time, the lightning arc in his body crackled, and the blue and black lightning rolled back, directly breaking the balance of the chakra in his body. Without thinking too much, he stepped forward and quickly withdrew. When he landed more than 10 meters away, the third generation Raikage said gloomily, "9 Magadama Sharingan, Blood Ashura, it seems that you are the boy AI, the Konoha ninja Uchiha Kainu mentioned in the intelligence. However, I didn't expect that the traitor who murdered the third generation Kazekage was acquainted with you, and even the genius explosion kid of the rock village was in your group. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid the whole ninja world will be shocked, and the Konoha village will become the target of public criticism. As the Raikage of the Cloud Village, he is obviously very good at fighting against the illusion of the Sharingan. In the original work, even Might Guy can use physical skills to divert his attention and fight against Uchiha Itaki." After discovering Qin Yu's identity, the third Raikage quickly used the black thunder and lightning escape in his body to reverse the confrontation, disrupting the trajectory of chakra flow, and stimulating himself to walk out of the illusion space. Moreover, he did not look at Qin Yu's eyes afterwards, but instead activated the perception method of the lightning escape chakra mode. Chapter 158 The group of monsters under his command. Is it the bloody Ashura of Konoha Ninja Village? Deidara's face couldn't help but change slightly. Although he had guessed that the boss hanging in Scorpion's mouth for a day and a night would be not simple, he did not expect that it would be the Konoha genius ninja who was rumored in the ninja world recently and made the rock ninja village suffer a lot. This honorable identity is probably incompatible with Scorpion, who murdered the village's shadow level and was a criminal. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? The guy who plays with puppets. We meet again. Feijuan and Kakuzu also arrived. Compared with Qin Yu, who used his full strength to perform the lightning escape instant body technique, the two were obviously slower. However, after landing in the field, their eyes were all attracted by the third Raikage. After all, being able to suppress Scorpion, who was regarded as the same level as them, and forcing him to ask for help, this kind of strength is not something that ordinary people can possess. "Boss, you really did take in this lunatic from the evil god cult, but judging from his appearance, I'm afraid he has suffered a lot." Scorpion was not very surprised. After a glance, a smile appeared on his face. Feijuan was immediately displeased and said, "What are you talking about, you puppet guy? I haven't suffered a bit." Head. The voice suddenly turned cold, and Kakuzu, who was standing next to him, sank. I saw that the ground under the feet of the third Raikage made a roar. One after another, black blood vessels, like a shot, broke through the ground in an instant, as if transformed into countless tentacles, madly entangled with the figure of the third Raikage. The sudden attack seemed to make the third Raikage unable to react. At such a close distance, his limbs were directly sealed. Haydn, who was still arguing with Scorpion, had lost his luster. A ghostly figure appeared directly on the ground behind the third Raikage. The cage-level strongmen of the 5 major ninja villages are the most worthy of curse. Haydn's face was ferocious, and the scarlet sickle in his hand, like the god of death, chopped towards the neck of the third Raikage. This seemingly cumbersome scene was only a few breaths. As soon as Haydn and Kakuzu appeared, it was obviously the beginning of the calculation. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The scarlet sickle chopped directly on the neck of the third Raikage. However, 1 inch away, it was directly blocked by the violent lightning armor. It seems that since the Ninja World War more than 10 years ago, you little brats have really forgotten how terrifying I am. The third Raikage said coldly. The words came out in a spurt. Black thunder. The black lightning exploded like a tidal wave. The more violent lightning arcs seemed to transform into countless sharp blades, crushing all the black blood vessels. At the same time, the three fingers merged into the hell thrust, Sanban Guanshao, and stabbed towards Fei Duan, who was close at hand with an unstoppable posture. The sudden attack made Fei Duan's pupils shrink suddenly. Just as he was about to withdraw, he found that his body was affected by the black thunder. There was a feeling of numbness all over his body that could not be recovered for a while. Although he was an immortal body, it did not mean that he was immune to any abnormal state. During this delay, he looked at the Sanban Guanshao that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils. This stab, the immortal body was the strongest, and the brain was like smashing a watermelon, and it was also going to die. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Fei Duan's mind, and a figure also wrapped in blue lightning appeared one step ahead. The right foot, mixed with violent lightning, swung directly at his face. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound echoed. The huge impact force made Fei Duan fly backwards like a cannonball and hit the ruins dozens of meters away. The three-handed sword wrapped in black thunder pierced directly on Susanoo the next moment. Boom! The collision was no less than that, and a fierce gale rolled up. Even the ground under his feet, because he could not withstand the violent thunder, instantly cracked and shattered like a spider web. Under the rolled-up sand and dust, the more than 10-meter-high Susanoo and the third-generation Raikage bathed in black thunder seemed to be tit for tat. I'm sorry, my people are a little willful. As the boss, I still have to make them give up. Qin Yu smiled warmly. It must be said that the current third-generation Raikage is more powerful than when he was reincarnated by Kabuto in the original work. It can be called the heyday. He even used the Black Thunder, a method that even the fourth Raikage did not inherit. Boss, can't you kick a little softer? Phaeton stood up in the ruins. The broken right cheek healed quickly under the immortal body. Seeing this strange scene, the third Raikage's face sank, and he looked at Uchiha Qin-yu and said, as expected of a person who has been lurking in Konoha Ninja Village for more than 10 years, he has gathered so many lunatics in secret. If I remember correctly, the person who cast the Earth Grudge should be Kakuzu, the S-level ninja who massacred the top leaders of Taki Ninja Village decades ago and then defected. The one playing the puppet over there should be the puppet genius, Scorpion of the Red Sand, who disappeared from Sand Ninja Village a few years ago. This method of causing the Ninja World War and murdering the third Kazekage is simply well calculated. Counting the undead lunatic over there, it should be the evil god cultists of the Kingdom of Soup. All those under your command are a group of monsters, including you. At this point, the third Raikage suddenly raised his head, and the three fingers of his right hand suddenly changed, and the whole person's aura became more violent. Hell Thrust Four-Handed Penetration. This is an attack method that becomes more powerful the longer the battle continues. Once the lightning chakra in the body is accumulated to the extreme, it will become a one-handed hand. Even the strongest horn of the eight-tailed Jihu can be easily cut off. In this moment of delay, the third Raikage has obviously reached the accumulation of strength. Hell Thrust Two-Handed Hand. The stern words came out, and the third Raikage suddenly thrust two fingers together, with the posture of tearing the air, and stabbed towards Susanoo head-on. As soon as it hit, the black lightning surged, like a raging tide, and crashed into the surface of Susanoo. Boom! The thunder tore, bringing up a violent wind that rolled back. The more than 10 meters high Susanoo, as if it had encountered a meteorite impact, flew backwards. At the same time, the third Raikage was relentless, and stepped down heavily, and the whole person was like lightning, chasing straight. Hell Thrust Two-Handed Hand, stabbed wildly with after-images all over the sky. Boom boom boom. Every strike was like a raging tide. Not only was there endless thunder, but there were also bursts of black lightning, turning the area of 100 meters into a thunder pool. Retreat quickly, otherwise we will all be affected. Kakuzu took a look and withdrew coldly. Feijuan also did not hesitate at all, and even Scorpion in the distance was no exception. Only Deidara's expression froze. Chapter 159 The Strongest Spear versus the Strongest Shield. Don't you want to take action? Deidara looked at the people who withdrew quickly away from the battlefield after a few ups and downs, and he was obviously impatient. In his eyes, the name of Konoha Blood Ashura was very loud in the ninja world. But facing the third generation of Reikage, who had been famous for a long time and fought for a day and a night without any damage, it seemed a little insufficient. According to Deidara's idea, those present were all called monsters by the world. If we attack the third Reikage together, even if we can't break his defense, we can kill him alive. This is the boss's order. If the joint attack fails, we will give up and leave the battlefield as soon as possible and leave everything to him. Kakuzu looked at Deidara coldly. What's more, didn't you see that the boss was smiling from beginning to end? Deidara was stunned and hurriedly looked in the direction. The scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the eyes of outsiders, Chinyu seemed to be pressed to the ground, but he was in Susanoo, and his expression did not change. This indifferent attitude, in the eyes of others, was completely a silent provocation. Facing unable to break the defense, and the third Reikage's attack was as crazy as a storm. What can he do to turn the tide? Crack! The crisp sound of shattering was very annoying under the collision of rolling thunder. Everyone present changed their faces slightly and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. The originally indestructible Susanoo had a hideous crack. His defense is broken, let's take action quickly. Deidara's face changed drastically and reminded him in a hurry. After watching this shocking battle with his own eyes and being rescued by Chinyu, he obviously forgot the opposing positions of the two sides at the beginning. Seeing Susanoo being shattered, he immediately lost his temper. Feijuan and Sasori also subconsciously looked at Kakuzu. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Kakuzu was silent for a while and uttered the only word. Wait. However, compared with Kakuzu's weight, the fierce light in the depths of the third Reikage's eyes suddenly surged, and he roared loudly. Boy, it seems that I won this time. Your strongest defense is no match for my strongest spear. The hysterical roar spread like thunder. The two-handed move was like lightning, and it tapped the location where Susanoo broke again. Boom! The violent air wave rolled back, directly knocking Susanoo away, and the cracks spread rapidly, forming a spider web-like posture. At the same time, the second finger of the third-generation Reikage's right hand changed again. When only the index finger was left, the whole world changed color, and the black thunder rushed into the sky, attracting the lightning of the sky. The black thunder swallowed and spit out by the right index finger was like an indestructible blade, and the violent and raging lightning caused a slight distortion in the space of more than 10 meters. Without any fancy moves, the third-generation Reikage stepped out with a heavy step, and the whole ground was rumbled and shattered. The whole figure was like a black lightning, chasing Susanoo more than 10 meters away, and appeared in front of him in an instant. Without any fancy moves, the index finger of his right hand stabbed directly at Susanoo. Boy, take my strongest spear, hell thrust one-handed shot. Boom! The black lightning exploded, as dazzling as a small sun, and the surrounding rocks were instantly crushed, and even the space was distorted. The Susanoo that was hit head-on, the shattered illusory spirit body, shattered with a slight contact. The next moment, the remaining power pierced Chinyu who was hiding in Susanoo. Puff! The black lightning spear instantly penetrated Chinyu's body, and the violent posture even crushed the black robe on his body. The sudden scene made Deidara and others' pupils shrink suddenly. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they were shocked by this fierce attack, and a chill rushed straight to their heads from under their feet. He's dead! Deidara couldn't help but exclaimed. However, the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Bang! A white mist dissipated on the pierced Chinyu, and the figure that was directly pierced disappeared in an instant. Only a mysterious talisman was pierced on the lightning spear. The sudden scene made the third Reikage's expression change drastically. He never thought that the opponent he could kill after fighting for so long and using the strongest attack method was just a shadow clone. The moment he was about to get angry, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. Boundary technique mirror self-attack technique. Bang! The moment the white mist of the shadow clone dissipated, another expressionless third Reikage appeared in front of the Reikage. The mirror copy, without any fancy, the black thunder accumulated on the index finger of the right hand, turned into the hell stab one through hand. With a posture as heavy as 1,000 pounds, at a close distance, it directly stabbed into the scar on the chest of the third Reikage. Puff! Blood splattered like a bright firework. The so-called indestructible lightning armor was pierced through in an instant by the third generation of Reikage's strongest spear, Hell Thrust Ipponkan. Looking at the flying blood, Deidara and others in the distance were stunned. Someone is coming, hurry up and collect the body. If you have any questions, ask later. Damn it, I didn't expect the raikage in this state to directly drain all the chakra in my body. If it weren't for Xiao Sanzi, I would have become a dried man. A familiar complaint came from the dark. Scorpion's expression changed, looking at the third generation of raikage who was still full of disbelief, and the puppet line in his right hand moved, and the third generation of Kazekage who was lurking underground was contacted again. Directly performed earth escape stealth and dragged the two third generation raikage into the earth. All this seems very cumbersome, but it really takes only a few short breaths. The time was so short that even the third raikage, like them, had not figured out the whole story. The moment the two third raikages disappeared, the rock ninja army led by Huang Tu arrived. As soon as they stepped into the messy battlefield, the dust in the sky had not yet blown away, and they saw a scene that they would never forget. If they were to explain it afterwards, they would definitely say, "Fuck, the third raikage and the third raikage stabbed each other to death." On the other hand, Qin Yu led everyone to quickly flee the battlefield, while constantly using the three tails to restore the chakra that had been drained from his body. Without any pause, he stopped after escaping for dozens of miles. Whoosh! As soon as Deodara stopped, he lay on the ground and panted hurriedly. He could have secretly left in the middle of the journey, but he couldn't bear the confusion in his heart and couldn't help but follow up. In his eyes, the scene just now was really beyond his expectations. That battle, it was simply too wonderful. Not only did he deceive the enemy, but also his companions. At the last moment, he used it, the strongest spear against the strongest shield. The sharp edge and the absolute defense confrontation were simply heart-shaking. Chapter 160 Kidnapped a Explosion Kid. Boss, how did you do it? Fei Duan asked anxiously without taking a breath. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on Qin Yu, with a little more urgency. In their eyes, this person can not only copy the other person's appearance, but also copy the ninjutsu and fighting methods. This completely subverted cognition. Do you still remember the ninjutsu I spent 50 million taels to buy from Xionan? Qin Yu smiled playfully. This mirror self-attack technique is the advanced ceiling barrier technique that Xionan said was used to attack the Uzumaki clan. Ordinary people may need to spend a lot of time to figure it out. Even Nagato, who is a member of the Uzumaki clan, cannot understand it before he awakens the Samsara Eye. However, for Qin Yu, who has a one-click full-level system, learning it is just a thought. The only thing that Qin Yu feels sorry for is that the Uchiha clan is indeed short of blue compared to the Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for the support of the Sharingan's pupil power, I'm afraid that in the original work, Sasuke would have died of blue overdraft before he and Naruto died together. Under this innate condition, Qin Yu only copied the power of the third-generation Raikage's attack. It seems that the boss still has no omissions. Kakuzu said indifferently. But he couldn't hide the shock in the depths of his pupils. If he were to face this move, he would probably be disappointed. Fighting against himself. How to fight this horse? Okay, this place is not far from the battlefield. After a little rest, we will continue on our way. Qin Yu said lightly. Scorpion was also injured a lot in this battle, and the others also suffered losses. Let's all follow me to rest temporarily near the Konoha ninja village. Kakuzu and Haiden had no objection to this decision. Moreover, Scorpion's eyes showed a hint of heat after getting the body of the third Raikage. He sealed his heart in time before his vitality collapsed. Only if Scorpion is given enough time, he is confident that he can make the third Raikage into a human puppet again. By then, he will have another puppet in his hand that is superior to the third Kazekage. Boss, what should we do with this little brat? Haiden looked at Deodara with a fierce look on his face, and a hint of teasing flashed across his face. Since I can't curse that old man of thunder and lightning, it's better to let him see my evil god curse and feel the taste of fear. Deodara, who was still immersed in the mirror self-attack technique, woke up instantly. This explosion-style brat from the rock village is worth 5,000 taels on the black market, and this month's food expenses should be enough. Kakuzu also spoke coldly. Deodara's neck couldn't help but feel cold, and he almost cursed in his heart. For a month's food expenses, he had to kill a dignified genius problem child. This is too cruel. Is it considered a sacrifice for art? Deodara fumbled around the two empty clay bags and the chakra in his body that had already been reduced to 1/10, and his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Looking at the people who were staring at him, he couldn't help but take a half step back and said, "Don't come over, I called you." Call. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. In this war-torn era, the little kid's thinking was too jumpy. He slapped him on the back of his head. Want to join me? Let him join? Scorpion and others were stunned. This was a 7 or 8-year-old kid. It seemed a bit inappropriate to treat him so seriously. Boss, will you lower the level of our team by inviting this kid who wets the bed at night? Feijuan said dissatisfiedly. I still want to curse, but my hands are itching. Facing Feijuan's opposition, Kakuzu standing aside did not speak. To a certain extent, he was the first to join Qinyu's team and witnessed everyone being recruited. At first, he was confused about Qinyu recruiting anyone, but after seeing various different methods and strengths with his own eyes, he felt more convinced. I agree. His future achievements should be very high. Scorpion, who has always been silent, suddenly spoke. Even Deidara showed a hint of surprise. After looking at Scorpion, he fell into hesitation. Seeing this scene, Qinyu smiled slightly and said, It's getting late, let's go. Are you leaving? Deidara was stunned and said anxiously, Aren't you going to recruit me? In Deidara's eyes, he was a genius after all, and he was the focus of everyone's attention in the village. Now he was left alone, the gap was a bit too big. I did recruit you, but I didn't say I would wait for you. Qinyu rolled his eyes and said, Do I have to use the 8-man bridge to support you? I don't have the leisure to do that. After saying this, Qinyu turned around and chose the right direction to leave. Feijuan and Kakuzu laughed dryly and followed quickly. Seeing Qinyu jump dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, Deidara stamped his feet in frustration and chased after him quickly. Hey, can't you invite me once more? How about half an invitation? Is there a welcome ceremony or a gift for joining the group? A series of questions echoed in the forest. The rock village knows. The genius explosion ninja who was cherished by Onoki was kidnapped by someone with just a few words. This is probably the impulse of the day. At the same time, in the ruins of the battle, Huang Tu was still in shock. Scattered in the ruins, looking for traces of the battle just now. Have you found any clues? Huang Tu stood on the rock mountain, overlooking the ruins around. Looking at the collapsed ground and the crushed rock mountains around, his mind gradually sank. This time, the third generation of the Cloud Ninja Raikage personally led the team to sneak into the rock village, intending to attack the Jinchuriki, and was discovered by Onoki. After a fierce battle, the third generation of the Raikage volunteered to be the last one to fight with them. He even killed hundreds of their rock ninjas and seriously injured thousands of them. I thought that by forcing him to the border with the land of hot water, I could ambush him in advance, capture him alive, and then negotiate with the Cloud Village. But he never expected that the third Raikage would disappear. When he found him again, he saw the third Raikage fighting with him. He even killed him. When he thought of this, Huang Tu had a headache. The Third Ninja World War kicked off because the third Kazekage disappeared, which gave the Sand Village an excuse to start a war. Originally, the Rock Village had suffered some damage when it encountered the Blood Ashura of Konoha at the Konokan Bridge. Now the Third Raikage has disappeared in the territory of their land of Earth. According to the temperament of the Cloud Village, I'm afraid they will never give up easily. You can't tell them that your father killed himself, right? Lord Huang Tu, we found some clues. In addition to the Third Raikage, there is another important person who appeared in this battlefield. A perception ninja stepped forward and said quickly. Chapter 161 Return to Konoha Village. Are there any others? Huang Tu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are clues, they can also explain to the Cloud Village. However, before they could react, there were sounds of breaking air all around, and they came violently. Dozens of Cloud Ninjas, with murderous auras all over their bodies, fought on the ruins. Lord Ai, there is still the smell of Lord Raikage's chakra here. A perception ninja, after making a seal with both hands, said solemnly, there are still a lot of bloodstains left. I'm afraid that the third generation Raikage has suffered a serious injury. As soon as the voice fell, under the special perception ninjutsu, under the soil where the third generation Raikage was killed last. As if shrouded by an invisible force, the soil turned outward, and there were more drops of scarlet blood. The sudden scene made Huang Tu's face change drastically. He never thought that the reinforcements from the Cloud Village would come so quickly. At the same time, they brought such a weird perception ninja. Good, very good, you can actually hurt my father, hand him over, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to the Cloud Village. Ai's face sank and said coldly. When he came, he had made the worst plan, but he didn't expect that the result would be so bad. Ai, listen to my explanation, we just arrived. Huang Tu's face turned pale, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, when we arrived, we saw the third generation of Raikage kill himself. Killed himself? The faces of all the cloud ninjas turned pale. In their eyes, this excuse was too bad. Asshole, Huang Tu, are you from the Rock Ninja village bullying too much? AI's face sank, and he shouted sternly, well, I'll see today what you can do to convince me of this absurd statement. The stern roar fell, and the lightning flashed all over his body. A lightning bolt quickly struck Huang Tu across the sky. Huang Tu's face turned pale. In this situation, he was simply speechless and could only bite the bullet to meet it. 3 days later, at the gate of Konoha Ninja Village, the morning sun was like broken gold, covering the sealed gate. The 2 guardian ninjas had been on duty all night, and their faces were a little tired. Touxi, don't fall asleep. The Hokage has secretly issued the highest alert order during this period. The slightly older man, about 40 years old, dispelled his sleepiness and reminded him. Senior Dong Yu, I know. Touxi slapped his cheek, forced himself to cheer up, and tried to divert his sleepiness with a topic. Senior Dong Yu, who do you think will win if the Uchiha clan forcibly convenes the election of the 4th generation Hokage in advance? Ever since the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan took out the will left by the 1st generation Hokage and promised. Originally, the Hokage election, which was planned to be held after the end of the Third Ninja World War, was forcibly advanced. The 4 major battlefields were temporarily calmed down. At this critical juncture, many ninjas were forcibly recalled. Among them were powerful members of the 8 colors of Konoha, as well as elite ninjas from various clans. Even the White Eye clan, who was sent to fight the Rock Village, was recalled. For a while, the huge Konoha village was shrouded in a depressing feeling of impending storm. However, facing the early election, but the delay in the final Hokage election, this kind of depression is even more difficult to get rid of. I heard that among the 3 ninjas, Master Jiraiya and Master Minato have the highest votes for the Hokage election this time. As for the Uchiha clan, it seems that the crazy guy is recommended for the election. Other big clans, such as Kurama, Hyuga, and Sarutobi, also have people participating, but from what I see, no one can compare with the 2 adults. As an old senior, Dong Yu is also about to hand over the shift. He touched his nose and said idly. However, as soon as these words fell, his pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing the thin figure who appeared beside him at some point, his face changed drastically. He's back. Huxi looked pale and hurriedly took a half step back. At the same time, he tapped the communication technique that had been hidden on his wrist. After doing all this, he was alert to the boy who appeared out of thin air like a ghost in front of him with a look of shock. It seems that a lot of things happened when I was away. Lead the way. Qin Yu smiled warmly. In fact, he didn't care about the changes in Konoha. If possible, he didn't bother to pay attention. However, now that it was related to him, Qin Yu didn't mind seeing what tricks Danzo and the others were playing. Let him kill time in this boring life. You're going over. Huxi was surprised. In his eyes, the madman Uchiha Qin Yu, who was rumored in the village, should be fierce and murderous. This reaction made Huxi, who had just returned from the battlefield, feel that the boy in front of him seemed a little different from the rumors. Huxi, take him over, I'll stay here. Dong Yu said in a deep voice. It seems very dangerous to lead Uchiha Qin Yu. But during the war, the sealed gate of Konoha is more important. Moreover, Dong Yu believes that Qin Yu will not be so absurd as to casually attack people in the village before the Hokage election. Huxi's expression froze, and he was obviously unsure for a moment. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men, I just want to know what farce they are making. Qin Yu patted Huxi's shoulder. His muscles suddenly tensed up, and he watched Qin Yu take the lead and walk into the village. He subconsciously glanced at Dong Yu, and at the latter's nod, he gritted his teeth and quickly followed. There were not many people on the street in the early morning. Huxi tensed his nerves and led the way in front, while being full of vigilance. During this period, he had heard a lot about the crazy actions of Konoha blood Ashura. But this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Are you learning the lightning clone? Qin Yu took a look at the scroll protruding from the ninja tool bag and said with a smile, this thing requires the synchronization of seals and chakra conversion. Of course, you can condense the lightning chakra in advance and then use it. Otherwise, if you rush into it and do 2 steps at the same time before you master it, you will fail to condense it, or consume much more chakra than usual. Hu Xi, who led the way, couldn't help but stagnate. This lightning clone was exchanged by him using a lot of battle records not long ago. Unfortunately, in the war, everyone was busy with their own lives, and they wanted to relax when they were recalled. So during this period, Hu Xi was exploring freely. However, he had hit a wall for several days in a row, which made him feel exhausted. Now after hearing Qin Yu's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. He never thought that Qin Yu, who was younger than him, would directly point out his confusion in a few words. Do you also know about lightning clones? Hu Xi was slightly excited. On the battlefield, clones are the most important means of survival, such as spying and bait. Chapter 162 The Secret of the Senju Clan. Lightning Clone. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. In fact, there are many kinds of shadow clones, and there are also various attributes. Among them, the shadow clone created by the second generation of Hokage is a kind of attributeless clone. It can match any attribute attack method, while reducing chakra conversion and reducing the chakra consumption of the clone. Reduce the difficulty of the clone, increase the number of clones, and the duration. But it is precisely because of these improvements that many ninjas who have learned the shadow clone have done many sneaky things. For various reasons, the shadow clone was finally sealed in the seal book and became a forbidden technique of Konoha Ninja Village. Once the lightning clone is used, it is most beneficial to use the lightning clone, and other ninjutsu will be greatly reduced. At the same time, because it is a lightning clone, the speed of chakra conversion of other attributes will also be greatly reduced. Compared with the shadow clone, it has a great disadvantage. No, sorry, I lost my composure. Hu Xi's expression stagnated, and when he thought of Qin Yu's identity, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head, and he suddenly woke up. Hehe, don't be nervous, I said I don't like men. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, I can use the lightning clone, but I rarely use it, but it's okay to demonstrate it once or twice. Hu Xi was stunned when he heard this. Qin Yu's calmness completely overturned his hearsay. However, as soon as this thought emerged in his mind, his pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Yu moved his hands and flew quickly like a wheel. A series of complicated seals were formed in an instant in just a short breath. This is 7 or 8 times faster than the fastest speed he knew. Bang, bang, bang. A series of slight sonic booms suddenly sounded. A series of clones wrapped in lightning appeared out of thin air. Hu Xi, who was still in shock, almost popped his eyes. Look at the densely packed lightning clones around him, at least hundreds of them. Finally understand what the gap is. Okay, this is the lightning clone, but with your physique, it should be easy to reach this standard. Qin Yu smiled and dispersed the lightning clone. Hu Xi was stunned and said with a wry smile, Qin Yu, you are too proud of me. However, you can see my difference when we first met. Physical fitness, the blood Ashura is indeed worthy of its reputation. Qin Yu did not take this praise to heart. Looking at the huge circular venue in front of him, which was like the ancient Roman Colosseum, Qin Yu knew that this was the place in Konohagakure that had always been used for ceremonies, Chunin exams, and Hokage elections. 2 figures rushed out quickly and landed in front of Qin Yu in an instant. Master Jiraiya, clan sister. Hu Xi hurriedly came back to his senses, and looked at the 2 people who appeared, and suddenly became nervous. Hu Xi, it seems that you survived the battlefield. Tsunade glanced at him lightly and said, don't die too quickly, otherwise there will be no one in our clan to serve as the clan leader. Hu Xi was obviously used to this kind of talk, and smiled bitterly and said, clan sister, I have been very careful, but in this battle, many elders in the clan still stayed on the battlefield. At the end, a trace of sadness appeared on Senju Tosai's face. Tsunade was obviously used to it, and her face became even colder. She said, Humph, I think those old stubborn people will sooner or later be dragged down to the extinction of the clan by the so-called Hokage spirit and Konoha wool. Once they got to the battlefield, they knew that the enemy was targeting the Senju clan, but they didn't even know how to retreat. They had to fight to the death for some dignity. They all deserved to die. The quiet voice changed the atmosphere in the field. Qin Yu also raised his eyebrows. There were very few descriptions of the Senju clan in the original work. Except for Senju Tsunade, other so-called clan members did not even have a chance to show up. Qin Yu had been wondering if this was the biggest bug in Naruto, but he did not expect Tsunade to point out the key. As the descendants of two peerless Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, a ninja god, Hashirama Senju, who played with the nine-tailed beasts, had suppressed the four major countries. Now that the first and second generations of Hokage have fallen, other ninja villages can raise their heads in the long-term oppression. For other ninja villages, they are absolutely unwilling to let this happen again. Therefore, the four major ninja villages have a tacit agreement that as long as the people of the Senju clan appear on the battlefield, they will be killed by any means. And the Senju clan, knowing that they have this special courtesy. But the so-called clan honor shackles, like a curse, made them go to the battlefield and go deep into the enemy camp even though they knew it was a trap. The idea of exchanging one for one is not a loss, and exchanging one for two is a gain, led to the final decline of the entire clan. Tsunade simply sneered at this idea after the death of Rope Tree and Dan. Every time she saw someone from the clan, she would sneer at him. Okay, Tsunade, if you always do this, be careful that the old stubborn people in your clan will scold you again. Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly changed the subject and said, since Chinyu is back, it seems that the issues that have been debated for this period of time have finally been decided. Toshi, let us lead the way next. If you are tired, go back and rest. After saying this, Jiraiya patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said, you kid, you are too much trouble in Myaboku Mountain. If it wasn't for Minato saying it, I wouldn't believe it. Chinyu had no intention of hiding the matter of Mount Myaboku. He laughed dryly and said, let's talk about the reunion later. I heard that the Uchiha clan proposed to advance the election of Hokage this time. Was it my uncle's idea? Chinyu's understanding of Uchiha Fugaku remained in the original work. He had powerful means, but he had to pretend to be a coward. In the end, he did not resist at all and died in the hands of his beloved son. This is too cowardly. If Uchiha Fugaku is willing to take action, even if Obito and Uchiha Itachi join forces, they will probably have to pay a heavy price. I thought you knew it. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said, now the head of your Uchiha clan is Uchiha Ishii. Fugaku has been staying in the heavily guarded mansion during this period. We avoid provoking conflicts, so we don't approach him casually. However, according to the three elders of the Uchiha clan, you represent the Uchiha clan and participate in the Hokage election. As soon as the words fell, the three people's eyes were all locked on Chinyu. They wanted to see a hint of the truth from his expression. Haha, I didn't expect that after leaving for a while, I was put on the stage. It seems that I am going to get into trouble. Chinyu laughed dryly and touched the tip of his nose. I'm afraid the next Hokage election will not be so simple. Looking at Chinyu's smiling face, Jiraiya smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, when you were away, we had a headache. Now that you are back, everyone is eager to get the results. However, I hope you can restrain yourself next. We will arrange other things, even the Hokage election. Chapter 163 The Four Forbidden Techniques. Haha, I'm not afraid of trouble, I'm just afraid that trouble will come to me. Chinyu smiled warmly and walked straight to the venue. Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions changed involuntarily. After looking at each other, they turned around and quickly followed. Sister, what are your plans? Hu Xi couldn't help asking. Tsunade stopped, looked back coldly and said, Hu Xi, don't go through this muddy water. I don't want any accidents to happen to the members of the Senju clan who can barely come to the stage. Go back to the clan residence quickly. After leaving these words, Tsunade quickly caught up with Jiraiya. As Chinyu stepped into the venue, Tsunade and Jiraiya, it was also clear to everyone that a storm was about to come, and it had enveloped the entire Konoha ninja village. If it was not handled properly, the entire Konoha might encounter a catastrophe. In the old site of the Anbu route, a candle light was swaying in the darkness. The sound of crutches echoed in the narrow corridor. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Chinyu is back, and the supreme meeting for the Hokage election will be held immediately. A thin figure appeared in front of Danzo like a ghost. Following closely behind was Orochimaru, whose face was as pale as paper. His scarlet tongue licked his cheek at a weird angle, and said, everything has been done. It will be a good show at that time. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan, 3 skinny old men walked out of the mansion that originally belonged to Uchiha Fugaku, wearing the elder cloaks of the Uchiha clan, and their scarlet Sharingan looked a bit creepy. Elder, he is back, and the supreme meeting for the Hokage election will be held. Uchiha Shi hurriedly greeted. As a guard team, they are often suppressed, but they also have many spies. Got it, let's go to. Uchiha Huo said coldly, we, the Uchiha clan, have been waiting for this day for a long time. The position of Hokage must belong to us. Uchiha Shi's expression stagnated, and he said worriedly, Elder, is that method feasible? What if that kid doesn't want to? For the madness of Konoha blood Ashura, not to mention the battlefield, even anyone in Konoha Ninja Village has heard about it. Even the 3 major consultants of Konoha dared to kill in public. He didn't believe that Uchiha Chinyu would easily follow their arrangements. Don't worry, don't forget that we still have hostages in our hands. He is arrogant, but as long as he is not cold-blooded, everything can only become Hokage obediently. Uchiha Huo's turbid old eyes flashed a haze, and he smiled playfully. With the arrival of Chinyu, the huge Konoha started to move quickly. Whether it was the high-level officials or the civilians of Konoha, they were all alarmed. They quickly gathered at this place. In the huge meeting room, Tsunade looked at Toshiki who was standing awkwardly beside her with displeasure, and shouted coldly, Toshiki, didn't I tell you to go back to the clan? Why did you come here? Looking at the murderous Tsunade, Toshiki, the most talented of the Senju clan, smiled bitterly and said, Sister, this is the highest meeting for the election of Hokage, and I am also a representative of the Senju clan. Besides, I also want to know who will be the Hokage in the end, so I want to stay here. What's wrong? Tsunade glared coldly and said, do you mean to tell me that I, the sister of the clan, can't beat you? Sister. Toshiki smiled bitterly and cast a look of help to Jiraiya. For this Tsunade-sama who is a headache for the Senju clan, known as the most talented after the 2 Hokages, who is the most talented, no one can stop her. In the past, apart from being a gambler, he was quite reasonable, but after experiencing the incidents of Rope Tree and Dan, everything is different. Tsunade, it's okay, Tosai is already 20 years old, and the others have already become little brats. Don't keep preaching to him. After all, he is only one step away from being an elite jonin. Jiraiya hurriedly came to the rescue. There are already many footsteps around, and someone will come soon. As soon as that kid came here, he closed his eyes and rested without talking. I am a little uncomfortable with it. Go and have a look. Although the level of ninjas is forcibly raised during such a war, as a descendant of the Senju clan, their physique and strength are above ordinary people. As a member of the same Sunin, Jiraiya's words are still somewhat convincing. Tsunade glared at Tosai, then turned and walked towards Chinyu. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Huxi smiled helplessly, looked at Chinyu, and said, Jiraiya, have you made up your mind? I don't think Chinyu is a bad person. Really? Jiraiya glanced back and sighed, it seems that after you came into contact with him, you also found that the blood Ashura is different from the rumors in the outside world. It's just that there are too few people who can come into contact with him. We have made a decision, but things will change a lot. No one can guess the final result. We can only try to minimize the conflict. Seeing that even the 3 ninjas felt helpless, Huxi also fell into silence and clenched his fists secretly. Chinyu didn't take everything in the outside world to heart. Being invincible is lonely. Although he hasn't reached this point yet, he also likes to add more color to his boring life. Otherwise, people will get moldy. If there is a fight, Chinyu hopes that this farce will be more violent. Let him toss it well. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned Hell Thrust four-handed penetration, whether to reach the maximum level with one click. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in Chinyu's mind. After killing the 3rd Raikage that day, in order to hurry along the way, he threw all the ninjutsu scrolls he had looted behind his mind. I thought that no one would bring precious ninjutsu scrolls to the battlefield when participating in a war. No one would carry forbidden techniques with them. However, cage-level strongmen obviously cannot be evaluated by common sense. In their eyes, perhaps there is no such thing as defeat or even death in battle. So Chinyu got 4 forbidden technique scrolls from the 3rd Raikage by chance. The first of them is the Hell Thrust four-handed penetration, which is known as the strongest spear. Chinyu was so bored that he remembered that these ninjutsu had not been entered. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Chinyu gave the order directly. Host, please wait. Congratulations to the host. The prison thorns for Ben Guanxiao successfully succeeded. She still looks like she is in the early 20s. Tsunade stared fiercely. However, there was a trace of crimson on her cheeks. Chinyu laughed dryly, without any hesitation. You! Tsunade exploded instantly, the crisp sound of her finger bones came out, and she was about to give Chinyu a punch, but soon she lost her temper. Do you still remember Shizuan? Shizuan? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, of course I remember, isn't she at the front line base? Yes, she was recalled to the base a few days ago, and she will probably return to Konoha village today, but I can't find your contact information, so let me tell you. Tsunade said after hesitating for a moment. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly, saying such words at this juncture. This is full of flirting. Haha, little brat, I thought you ran away directly. The voice of the third Hokage came suddenly, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the field. Chinyu and others looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that behind the third Hokage, there were two major Konoha advisors, Midaman and Utane Koharu. However, the expressions of the two looked a little ugly. Following closely behind, there were also major Konoha families, and other civilians and ninjas pouring in from all directions. As soon as those ninjas appeared, they immediately went on alert and diverted the crowd to the audience seats. At the same time, people were dispatched to stand guard. For a while, everything was carried out in an orderly manner, just like the Chunin exam in the original Naruto work. Hokage, all security arrangements have been completed, and the Konoha sealed gate will be temporarily closed during this period. Yui Shinko leaped in front of the third Hokage, and couldn't help but glance at Chinyu, with a smile on his face. At the border outpost, they had lived and died together. Although he was just a bystander throughout the whole process, he was at least a comrade in life and death. It was for this reason that the third Hokage gave him the task of security. Very good, this Hokage election is related to the future of our Konoha ninja village, and there must be no changes. The previous elections will also open the sealed gate, so there must be no mistakes. The third Hokage nodded and said. However, the last words were obviously said to Chinyu intentionally or unintentionally. Lead the other clan leaders to sit down. Jiraiya took over the conversation and ordered. I know, Master Jiraiya. Yui Shinku nodded in agreement, looked at Chinyu and said, Boy, I haven't seen you for a while, and I heard that you have become stronger again. Go see Hong when you have time. That girl has been talking about improving her strength recently, so as not to be a drag next time. I am afraid that she will not be able to get married in the future if she stays at home like that. Haha, it's not good for you to sell hard like this, Zhenhong. Now is the era of young people. Moonlight Hei, who was standing aside, smiled and nodded at Chinyu, and directly pulled Ziri Zhenhong away. The third Hokage touched his chin and smiled and said, Boy, it seems that you are very popular, but it's getting late. Let's put off the old gathering and deal with the business first. All clan leaders, you should also go and wait for a while. After saying this, the third Hokage also walked to the first seat on the platform. The seats for the Hokage and the high-level advisors of Konoha village were not there. The seats on both sides were reserved for the major families of Konoha ninja village. As for the Uchiha clan, there were also some, but they were specially assigned to the side. Is that the representative of the Uchiha clan for the Hokage election, the blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu? As soon as the clan leaders sat down, their eyes fell on Chinyu intentionally or unintentionally. It can be said that this Hokage election was caused by Chinyu. But each of their clans also has the qualifications to run for election. However, whoever wants to take the lead in front of the blood Ashura of Konoha still needs to weigh it. Haha, do you Yamanaka clan want to compete for the seat of the fourth Hokage? The old man of the Nara clan laughed dryly and said, if so, I can support it, so that the reputation of Inoshikajo can spread far and wide. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of other family representatives also lit up slightly. In the Third Ninja World War, in addition to the yellow flash of Konoha, many Konoha ninjas also made a name for themselves in the ninja world. Among them, the younger generations of the representatives of the three clans of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi also made a name for themselves as the Inoshikacho. Uriald Nara, Aaron trademark you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue off? The old patriarch of the Yamanaka clan glared at him and said, oh, we three clans don't trademark know how much weight we have. It trademark s okay to brag outside, but you trademark d better forget about running for the seat of Hokage. According to me, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, is proficient in soft fist and Byakugan, and has a powerful means of absolute defense. He also has prestige in the ninja world and is enough to serve as the 4th generation Hokage. The old Hyuga clan leader, who was originally sitting at the head of the clan leaders, almost spit out a mouthful of tea. After glaring at the old men, he said, "You are all afraid of chaos in the world. Hisashi is good, but how deep is the water in Konoha? Do you still plan to roll up your trousers and try it? Aren't you afraid of drowning directly?" At this point, the old Hyuga clan leader looked at the seat on the other side and said, "The Sarutobi clan, the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage, Shinosuke, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, is very powerful and has enough prestige. He should be qualified to serve as the 4th Hokage. The Kurama clan's genius illusion ninja, Kurama Shirakawa, is only 18 years old, but he has already reached the elite ninja. As the only family that can surpass the Uchiha clan in illusion attainments, it cannot be ignored. Senju Tosai of the Senju clan is proficient in water escape and has the style of the 2nd generation Hokage. It is rumored that he is still studying lightning escape and trying to push the ninjutsu to the extreme. He has developed a more powerful ninjutsu and is very active on the battlefield. Looking at the old Hyuga clan leader who knew everything like the back of his hand, the clan leaders around him also listened with relish and sipped their tea from time to time. By the way, old Hyuga, you seem to have ignored the Hotaki clan and the Namikaze clan. The Nara clan leader, who always wanted to cause chaos in the world, interrupted. You don't think they are not qualified, do you? The old Hyuga clan leader glared at him, but he knew that this wise general of Konoha liked to talk nonsense, so he didn't care. He pinched his white beard and said, "Hotaki clan, if White Fang was still there, he would have a 70% chance of becoming the 4th generation Hokage. Unfortunately, the mission that day failed, which made him unable to get over the hurdle in his heart, and people's words are scary. Earth Hotaki clan originally had a small number of people, but this generation produced a Hotaki Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, who lived up to his reputation. He became a jonin at the age of 13 and made great contributions at the Kanekun Bridge. He can be said to be the backbone of Konoha in the future." Chapter 165 An existence that cannot be commented on. Old Hyuga, do you think Kakashi will achieve greater success in the future? I heard that a big thing happened in the Battle of Kanekun Bridge. The old Nara clan leader continued. The old Hyuga clan leader glared at him again and said, "Inara, you big mouth, Haven trademark T, you heard of talking about the past? You always interrupt me." Looking at the complaining old Hyuga, the old Nara clan leader didn't trademark T take it to heart and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Go on, go on. Humph, with Hotaki Kakashi's talent, he may not only be able to learn the true teachings of White Fang in the future, but he may even surpass his master. In the Konohagakure, his achievements are not comparable to those of us old men. The old Hyuga clan leader snorted unhappily and continued. As for Minato of the Namikaze clan, he is a contemporary genius. The yellow flash on the battlefield is terrifying. Not only is his character, personality, and strength first class, he is simply convincing. He also has a 70% chance of winning the seat of the 4th Hokage. Hearing the name of Namikaze Minato, the old guys present all nodded in agreement, asking themselves if they were not as good as him. Looking at the changes in everyone's expressions, the old Hyuga clan leader was also very pleased, with a smile on his face, saying, "Don't forget, there are also 2 of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya and Tsunade. If they participate, I'm afraid even the younger generations like Minato will have to stand back." Eden trademark T forget, the 3 ninjas were brought up by the 3rd Hokage, Minato Namikaze was Jiraiya trademark S disciple, and Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, so they have a deep foundation. Facing this speech, the clan leaders present also froze, and looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya for a while. Since the defection of Orochimaru among the 3 ninjas, the 3 ninjas have disappeared in the Konohagakure. This time, not only Jiraiya is personally responsible for the Hokage election, but Tsunade is also back. It is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation this time. Ahaha, old man Hyuga, you still like to give advice. The old man has not come out for so long, and I also want to hear what Shisui and Chinyu of our Uchiha clan think of them. An old voice instantly broke the atmosphere in the field, which seemed a bit out of place. The Uchiha clan, wearing the uniforms of the Konoha Guard, walked quickly under the leadership of 3 old men. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku and others were also surrounded in the middle. Uchiha Ishii, who was on the side, would look at Fugaku and others with a vigilant look every few steps. Facing the unfathomable Uchiha Chinyu, they did not have the confidence to leave the hostages in the mansion. In their eyes, only in front of the entire Konoha ninja village and the Hokage election, Uchiha Chinyu would be cautious. By the way, I am so confused that I forgot that you didn't count Itaki. He is only 7 years old now, but he graduated from the ninja school. Uchiha Huo touched Itaka's head with his skinny hand. Uchiha Itaka hated this kind of behavior, but for the sake of his parents and his safety, he could only grit his teeth and endure it silently. His big dark eyes kept scanning the scene. When he saw Chinyu's figure, his eyes lit up. Humph, old man Huo, I am not interested in your Uchiha clan, but from the names of these 3 people you spit out, it seems that you 3 old men who can step into the coffin with half a foot, you value them very much. The old Hyuga clan leader snorted coldly. Facing Uchiha Huo's show-off, he was obviously dissatisfied. However, in the face of all this, Uchiha Huo did not take it to heart, and laughed dryly and said, "Since you didn't pay attention, old man Hyuga, then be more careful in the future, we the Uchiha clan has 3 geniuses. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Mikoto is pregnant again. If she gives birth to a brother who is 1/3 of Itaki, he should also be considered a little genius." At this point, Uchiha Huo's face, like dry bark, flashed a trace of pride, and yawned, "Don't mind, I'm a more direct person. Lord Hokage is looking here, and time is not good to continue delaying. As the initiator of the Hokage election, I will go to rest first, and you continue." After leaving this naked show-off, Uchiha Huo walked to the independent position with a group of juniors. Damn, this old man Huo hasn't come out for a long time, and he's so arrogant so soon. The old patriarch of the Inyazuka clan was obviously a little impatient. After a cold snort, he finally lost his temper. The old patriarchs around also expressed their opinions. Facing such naked show-off, they could not swallow their breath. Okay, let's not be unconvinced. This time, the Uchiha clan is indeed a little perverted. The old patriarch of the Hyuga clan waved his hand, and the slight anger on his face also dissipated. The turbid old eyes swept through the people of the Uchiha clan one by one, and finally fell on Chinyu, who was sitting alone in the audience. In the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, that kid, was originally unpredictable. He could be the patriarch for more than 20 years. Without some tricks, he could not suppress those guys. The old patriarch of the Hyuga clan continued. Moreover, the instant body Shisui and the genius Uchiha Itaki are also not to be ignored. Compared with Minato, Shisui is only a step behind. Faced with this speech, the old clan leaders present were silent. They were not convinced in their hearts, but they could not deny it. The strength was in front of them. 3 geniuses in one family, how brilliant! In any ninja village, it would definitely be able to overwhelm other families. Old Hyuga, did you forget to comment on Uchiha Chinyu? The old Nara clan leader suddenly spoke. This time, there was less frivolous smiles and more solemnity, which made others feel that the atmosphere had changed. It can be said that all the changes this time, as well as the attack by the Uchiha clan, came from this person. But the Third Ninja World War was able to end early, and the damage to the Konoha ninja village was reduced. This young man also has an indelible credit. If they really have to find an adjective. The young man in front of them gave them the feeling that he was both good and evil. The old Hyuga clan leader was silent. After staring at Chinyu for a while, he shook his head and sighed, "I can't see through it, I really can't see through it. This kid is the only one I can't see through. I have lived for many years and never thought there would be such a strange person. Obviously a genius, but he has been lurking for more than 10 years. Once he shows his edge, he gives people an unfathomable feeling. He is an existence that I can't comment on." As soon as these words fell, there was a dead silence in the field. Perhaps it was because the Hyuga clan was the 3rd largest clan after the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and their style of doing things and family traditions were very strict on weekdays, so no one in the field refuted the comments of the old Hyuga clan leader. There was no verbal rebuttal. If they could still talk and laugh just now, but now when Uchiha Chinyu was mentioned, it felt like a mountain was pressing on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 166 A Clean and Neat Solution. Chinyu, you are finally back. Uchiha Shisui suddenly landed in front of Chinyu. Uncle and the others fell into the hands of the 3 elders. I hope you will not be impulsive. Chinyu saw the appearance of the 3 elders and the situation of Uchiha Fugaku and others early in the morning. His eyes turned slightly and met with Uchiha Huo. Hehe, Xiaoyu, we meet again. The audience seats where Qin was located were only a dozen meters away from the seats of the Uchiha clan. This also shows that the Uchiha clan was marginalized. Elder Huo, let me bring him back. Uchiha Shi's face darkened slightly, and he turned and walked towards Qin. For anyone, ambition is everywhere. Especially after gaining power, greed arises. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan is very good, but if possible, Uchiha Shi wants to go a step further. Although he knows that this is a luxury, the current situation allows this hateful boy to make a fool of himself in public, and at the same time kill his spirit, and know that his current situation is not bad. When he thought of this, Uchiha Shi showed a playful smile on his face, and walked towards Qin with a step that did not recognize his relatives. Uchiha Shisui's face changed slightly, and he obviously saw through Uchiha Shi's thoughts. He couldn't help but lower his voice and reminded, Qin, no matter what happens in a while, you have to bear it, we will solve it. Oh. Qin smiled warmly and said, so you already have a way, this should be considered good news. After the words fell, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this too smooth? However, before he could speak, Uchiha Shi had already arrived first. Uchiha Kainu, you are finally back. The three elders have invited you. Hurry up and pay your respects. After looking up and down, Uchiha Shi smiled playfully and said, by the way, I am the head of the Uchiha clan now. You call me Shi clan leader, and if you want Fugaku and attack it to be safe, you should listen to me and do it, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the indifferent Qin, Uchiha Shi raised his hand and planned to pat Qin cheek in public. If this move can succeed, it will be in front of the entire Konoha ninja village. This is definitely an honor. Who dares to be so arrogant and slap the bloody Ashura in public? However, as soon as this hand stretched out, a flash of lightning flashed in front of his eyes. Under the splashing of blood arrows, the huge head flew up, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Uchiha Shi's pupils suddenly shrank, his face was full of disbelief, the world was spinning. There was also a familiar headless body standing in the same place, which made him completely unexpected that Qin killed him without saying a word. No. It should be said that he didn't even talk. Bang! The huge head hit the ground heavily, and the blood splashed, shaking the nerves of everyone in the field. Crazy! This is the venue for the Hokage election, and killing people in public is too shocking. Qin, what are you doing? Uchiha Shisui's face changed drastically. He had imagined that Qin would not cooperate, but he never thought that he would kill someone just because of a disagreement. Nothing. Qin smiled warmly, I just like it the most, and others are not polite. That's saved, I always play the favor card. After the voice fell, Qin looked at Uchiha Huo and the other two and said, do you think they can be your bargaining chips? Wrong. The small voice sounded like the death god urging his life. The crackling lightning instantly bloomed on Qin body. The next moment, everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. Uchiha Qin was like a thunderbolt across the sky, spanning more than 10 meters, and appeared in front of Uchiha Huo in the blink of an eye. Do it, don't hold back. Uchiha Kagami's expression suddenly changed, his dry bark-like face was full of disbelief. He never expected that things would completely deviate from his calculations. Forbidden technique, fire sealing seal. 5 members of the Uchiha clan flashed out in an instant, with a horn-like posture, and in the moment they were in mid-air, their hands quickly formed a series of seals. Bang! The flames burst out directly from their bodies, condensed into 5 fire snakes out of thin air, and turned into a streak of silk and rushed straight towards Qin. However, as soon as they approached, the blood-colored pupil power, under the crazy rotation of the 9 Megatama Sharingan, it turned into an invisible barrier and instantly blocked the attacking fire snakes. Under a shake, it turned into Susanoo, who looked like Shura. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. People outside all knew that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan suddenly changed, and Fugaku was under house arrest. There must be a conflict within the family. This is the most common thing. However, no one expected that Qin solution would be so clean and neat. Kill as soon as they meet. This is too cruel. 9 Megatama Sharingan. The old Hyuga clan leader's cloudy eyes lit up and said, is this the powerful eye technique that only Uchiha Madara possesses in the Uchiha clan? Although I have heard about it a long time ago, it is really shocking to see it with my own eyes. But how does that old man Huo plan to deal with it? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face became more urgent. With the help of 5 Uchiha clan ninjas, they cast a ceiling barrier to restrict Qin Yu. Uchiha Huo and others also pulled back and quickly opened up the distance. At the same time, Uchiha Huo suddenly put his hands together and roared angrily. Do it! As the old man shouted, dozens of Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. 3 Megatama and double Megatama were everywhere, and Uchiha Huo's turbid left eye turned out to be a 3-pointed star kaleidoscope. It seems that in addition to Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan also had unknown family history in the blank decades. Only one Mangekyo Sharingan was opened, which is intriguing. Illusion Eye overlapping space. Uchiha Huo shouted fiercely, and the only Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning wildly. The pupil power fluctuations of the Uchiha clan members around them were synchronized in an instant. The next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. All the Uchiha clan members turned their eyes into 3-pointed star kaleidoscopes at the same time. A huge illusion fluctuation rushed towards Qin Yu like a frenzy. Kurama Kingyun, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? Uchiha Huo roared. Qin Yu's sudden attack had completely disrupted his plan. The only thing he could do was to use this illusion eye and the power of the Sharingan of all his clansmen to strengthen the power of illusion to the extreme. Directly change Uchiha Qin Yu's memory and turn him into a puppet under his command. It can be said that this move is similar to Uchiha Shisui's eye technique. Chapter 167 Illusion Eye 7-Colored Illusion Dragon. Kurama Kingyun, don't forget what you promised me. Uchiha Huo tried his best to push the 3-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme. Scarlet blood even overflowed from his pupils. However, facing this scene, Uchiha Huo still did not dare to take it lightly. In the huge Konoha ninja village, in addition to Yui Shinkuro who was proficient in illusion, the Kurama clan was the one that could suppress the Uchiha clan. So before the Hokage election, Uchiha Huo had been colluding with the Kurama clan in private. Intended to use the 3-pointed star Sharingan in this sudden situation to bring the Kurama clan's unique illusion talent to the extreme. Completely Qin Yu's destroy the consciousness and make it into his own consciousness puppet. This powerful force has long made Uchiha Huo salivate. Kurama Kingyun's wrinkled cheeks trembled. According to his agreement, the Uchiha clan took over the position of Hokage and then attacked Qin Yu privately. Now he was suddenly dragged into the water publicly. But looking at the Susanoo that Uchiha Qin Yu performed, he suddenly stopped. This unconscious action made Kurama Kingyun's face show a hint of joy. The illusion worked. As long as he made a little more effort and used the power of Uchiha Huo's 3-pointed star Sharingan to gather the illusions together, he might really be able to wash away Qin Yu's personal consciousness. At that time, as long as the Uchiha clan took the position of Hokage, their Kurama clan, which was gradually declining in population, would have a way to change. Do it! Kurama Kingyun thought of this and shouted in a hurry. The 7 or 8 clansmen following him set off one after another. His hands suddenly formed seals, and powerful illusion fluctuations emerged instantly. In an instant, with the help of Uchiha Huo's 3-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan, it was strengthened. Dozens of people attacked at the same time, and the violent illusion power gathered into a huge colorful vortex in the void. The next moment, a trace of madness flashed across Uchiha Huo's face, and he roared fiercely. Illusion Eye 7-Colored Illusion Dragon. Arrogant boy, you will fall asleep obediently. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant and unwilling to obey our arrangements. The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. At the moment when Uchiha Huo put his hands together, the huge colorful vortex accumulated in the sky seemed to be pulled. Roar! The sound of dragon roar tore through the 9 heavens, and the huge 7-colored illusion dragon of dozens of meters turned into a streak and rushed directly towards Qin Yu. The Susanoo wrapped around his body, known as an absolute defense, was directly penetrated at this moment, as if transparent. Uchiha Qin Yu did not make any defensive moves, and the colorful phantom dragon directly drilled into his body. Bang! The air roared, and everyone only saw Qin Yu's body tremble slightly, and the Susanoo known as an absolute defense collapsed. A pair of eyes seemed to have lost their spirit. Success! A trace of ecstasy flashed across the face of the second elder Uchiha Long. This time it was a desperate move. After all, Qin Yu's methods were unfathomable, and they had heard a lot about it. So even if a plan was made at the beginning, intending to combine the illusion ability of the Kurama clan with the pupil power of the Uchiha clan, and then drive Uchiha Huo's three-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan to cast the colorful phantom dragon. This seems simple, but each step is linked together. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible to subdue Uchiha Kainu, known as the Blood Ashura of Konoha. Not to mention erasing his memory and becoming a puppet in their hands. Something happened. Jiraiya, stop them quickly. The third Hokage's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. This seemingly tedious scene, in fact, from Uchiha Kainu's sudden killing to Uchiha Huo's direct showdown, using the colorful phantom dragon of the three-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. It took only half a minute. In addition to being shocked, there was no time to react. Jiraiya did not stop at all, and took the lead in using the instant body technique and disappeared on the spot. Looking at this scene, the third Hokage still couldn't hold back and stood up. Sarutobi, isn't this the best opportunity to solve the problem? Mito Kato suddenly grabbed the third Hokage's hand. Facing this speech, Yuta and Koharu also nodded in silence. In their eyes, it was a good thing that the Uchiha clan had taken action to solve the worry of Uchiha Chinyu. However, just as this thought emerged in their minds, the words that fell into their ears the next moment made them nervous. You think that kid is too simple? The third-generation Hokage broke free from Mitoman Yan's hand and said, I'm just afraid that someone will lose patience. After leaving this, he spoke inexplicably. The third-generation Hokage did not stop at all, and he withdrew and performed the instant body technique and disappeared on the spot. The third elder Uchiha Yu always paid attention to the movements on the Hokage stage. Seeing Jiraiya and the third-generation Hokage attacking at the same time, he immediately lost his patience and shouted, Huo, quickly perform the sealing technique, and the others follow me to stop all the troublemakers. After the voice fell, Uchiha Yu did not stop at all, and rushed to Jiraiya and the third-generation Hokage with the children of the clan. The sudden scene made the two people, who were originally anxious, directly tied their hands and feet. They held the idea of making a big deal out of a small matter, and looked at the Uchiha clan members who were blocking them, and did not do anything. They could only watch Uchiha Huo take out the seal scroll. The scroll, about 1 meter high, was opened directly. This is a bit similar to the Fourth Ninja World War. When dealing with the impure world reincarnation, various seals were recorded in the scroll in advance. At the critical moment, the seal can be performed without hand seals and manpower. Although the power cannot be guaranteed, Chinyu is now hit by the 7-colored phantom dragon. This seal is just a matter of hand. Seal. Uchiha Huo roared, and the scroll in his hand quickly unfolded, like a piece of cloth, and quickly wrapped around Chinyu's body. Seeing that Chinyu was instantly wrapped like a mummy, there were mysterious seals all over the seal, forming the final suppression. Uchiha Huo's face lit up with joy, and without thinking too much, he rushed over. Whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and everyone's nerves were tense. Then they saw shurikens shooting down from the sky, directly stopping Uchiha Huo's actions. At the same time, 2 figures fell from the sky and landed beside the sealed Chinyu. Hehe, I didn't expect that I would be delivered to my door after being late. Thank you for your gift. Danzo's hoarse voice sounded, and the remaining half of his cheek tied with bandages showed ecstasy. He originally planned to appear as the last one to disrupt the Hokage election at a critical moment. But the seal battle in front of him made him completely unable to hold back. Chapter 168 Uchiha Forbidden Technique. The huge venue seemed dead silent. The sudden scene was completely beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Especially seeing this superb offensive and defensive battle. This is not as simple as you and I throwing a few shurikens and kunao. Although Danzo's move lowered the level, the intervention of multiple forces obviously made the whole thing more unexpected and surprising. Danzo, you dare to ruin my good thing. Uchiha Huo's face changed drastically and he roared angrily. This was the result that he spent a lot of effort and the final means to get. However, at this time of harvest, someone got there first. This feeling is like I took off my pants and you told me it was a big eagle. Haha, old man Huo, thank you very much, I have to take this thing. Danzo smiled playfully and said, Tianzo, do it. Tianzo, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly put his hands together, and while frantically driving the chakra in his body, he intended to secretly take away the sealed Chinyu underground. However, as soon as this thought came up, the scene that came into view at the next moment shook everyone's nerves. Puff! The blood splattered, giving people a shocking feeling. In the mummy-like seal, a hand wrapped in lightning suddenly stretched out like thunder and pierced through Danzo's back. The scarlet blood, under the flashing lightning, shook everyone's nerves. Seeing Qin Yu walking out of the seal without any problem, everyone took a breath. After a show of heaven, dozens of people joined forces to use the three-pointed star Manjakaya Sharingan to cast the colorful phantom dragon, but it was useless. Danzo also lost his life. This gift was a bit of a joke. I'm sorry to make you happy for nothing. I just wanted to see what tricks you have, but I didn't expect that the bottom of the box was just an illusion. Qin Yu smiled warmly. He slowly pulled his hand out of Danzo's chest, and the blood-stained right hand rubbed against his clothes. Don't worry, old Danzo won't die. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body, looked at Uchiha Huo and said, now it's my turn. The small voice sounded like the death urging at this moment. Qin Yu, don't mess around, we just want to recommend you to become Hokage, don't forget that we still have hostages in our hands. Uchiha Huo was anxious. Even the biggest killer couldn't wash away Qin Yu's consciousness, not to mention that even his pupil power was overdrawn. However, when he turned around, there was no hostage behind him. The scene that seemed to be sure of victory just now made them completely ignore the existence of Uchiha Fugaku and others. Moreover, they still underestimated the former family patriarch. In the original work, he was able to use the Manjakaya Sharingan to intimidate Uchiha Itachi. That's not a good idea. Retreat, everyone retreat. Uchiha Huo was stunned for a moment, woke up in a hurry, and roared in a hurry. It's too late, my lovely elder. Qin Yu smiled warmly. At this moment, it gave people a feeling as if the god of death was calling for his life. The moment his eyes widened, the 9 Magadama Manjakaya Sharingan turned wildly. Amaterasu. The black flames rose up on Uchiha Huo's body without any warning. Water style, water dragon bullet. Uchiha Long quickly formed a seal with both hands. The water dragon roared and rushed directly to Uchiha Huo's body. Bang! The water splashed, although the power of the water dragon bullet was deliberately suppressed, just to save people. But facing the flames still burning in the water, people's faces turned pale. Is this the black flame that cannot be extinguished in the rumor? Someone couldn't help but point it out first. I heard that Blood Ashura controls the 3 major eye techniques, the Amaterasu that cannot be extinguished, the illusion that is like a dream demon, and the absolute defense Susanoo. Any one of them is enough to make people laugh at the ninja world. The scene was boiling all of a sudden, and many people's faces changed drastically. But there were also some crazy people who cast strange eyes, and some younger teenagers flashed with awe and respect. It can be said that everyone has a heroic dream in their hearts. Under such public eyes, the swift and resolute means can be said to be shaking people's hearts. Qin Yu, it's done. Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly sounded. He who had disappeared, with Itachi and Mikoto, reappeared in the scene, saying, they are always the elders of the Uchiha clan, and their starting point is not wrong, but they use the wrong means. And, you have done enough. Looking at Fugaku who suddenly appeared and the saintly words, Qin Yu smiled and shook his head and said, Uncle, you are still the same, you know that this will eventually destroy the entire Uchiha clan? If you don't make a decision, you will lose your footing. However, since you helped me grow up, this time I will repay your kindness. Qin Yu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the 9 Magadama Sharingan turned again, and Amaterasu was instantly lifted. However, due to this delay, Uchiha Huo has grown half a charcoal. Elder Huo. Uchiha Shisui instantly landed beside him and hurried to check. However, just as he activated the Sharingan, the scene reflected in his pupils the next moment shook their nerves. Uchiha Huo, who had already turned into charcoal, suddenly opened his only remaining right eye, and his right hand was as fast as lightning, directly grabbing Shisui's left eye. At this close distance, Shisui has a powerful instant body technique. But he never thought that Uchiha Huo, who was originally seriously injured, would suddenly grab his eyes like a person who had nothing wrong. You really know the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. A playful voice suddenly came. While Uchiha Huo's face changed drastically, a figure wrapped in lightning struck down in the air like a thunderbolt. Thunder release Yufu Shenli. Bang! The kick, which was as powerful as thunder, instantly collided with Uchiha Huo's hand. Shisui was also barely pulled away by Fugaku, and had just retreated 7 or 8 meters. That amazing kick landed heavily on Uchiha Huo's chest. Bang! Blood splattered, and the whole person was crushed like a watermelon. The ground was even more unbearable, and it collapsed with a rumble, spreading cracks like spider webs. The area within a radius of 100 meters collapsed directly and sank 5 or 6 meters. The flying stones, like sharp blades, made people withdraw violently. When all the dust was dispersed, the scene that fell into everyone's eyes shook their nerves. Uchiha Huo, who was crushed by Chinyu's foot, was standing more than 10 meters away, with his eyes closed, blood gushing out of his eye sockets, staining the clothes on his chest red. Uchiha Huo, who was supposed to be dead, stood alive in front of everyone. The strange scene made people shudder without fighting, and the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan mentioned by Chinyu appeared in their minds. Chapter 169 One-sided situation. Uchiha Chinyu, you are really powerful. Uchiha Huo, with bloodshot eyes, said gloomily, if you listen to us obediently and accept the arrangement to become Hokage, this is for the honor of the family, why do you resist? For any Uchiha clan member, the thought that is instilled is to become the strongest of the clan, and then seize the position of Hokage that even the ancestor Uchiha Madara wants to get involved in. This is the highest honor. It can be said that in the mind of the previous Chinyu, although he was a mediocre little person, he also had this kind of ideological burden. It's a pity that the Chinyu in front of him is no longer the Chinyu of the past. Sorry, I am not interested in your conspiracy and family mission. Chinyu glanced at Uchiha Shisui and Fugaku beside him and said, I'm not like those idiots, so Virgin Mary. This statement did not specify the identity, but even Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's cheeks could not help but get hot. Just now they wanted to be kind and rescue Uchiha Hai who was on the verge of death, and almost even Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan was dug out. This is completely a case of being struck by lightning for being kind. However, given the current situation, I'm afraid we should first think about how to clean up the mess. Chinyu, don't be too impulsive. Jiraiya landed on Chinyu's side first. Recalling the attacks one after another, Jiraiya was still in shock. Especially the 7-colored phantom dragon, even he was not sure to resist it. The thought of the two major illusion families in Konoha secretly joining forces, the result is terrifying. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chinyu. Recalling the ruthlessness of killing people just now, and the powerful means, it was like a big stone pressing on the chest. If there is nothing, I will go back and rest first. As for the broken position of Hokage, I am not interested. However, I don't like trouble, but it doesn't mean I am afraid of trouble. Chinyu said this, looked around the field, and turned around and left. Looking at this handsome back, the field was dead silent. He was killing people just a moment ago, but now he waved his hand without taking away a cloud. This guy doesn't play by the rules. Stop! Shan Zhongfeng suddenly flashed out and landed in front of the third generation of Hokage, with a face full of grief and indignation. Hokage, you have to give justice to Danzo. He is willing to act as a bad guy and defend the interests of Konoha for Konoha. It's just that this time, Uchiha Chinyu suddenly killed the hero of Konoha Ninja Village. If he is allowed to leave as if nothing happened, where is the fairness of our Konoha Ninja Village? The voice of Er Chang was filled with righteousness between the lines, which moved all the Konoha ninjas in the field. Especially the private collusion between the Uchiha clan and the Kurama clan just now. And this forced election of Hokage, plus the long-standing resentment against the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere of the scene was directly one-sided. Some of Denzo's hidden chess pieces in the crowd were the first to lose their temper. Hokage, Yamanaka Feng is right. Denzo has been working hard for our Konoha Ninja Village. He died unclearly and let the criminals. I'm afraid that if I leave in a swagger, I won't be able to convince the crowd. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama is one of the 3 great advisors of Konoha. Even if he has no merit, he has worked hard. Uchiha Kainyo killed Danzo-sama over a disagreement. This is a serious crime. Hokage-sama. The scene was boiling all of a sudden, with a flurry of accusations. In the eyes of most people, this time it was not only about denouncing Chinyu's guilt, but more about the fear of unknown strength. Facing Chinyu's unknown strength, staying in Konoha village is like a time bomb. Chapter 170 A few coffin boards can't suppress it. Sarutobi, Yamanaka Feng and the others are right. This time the situation is a bit serious. Mitamonen and Udadan Koharu also hurried over. Looking at Denzo, whose chest was covered in blood and whose eyes were wide open, he looked dead. As one of the 3 major advisors of Konoha, when facing Uchiha Chinyu, the feeling of powerlessness was inevitably a taste of grief for the rabbit's death and the fox's grief. Seeing that these two old stubborn people had also expressed their opinions, Jiraiya looked anxious, and was about to say something but stopped, and was stopped by Qin Yu's hand. Haha, Shan Zhongfeng, if Danzou knew that you did this for him, I'm afraid even the coffin wouldn't be able to hold you down. Qin Yu laughed dryly, looking at Danzou lying on the ground, and said, I didn't want to expose you and let you spend time with me, but your beloved subordinates don't want to. Danzou, Izanagi is quite useful. After the inexplicable words fell, Qin Yu's right hand swung out like lightning. A kunao wrapped in lightning shot straight at the corpse on the ground. Bang! White smoke rose into the sky, and the sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Danzou, who was lying on the ground and dead, he actually disintegrated like light smoke and became a piece of wood. This is the substitute technique. This scene made the people who had just spoken out in support startled. It feels like my IQ was rubbed on the ground. There was a burning feeling on my cheeks. This slap in the face came too quickly. No possibility, I clearly felt that Danzou was killed just now, how could I be wrong? Shan Zhongfeng was full of disbelief. The Yamanaka clan is the strongest perception ninja clan in Konoha village. In every major war, they act as liaisons to cover the entire battlefield. This is enough to show that the Yamanaka clan has a strong perception ability, so it also indirectly shows the credibility of Yamanaka Feng's words. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Yamanaka Feng, who was eager to prove that he was not wrong, quickly put his hands together and exerted the perception ninjutsu to the extreme. The next moment, he looked directly at the crowd in one direction. This glance made Qin Yu smile and shook his head and said, Danzou, your subordinate's brain was really kicked by a donkey. Not only did he help you to get ahead, but he also pointed out your whereabouts in public. This time, you can't be suppressed even if there are more coffin boards. Shan Zhongfeng was stunned. Looking at the figure who was shaking with anger and could kill him tens of thousands of times with just his eyes, his mind completely fell to the bottom. Worry makes you confused. Just as Qin Yu said, if Danzou is really not dead, he must have a secret. His actions now are like flipping over Danzou's coffin, and then pointing at the corpse to tell others that he has no penis. Completely exposed the secret that Danzou tried hard to hide. It's Danzou's breath. Jiraiya's expression also changed. In the moment just now, he also opened the perception barrier. Danzou, who was already dead, appeared alive in front of everyone. He deliberately hid himself. This is the rhythm of trying to cover up the truth. If Qin Yu's words just now are correct, Izanagi is still a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. How did Danzou, who is not a member of the Uchiha clan, perform it? This is really intriguing. Danzou-sama. I didn't mean it. Yamazaki rushed towards Danzou quickly. As soon as he approached, the slap in the face was so powerful that it felt like he was going to kill you. Bang! The huge force directly knocked Yamazaki to the ground. Danzou, who was wearing an Anbu mask, was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he still couldn't calm down, and finally uttered a vulgar word. Danzou, your sister. Chapter 171 picked up an arm Sharingan. Danzou-sama. Yamazaki lay on the ground, covering half of his cheek, like a resentful young wife. Shut up! Danzou roared, he wanted to kill Shan Zhongfeng with one palm. He had planned to find an excuse to push the matter away afterwards. He didn't expect Shan Zhongfeng to come with a final blow and overturn his entire plan. Now in the public eye, it would be difficult to get away with it. When he thought of this, Danzou almost broke the kunao in his hand. Especially facing the unfathomable Uchiha Qin Yu, who seemed to be in control of everything, he felt that he had nowhere to hide when he met those eyes. This kid must not be kept. Danzou, take off the mask. The third-generation Hokage shouted gloomily. At first, the third-generation Hokage was still thinking about how to deal with the killing of Danzou, but now he hopes that Danzou will die. The third-generation Hokage has also heard of Izanagi's eye technique. It is an illusion that has reached its peak and can a powerful means to switch between reality and illusion. Even if he was fatally injured, he could use Izanagi to invalidate the attack. If it wasn't for the high price he paid, which required sacrificing a Sharingan, it would definitely be called an invincible technique. Now that Danzou has come back to life, Qin Yu has exposed it in public. If all this is true, it's hard to get off the tiger. As for the origin of the Sharingan, it will become the trigger point for the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Midaman Yan's face turned pale. When he thought of the righteous accusation against Chinyu just now, Danzo's survival would be a slap in his face. Looking at Danzo, who was hesitant, he hurried forward to take Danzo's mask. Danzo, take off the mask and prove your innocence. Looking at Midaman Yan, who was still trying to struggle in the end, he actually attacked violently, which even Danzo didn't expect. By the time he reacted, the mask had been taken off. Seeing the right eye wrapped in bandages suddenly become a Sharingan that has lost its agility, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. It's really the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's face sank, and he said, Danzo, shouldn't you give us an explanation of how to get this Sharingan? For any family, it is necessary to maintain its uniqueness and avoid exposing any weaknesses. The first thing is to preserve the leakage of the family bloodline. Among them, in the Konoha ninja village, the Hyuga family, known as the largest family, is divided into the main family and the branch family. On the battlefield, it is always the branch family that is sealed as a bird in a cage that goes to the battlefield. It is also given that no matter what dangers are faced, they must hold the determination to die to protect the Hyuga main family. Although there is no distinction between the main family and the branch family in the Uchiha clan, anyone who dies in battle will acquiesce to destroy his eyes. Moreover, unlike the Hyuga family who open the Byakugan all year round, the Uchiha clan only opens it in battle. Therefore, to successfully seize the Sharingan, the original owner must allow it, or the Sharingan must be seized before the Uchiha clan members close it or destroy it in a lightning-fast manner during the battle. Otherwise, if they miss the opening state, even if they get the Sharingan, they cannot open it without the blood of the Uchiha clan. Hehe, uncle, don't blame Danzo, he is concerned about the Konoha ninja village. Did he accidentally pick up this Sharingan on the battlefield? Chinyu smiled and looked at Danzo first. Hearing this kind of rescue talk, Shan Zhongfeng nodded and agreed, Uchiha Kainu is right. This Sharingan was obtained by me by accident and given to Danzo. Stupid, you still don't know what happened until now. Danzo couldn't help but kick Shan Zhongfeng in the back. Shan Zhongfeng instantly fell to the ground and looked at Chinyu in front of him with a blank face. When did he ever think that as Danzo's confidant, he would be slapped and kicked in the back one day? This gap completely overturned his cognition. Haha, Danzo, you see, Shan Zhongfeng picked up an open Sharingan for you. Chinyu smiled playfully. He wanted to know what other means Danzo had to deal with him. After a pause, he continued, however, he seems to have a bit of luck, and he also picked up an arm of Sharingan for you. Is it for you to use as a backup? The small voice echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression could not help but stagnate. One Sharingan, perhaps with Danzo's identity, can be fooled. But, the luck is so good that he can pick up an arm of Sharingan, and it is just in the open state. In this case, I am afraid that I would not believe in ghosts, and I would not believe in this nonsense. Uchiha Chinyu, what are you talking about? Slandering Konoha's consultants is not only a serious crime, but also will provoke civil strife in Konoha Ninja Village and the Uchiha clan. This is a serious crime. Midaman Yan was anxious. All along, although the three consultants of them could not be considered to advance and retreat together. However, they all followed Danzo's lead in many decisions. If Danzo really hid it from them and did so many things in private, then they were probably also helping the evil. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to suppress Chinyu, hoping that all this was false. Haha, since you, the great consultant, want to know the truth, you can ask Danzo to remove the bandage on his arm and you will know. Don't go around in circles and make me a clown again. Chinyu smiled warmly and looked at Danzo. He now also wondered, in this public situation, what other means would Danzo hide? For a moment, in the huge venue, from the Hokage election to the current aggressive situation, everyone's eyes were fixed on Danzo. At the same time, subtle changes were taking place in everyone's heart. At the beginning, most people were in awe of Uchiha Chinyu, who was known as the Blood Ashura of Konoha, and kept away from him. In the Konoha Ninja Village, he attacked Konoha consultants 3 or 4 times. But now, if Danzo is really as Chinyu said, the Sharingan can pick up an arm. Are the roles of good and bad guys reversed? Looking at Chinyu, it seems to have become a little more pleasing. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. Facing many pressing gazes, he wanted to kick Shan Zhongfeng to death, and even more wanted to strangle Chinyu to death. He had just transplanted this arm not long ago, and thought it could become a killer, but now it has become a time bomb. In particular, he couldn't figure out why Chinyu knew the secret of his arm. Secret. Could it be Orochimaru? Danzo-sama, you retreat first, I will buy you some time. An unexpected voice suddenly sounded in Danzo's mind. Chapter 172 Orochimaru, are you crazy? Telepathic communication. Danzo was startled, and before he could react, a shout came from his mind. Danzo-sama, run away! Shan Zhongfeng roared, without any fancy words, and suddenly put his hands together. The powerful mental shock, like thunder, quickly rolled back, causing everyone within a radius of hundreds of meters to have a thunderous roar in their minds. The mind was blank in an instant. Danzo's expression froze, and he almost cursed. If you are not afraid of god-like opponents, you are afraid of pig-like teammates. He could have been a traitor, but now he was obviously driven into a dead end by Yamanaka Feng. He had to flee now. But in this situation, to escape from Konoha Ninja Village, at least one hostage was needed. A chaotic thought flashed through Danzo's mind, and he jumped towards the third Hokage without thinking too much. A short distance of more than 10 meters was just a few breaths. According to Danzo's deduction, as long as he caught the third Hokage, he could escape unscathed. However, as soon as Danzo approached, he saw Chinyu, who should have been hit by Yamanaka Feng's desperate use of the secret technique and fell into a brief state of unconsciousness, and smiled at him playfully. If he knew the existence of Mona Lisa, he would definitely think that Chinyu's smile made people feel more mysterious and terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yamanaka Feng, this pig teammate, overlooked an important thing. Chinyu could even ignore the illusion eye, the 7-color phantom dragon, which Uchiha Huo desperately used, not to mention the mere mental shock. However, don't blame them for this. Chinyu's mind is hosting a system, which cannot be measured by common sense. It would be strange if he could shake him. Minato has been hiding and watching the show for so long. If you don't take action, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chinyu smiled warmly and looked at the stands not far away. As soon as a helpless laugh sounded, Namikaze Minato appeared at the side of Danzo without any warning. His right hand stretched out like lightning, and the kunao in his hand cut the clothes and bandages on Danzo's right hand with an accurate gesture. Puff! At the same time as the sound of cloth tearing sounded, the third Hokage and others who had lost consciousness for a short time were also awakened. This seemingly cumbersome scene, before and after, was only a few seconds. Looking at the close, ferocious Danzo. Anyone who uses their toes to think can figure out what is going on. However, more people still quickly went to Danzo's arm. Looking at the arms covered with mysterious curse seals and full of closed eyes, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. These eyes were sealed, making it impossible to see what they were. But a person with an entire arm full of eyes, as long as he was not a fool, knew that everything Chinyu said was true. Asshole! The third Hokage roared, Danzo, do you know what stupid thing you did? Catch Danzo for me and detain him temporarily. As soon as these words fell, the Anbu ninjas who were still defending their posts rushed out one after another. Danzo's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry, Tenzo, Orochimaru, if you don't take action now, when are you going to wait? Orochimaru? The faces of the people present changed drastically in an instant. If Danzo picked up a Sharingan on an arm, it was already difficult for them to accept it. Now he is colluding with the traitor Orochimaru, which confirms his identity as a bad guy. Haha, this is an exciting scene, it's full of twists and turns. Uchiha Chinyu is right. Your teammates are really disappointing. A cold laugh came suddenly. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and the whole ground made a rumble. Spirit summoning technique, Shadow Snake Abyss. The huge summoning seal quickly covered most of the stands. Orochimaru in his prime was obviously very powerful when he made a move. At the moment when the ground rumbled, countless poisonous snakes broke out of the ground and entangled with everyone. What's more, they opened their bloody mouths and bit the target directly. If they really bit a hard one, they might be poisoned to death. After all, Orochimaru is a master of playing with the human body. It is still very simple to modify cells, do human research, and enhance the power of toxins. Minato, leave Danzo behind. Jiraiya shouted in a hurry, I'll go deal with Orochimaru. Jiraiya was still upset about Orochimaru's defection. After chasing for so long, he still couldn't find any trace of Orochimaru. Now Orochimaru came to him personally, he definitely didn't want to miss this opportunity. Namikaze Minato's face changed, all this came too suddenly. Whether it was Danzo's Sharingan or collusion with Orochimaru, all this overturned their cognition. Most importantly, facing all this, Chinyu seemed to be a prophet. This is what makes people feel the most horrified. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Minato's mind, without any pause, he went straight to catch the retreating Danzo. Boom! A low roar suddenly came from underground. Here it comes. Minato Namikaze was startled at first, and soon he saw the ground under his feet being penetrated directly, and the dragon-like wooden strips quickly wrapped around his ankles. The sudden scene made Minato Namikaze have no time to chase, and he quickly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the spot. Bang! The attack missed directly, and the dragon-like wooden strips were directly strangled together, making a loud bang. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone's face changed drastically. This is the wood-release ninjutsu of the first Hokage. Midaman Yan couldn't help but say. The third Hokage's face was extremely gloomy. After jumping past a large group of poisonous snakes, he found a foothold, looked around and said, Orochimaru, I didn't expect your human experiment to be successful by chance. However, like Jiraiya, his perception ninjutsu, in this panic situation, could not capture Orochimaru's breath at all. Haha, teacher, we haven't seen each other for several years. If you had supported me in human body research earlier, this would-release ninjutsu would have been a powerful force under your command. Orochimaru's playful laughter echoed throughout the venue. In this chaotic situation, there was no way to determine the position. Don't try to find me by breath. I'm afraid that even if you meet me face to face, I won't recognize you now. Of course, you can ask me. If I'm in a good mood, I may come out to meet you and relieve my longing for you. The slightly long voice was filled with a hint of unbridled playfulness. I say, Orochimaru, are you crazy? So many people were scared away, and you are still standing in the snake pile and bragging. These are also pig teammates. Chinyu's voice broke the deadlock. Looking at Chinyu, who was still standing in the snake pile, protecting himself with Susanoo, he smiled warmly. Orochimaru, who was hiding on the viewing platform, suddenly tensed up his nerves and hurriedly looked behind him. Chapter 173, Bringing Cats and Dogs to Dance. Is this a lightning clone? Orochimaru was confused. He had been watching the battle, and had focused most of his attention on Chinyu. But he didn't notice when Chinyu performed this ninjutsu. Looking at the right hand wrapped in lightning that suddenly appeared behind him, his pupils quickly enlarged with a posture as fast as thunder. A chill was about to come out from under his feet. Rakiri! With a flash of lightning, the huge head flew directly into the air. With the splash of blood, it made people feel that a terrifying scene appeared in front of them. The beheaded Orochimaru, with only the remaining body torso shaking, directly pulled back violently. After a few flashes, it landed more than 10 meters away and suddenly stopped. The granulation squirmed rapidly on the broken neck, and a blood-stained head jumped out with an extremely disgusting posture. Seeing this scene, many people were about to stare with their eyes wide open, and at the same time they began to vomit. If we say that in the world of Naruto, the most disgusting ninja is probably Orochimaru. Fortunately, it was beheaded this time, otherwise he would have performed the unique skill of spitting out human heads from his mouth. Orochimaru, you are still as disgusting as ever. I killed you once last time, and you can't be killed this time. It seems that your means of escaping are as powerful as your eloquence. Chinyu smiled warmly. The Thunder Shadow clone also collapsed in full view of the crowd. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's old face was burning, staring at Chinyu, who was in the snake prison and didn't care at all, and almost crushed his fingers. No. It should be said that Orochimaru has no bones in his body, and he can't even be crushed. Most importantly, this lets the whole Konoha know that they were killed twice by the same junior. This breath is hard to swallow. I know, when you were guiding me to use the lightning clone, you buried a backup plan, and you planned it long ago. Senju Tozei suddenly exclaimed. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, and their faces were also horrified. At that time, they also kept a watchful eye on the Hokage election. But they didn't expect Chinyu to be more thorough and secretly sent out the lightning clone. Does this mean that from the beginning, Chinyu expected Orochimaru and Danzo to make trouble? When I think of this, it is extremely terrifying. The huge venue was dead silent, and the commotion caused by the snake prison was suppressed. Seeing that Orochimaru was also stopped, Danzo's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Danzo, surrender obediently. The sealed gate of Konoha village has been opened. You and Orochimaru can't escape," the third-generation Hokage said in a deep voice. The ninjas present held their breath and were alert. The snake prison just now was unexpected. Once they recovered, it would be a small trouble at best for these ninjas who had experienced the test of life and death. It would be a foolish dream to escape from the huge Konoha village with just this little trick. "Sarutobi, you should know that everything I do is for Konoha village." A trace of madness flashed across Danzo's face, and the veins on the back of his hand clenched the kunai were also prominent. "Don't force me, I just want to get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." After the stern words fell, everyone's face changed. If these words came from other people, they might not be scary enough. However, as the head of Konoha's 3 major advisors, Danzo's abilities cannot be measured by ordinary people. Facing this situation, he still dared to say such harsh words, which was enough to make people think twice. "Haha, what if I have to force you?" Qin Yu looked at the corner not far away with a playful look. "Bring those cats and dogs to dance?" Hiding in the corner and not coming out. Chapter 174 A group of dead leftovers. "Is there anyone else?" Jiraiya and others changed their faces drastically. Now Danzo colluded with Orochimaru and picked up an arm of Sharingan, which is already a big crime. If he colluded with others in private, then the meaning of the whole thing is completely different. "Danzo, is what Qin Yu said true?" The face of the third Hokage was extremely gloomy. "You won't really join forces with those guys in secret, right?" As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed. Originally, Qin Yu's words were just speculation at best. However, now after the third Hokage's mouth, it undoubtedly changed its taste. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Danzo. Danzo's expression was gloomy, and his pupils were full of resentment. "Okay, Uchiha kid, if I knew you were so difficult, I would have killed you in my cradle. You have ruined my big plan 3 times and forced me to a dead end. You are asking for your trouble. Hehe, you might as well just say that you won't let me be born." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Let me guess, the people who came, in addition to the Mist Village, there are also Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja. The 3 major ninja villages?" The people present heard this and their faces turned pale instantly. Colluding with Orochimaru is already a big crime, and now there are Cloud Ninja, Mist, and Rock Ninja. This is completely inviting thieves into the house. If it weren't for the end of the war, the Hokage election was advanced, and a large number of combatants were summoned back to the village. I'm afraid that the 3 major ninja villages that colluded secretly alone would be enough to put Konoha Ninja Village into an unprecedented crisis. Danzo and Orochimaru's faces turned pale. After looking at each other, there was a hint of disbelief in the depths of their pupils. In their eyes, the Mist Village was their backup plan that they had secretly colluded with early on. If Qin Yu noticed any clues, there would be nothing wrong. But now that Qin Yu opened his mouth, he even pointed out the existence of the Rock Village and the Mist Village. This was too shocking. A horrifying thought flashed through Danzo and Orochimaru's minds. Could the death of the third Raikage really be related to Uchiha Qin Yu? Haha, I didn't expect it to be so lively this time. A discordant voice came from the door on the side of the venue. Soon, an old man wearing the clothes of the Mist Village elder came with a cane. Behind him, more than 30 Mist Ninja Anbu and several familiar faces followed. "Oh my god, that's the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwachizo with the beheading sword, explosive sword Himomori Jinpachi, blunt sword Kosh Tonko Bait Renren. There's also a shark-faced man with a sword on his back. Is he also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? This lineup is too luxurious, aren't all the 7 ninja swordsmen here? Tisk, you're really out of touch with the information. I heard that in the Northwest Stronghold, Uchiha Qin Yu instantly killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now there are so many missing people, and there are new people. I'm afraid they are all dead left." The sudden words made the elders of the Mist Village, who had been walking in with their heads held high, and a group of ninjas, almost stumble and fall to the ground. This time, after getting the information from Danzo, he decided to come and ask for punishment, so he gathered the strongest force of the Mist Village. He never thought that this luxurious lineup would become dead left in the mouths of outsiders. This breath was obviously hard for him to swallow. He raised his head suddenly, a trace of anger flashed in his turbid old eyes, and he stomped his cane in his hand and shouted, "Sarutobi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Hand over the person, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Chapter 175. Not only licking the dog, but also kneeling to lick. "You're welcome." The stern voice echoed in the venue. If it was normal times, the Mist Village dared to say such words in the Konoha village, I'm afraid it would have been surrounded by a group of Anbu ninjas. However, looking at the two teams following the Mist Village, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more depressing. That's the son of the third generation Raikage, the next Raikage AI, and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of the Abomination Killer Bee. This is the land of Earth, the son of the third generation Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, Huangtu, and the Explosion Ninja Hiriel. Looking at the team of hundreds of people, they swaggered into the venue. All the Konoha ninjas turned pale, this was a provocation to them. However, now the matter has implicated the three major ninja villages, and they can't let them mess around. "Denzo, you did a good thing this time." The third generation Hokage's face sank, and he exhaled, "If I had known that this would happen today, I shouldn't have let you go when you sent someone to assassinate me." Many people were surprised by this secret. In their eyes, Denzo was not only arbitrary, but also a competent consultant. However, now that the black history has been exposed one by one, it has completely subverted their cognition. Assassinating the Hokage is a crime of treason. Denzo's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he gritted his teeth and stared at Chin-yu. After 7 or 8 seconds, he exhaled heavily, as if he had made a decision. Said, "Sarutobi, if you hadn't taken my position as Hokage that day, don't always use soft means. According to my plan, Konoha Ninja Village is enough to become the #1 in the ninja world. Since the face is torn now, don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship." At this point, Denzo's eyes turned and said, "Wudong, the person who killed the third Mizukage and robbed the tailed beast of the Mist Village was Uchiha Chin-yu. But this person's scheming and means are very good. When you act, try to be careful." There was a sound of sucking in cold air in the field. The third Mizukage was killed and the matter of taking the three tails was directly ordered to be blocked by the third Hokage. Although it was shocking, once this matter was exposed, Chin-yu's strength and image immediately soared to the level of Kage. "Bullshit, on the battlefield, it's either you or me who will die." Jiraiya's face darkened, and he spoke first, "Are you only allowed to kill people, and not others to fight back? If so, our Konoha Ninja Village would like to follow suit. Let the Hokage go outside your village for a walk, and kill everyone who left the village one by one, and see if you can still speak so confidently." "Okay, Master Jiraiya is right. Only the governor is allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light lamps. You, the third generation of Mizukage, were killed because you were not as skilled as others. Now that you come here, you are shouting to hand over people. Do you have any shame?" The Konoha ninjas in the field instantly echoed and criticized. After all, the long-term wars have caused their fathers and relatives to lose their lives on the battlefield. It is really ridiculous to hand over the murderer with just a few words. Seeing the one-sided situation in an instant, the elders of the Mist Village, with their cheeks like dry bark, were full of lividity. "Good, very good, is this what you, Konoha Village, have told us?" The old man looked at the third Hokage coldly. "This is forcing us, the Mist Village, to go to war again at all costs." The stern voice could not help but rise. Facing Jiraiya and the people of Konoha Village, the Mist Village was obviously unable to stand firm in the face of reason. The only thing they could do was to tear their faces apart and make a scene. The third Hokage's face darkened, and he walked out slowly, saying, "I'm sorry, if any village had people die on the battlefield, and then jumped out to ask us to hand over the people, who would dare to go to the battlefield and die? Even if it's in your Kirigakuer, this doesn't make sense. If you insist on doing this, then let's see who has the bigger fist." "Good." Seeing the third Hokage's toughness, there was a burst of applause in the field. As the third Hokage said, "If you can't protect the warriors, how can anyone be willing to go to the battlefield for the village?" The elders of the Kirigakuer froze and looked at Danzo. He had said too harshly and it was difficult to get off the tiger. If there was no breakthrough, I'm afraid he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Danzo's expression darkened, and he said, "Sarutobi, I didn't expect that you, who have always been a conservative faction, would go to war for Uchiha Kainu. Although you keep saying that you are right, you may be able to have the final say when facing the Mist Village alone. However, if you face the three major ninja villages together, I really want to know if you will still be so tough. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the huge venue changed drastically. The third Hokage's expression also changed. Before he could speak, Huang Tu and Ai, who represented the Rock Village, had already stood out. Third Hokage, our Rock Village genius, Deidara, has disappeared. It is suspected that he is related to the Konoha ninja, Uchiha Kainu. I hope you will hand him over for confrontation. Huang Tu, who seemed to have a kind face, spoke first. Ai, who was standing by, also looked at Qin Yu deeply and said, I was planning to meet again in the name of Shadow, but I didn't expect that we would meet so soon in such an occasion. I really want to know if you have anything to do with the disappearance of the third Raikage. I hope you can come with us for the sake of Konoha village. If you are innocent, we will certainly let you go, but if it is really related to you, don't blame me for being rude. The third Raikage is also missing? There was an uproar in the field. Compared with the disappearance of the genius of the Rock Village, the strongest Raikage of this generation of shadows is actually missing. This is even more shocking. If, as they said, all this is related to Uchiha Qin-yu. This is too shocking. Teacher. Jiraiya looked anxious, looking at the third Hokage with an inquiring expression. Now that the three major ninja villages are attacking at the same time, the meaning is obviously different. Especially with Danzo, the troublemaker, it may be very difficult to suppress this matter. Haha, Sarutobi, you didn't expect this situation, right? Now for Konoha Ninja Village, what choice will you make? Danzo laughed unscrupulously. Now, I'll give you a chance. Tie up Uchiha Qin-yu. Maybe you can appease the anger of the three major ninja villages. Otherwise, the century-old foundation of Konoha Ninja Village will be defeated in your hands. In the future, I'll see how you will explain to the successive cages in the underworld. The balance of the situation was broken with the strong intervention of the three major ninja villages. When everyone's face was livid, the applause that fell in their ears made people's nerves suddenly tense. The real master finally spoke. I say, Danzo, you are not only a dog licker, but also a kneeling licker. Chapter 176 Who can cut off his head? A dog licker? Everyone present was stunned, even Danzo was no exception. He obviously couldn't understand this new era term. Don't you understand? Qin Yu smiled warmly and said slowly, even if they fucked your mother, you still kneeled aside and said yes. You keep saying you want to be Hokage, and they are bullied at your door, and you are still hugging your thigh and cheering, you have the face. Vulgar words, originally not worthy of being accepted in a refined place. However, as soon as these words fell, cheers rang out in the audience. Well, that's a good point, you lick dog Danzo, you're right. As a Konoha person, you still worship outsiders as your father, bah. You lick dog Danzo, the description is really appropriate, this Uchiha kid is not only very capable, but also speaks very well. It seems that the Uchiha clan also has good descendants. A moment ago, Danzo colluded with Orochimaru to assist the three major ninja villages to sneak into the Konoha ninja village, and even shouted in public. Everyone has accumulated a breath of resentment in their hearts. Now Qin Yu's words obviously let them find an outlet for venting. However, compared with others, Jiraiya's expression is still livid. He has the advantage in words, but in the current situation, the three major ninja villages are obviously torn apart. It may be very difficult to solve the current mess. Qin Yu. Jiraiya hesitated. However, he was soon interrupted by Qin Yu with a smile. Itaki, come here. The sudden action made Uchiha Itaka's expression stagnant, but he still trotted over quickly. Brother, what are your plans? I will definitely stand by your side and support you. Uchiha Itaki raised his little fist, looking a little cute. Now he has not shouldered the responsibility of the Uchiha clan, so even his words are still a little childish. Silly child. Qin Yu reached out and rubbed Itaka's head and said, I have already made a decision to come back this time. The three major ninja villages are just here for the show. If you kill someone, you will be killed. If you want to be restrained, it will not be in line with the ninja way of revenge. At this point, Qin Yu smiled and looked at Danzo and said, Danzo, you have these rules and regulations, but these alone can't overwhelm me. The inexplicable words not only confused Konoha, but also the three major ninja villages and Danzo. Danzo's heart sank, and a hint of sternness flashed in his pupils, saying, Uchiha's little devil, I know you are very capable, but in this situation, I want to see what you can do to break it. Today, you can't fly even if you have wings. Killing the Mizukage must pay a price, you can't escape death today. The elders of the Mist Village also echoed coldly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at Qin Yu, eager to know how he would solve the current dilemma. However, the next moment, they saw the warm smile on Qin Yu's lips, and the words that fell lightly made everyone's nerves tense. Who can cut off his head? My lord, I have been waiting for you to say this for a long time. A teasing voice suddenly echoed. Kisame, who has a shark face, suddenly exploded. The same hata that Qin Yu handed over was directly pulled out, and in full view of everyone, it was directly cut towards the elder of the Mist Village. Puff! The huge head was thrown out directly. A large amount of blood splashed, and even the faces of Wulai Jinpachi and Tongkao Bai Yaoran beside him were splashed. Before they could react, the beheading sword in Biwajozo's hand had already cut off their heads. In the blood, 2 heads rolled to the ground, and the splattering hot blood made people feel shocked. The huge venue fell into a dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. The Mist Seven, who were originally one of the trump cards of the Mist Village, turned against them without warning. Instantly killed the elder of the Mist Village and 2 of the 7. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? What's more, the person who caused all this was the blood Ashura of Konoha village. Sir, we have recovered this thing. Biwajozo picked up the explosive knife Fiamo and the blunt knife Tuki. Together with the beheading sword and same hata in their hands, all 7 ninja swords fell into their hands. Since then, the 7 ninja swordsmen have been directly removed from the Mist Village. Okay, next, let's leave the village with me. Qin Yu patted the dust on his body, and walked out slowly under the shocked eyes of everyone. Brother, you want to leave? Can I follow you? Itaka grabbed the corner of Qin Yu's clothes. Qin Yu patted his hand and shook his head. Itaka, this road is not easy to go, this life, you should take another road. In the original work, Itaka carried the mission of Konoha and the crime of extermination, and struggled on the road of rebellion. This time, since Itaka can call him brother intimately, Qin Yu doesn't mind changing his destiny. After all, for Qin Yu who has a system, everything is easy. Moreover, Qin Yu was told in the dark that this aimless road would lead to a final result. Qin Yu, stop! Uchiha Fugaku's face changed and he was the first to react. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Qin Yu and said, "Do you know what you are talking about?" "What?" Qin Yu smiled playfully, patted Fugaku's shoulder, and passed by. "I plan to be a rebel from the beginning. Let's go." After saying this, Qin Yu jumped and disappeared on the spot. Biwajozo and Kisame, who followed closely, were also prepared and used the water escape instant body technique, played to the extreme. Seeing the 3 people leave the venue in an instant, the distracted people suddenly woke up. "Go and chase them, the gate of the barrier of Konoha Ninja Village has been blocked, they can't escape." Danzo's face froze and he roared in a hurry. He calculated and deduced everything behind the scenes, asking himself that he had never been passive. However, from the time he set foot in this venue to now, he felt like he was being led by the nose. Now even the 3 major ninja villages joined forces to force the palace, but were easily disintegrated by Qin Yu, and they left with a word of betrayal. This was too difficult for them to accept. Ai, Kiribi and others moved instantly. Huang Tu also rushed out with a large force. However, in the Mist Ninja Village, there was a brief riot without a leader, and they quickly reacted and chased out. Seeing the scene fall into chaos in an instant, Jiraiya said anxiously, "Teacher, what should we do? That kid doesn't seem to be joking. Go after him first, and decide when the time comes." The 3rd Hokage's face sank, and he hurriedly gave orders, "Immediately let the Anbyo go to capture Danzo and Orochimaru. Minato and Tsunade, go after Qin Yu, and if necessary, try to delay the pace of the 3 major ninja villages. I will try to open the seal of the gate as soon as possible." Chapter 177 The Unruly Kisame. "Sir, the front is the sealed gate of Konoha." Biwajozo and Kisame looked up at the gate in front of them, their faces solemn. "Water style, water dragon bullet." Biwajozo took the lead. His hands flew, and a series of seals fell instantly. The free water around quickly gathered and turned into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters. Roar! As soon as the water dragon came out, it roared to the sky and rushed straight to the sealed door. Boom! As soon as it approached, a layer of fiery red barrier was instantly unfolded. Accompanied by the deafening collision sound, the water dragon shattered. The layer of fiery red barrier was only slightly dented, and soon recovered. This barrier has a strong defense. As long as it cannot be broken in an instant, the barrier will draw power from all directions and quickly repair itself. Biwajozo's face changed slightly. Although I have heard that the barrier setting of Konoha Ninja Village was formulated by the Uzumaki clan who are proficient in sealing and barrier techniques. But now after trying it myself, I found out why the Uzumaki clan was targeted. Facing this kind of seal formation that cannot be broken by one blow, it can be repaired by continuously drawing power, which is enough to kill 99% of ninjas. Unless a large force is assembled to make up for the power of the attack with numbers. With the help of the induction seal set at the beginning, they will catch up in 1 minute, and there are too many people to determine the exact number. Kisame looked back at Chinyu, cracked his jagged shark-like teeth, and said with a smile. I think the master has already been confident of breaking through the barrier. Kisame, what's your attitude? Can you measure the master's power casually? Biwajozo scolded coldly. In the Mist Village, he already knew that Kisame was an unruly person. Now questioning in front of Chinyu, this is too rude. If it's not done well and it's implicated to him, his head will be in danger. Senior Jozo, I'm just telling the truth. Kisame still smiled, but looking at the thing that suddenly flew out, he quickly stiffened. Asshole, can you question the boss? I'll kill you. The three tails suddenly jumped out of Chinyu's backpack. Under the fist-sized body, a huge tail quickly enlarged, mixed with strong whines, and swung towards Kisame. At such a close distance, Kisame obviously had no place to hide. In a hurry, he could only raise the same hata in his hand to block it. Boom! The huge impact force immediately made Kisame fly backwards. Like thunder, it hit the barrier shield heavily, making a rolling sound of impact. Roar! After a successful attack, the three-tailed beast roared to the sky and shook again to burst out a powerful chakra wave. The current Kisame is not the human-shaped tailed beast that will be completely compatible with same hata 12 or 13 years later. His strength is outstanding, but he is still easily abused in front of the tailed beast. Seeing the tail that was like a sharp blade, Kisame wanted to quickly seal with both hands in a hurry. Okay, Xiao-saner, stop messing around. Chinyu patted Sanwei's head, and Sanwei, who was originally ferocious, instantly became amiable, like a husky, and quickly put away his tail. Boss, why didn't you let me kill him? I said, if I eat your meal, I will kill 10 people for you, and every time I kill you, I will kill you with blood. Sanwei suddenly released the transformation of its tail, and jumped directly onto Chinyu's shoulder, with a flattering look on his face. This scene made Kisame look confused. In his eyes, the rampage of the tailed beasts can only be suppressed by mobilizing most of the elites in the village. Just now, facing Sanwei's sudden attack, he even wanted to die. Now Chinyu suppressed Sanwei, who had not even added a seal, with just one sentence, which was too shocking. Okay, he is a newcomer, you old man, please forgive him this time. Chinyu patted Sanwei's head and interrupted its chattering. Looking at the seal barrier in front of him, he took a deep breath. Just try this trick. Chapter 178 Confirmed eyes will become stronger. One person. Kisame's expression stagnated and said, Sir, why don't we join forces? You are good at lightning escape, which can be combined with water escape to greatly increase the power of the attack. Kisame stabilized the blood and chi in his body and hurriedly suggested. For this suggestion, Biwajozang didn't know whether Kisame was kind or said it on purpose. But it is also a good idea. No need, I am enough. Chinyu smiled warmly, and after relaxing his body a little, his breath suddenly became strong. Lightning escape chakra mode. Bang! The violent lightning arcs echoed and raged around, and even Kisame and Biwajozang changed their expressions and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. What a strong chakra control ability! This seems to be the ninjutsu performed by AI from the combination in the Cloud Ninja Village. Kisame's face suddenly changed. As a member of the Anbu, he is very clear about the current information of the ninja world. At least, to perform the lightning chakra mode, precise chakra control is required. However, although lightning is known as the most destructive existence among the 5 attributes, it is probably very difficult to break the barrier in front of you by one's own strength. For the one person mentioned by Chinyu, it really makes them feel hesitant. Feel the chakra and gather all the strength of the body on the right hand. Qin Yu's eyes glared, and the violent lightning chakra, like rolling thunder, was madly poured into his right hand. Hell thrust 4 penetrations. The 4 fingers merged, and the violent lightning raged, swallowing and spitting out lightning of a foot, as sharp as a spear, tearing the air abruptly. It exudes a terrifying smell. The crackling sound made people feel numb. This is the hell thrust of the third Reikage, 4-handed penetration. Kisame's face changed drastically. At the venue, everyone was just speculating whether the third Reikage was killed by Qin Yu, and they did not dare to make a conclusion at will. After all, the strength of the third Reikage was in front of them. He was known as the strongest shadow of the contemporary era, but he was killed by a teenager who was only 17 or 18 years old. Who would believe it? But seeing this hell thrust, 4-handed penetration, appearing in Qin Yu's hands, this scene in front of him made people unable to refute it. My lord, I didn't expect that the Reikage would also fall into your hands. Biwajozo's face also changed, and he said anxiously, if you rely on this move, plus my water escape to assist. No need. Qin Yu interrupted first. In his consciousness, those people were already approaching. Hell thrust, 4-handed penetration, the power gradually increases as the number of fingers decreases. When there is only one finger left, the Ipponkui will be praised as the strongest spear. But this Ipponkui requires continuous attack and accumulation of lightning chakra to achieve. For the third Reikage, there may be no way to break through this process. However, for Qin Yu, it is just a simple matter of confirming the eyes. Amplification eye. Qin Yu's eyes glared, and the 9 Magadama Sharingan turned in vain. Scarlet blood spread rapidly in the pupil. Under the infusion of pupil power like a vast ocean, the lightning chakra accumulated in the right hand suddenly surged. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue, like a dry thunder exploding. It made Kisame and Biwajozo's faces change drastically, and they subconsciously pulled back. Before they could figure out the scene in front of them, the 4 fingers of Qin Yu's right hand changed instantly. Hell thrust Ipponkui. Boom! The change of one finger simply gave people the feeling of affecting the whole body. The rolling thunder surged, emitting a tide-like posture. As the swallowing thunder grew stronger, Qin Yu did not show any fancy moves, and stepped heavily, like a spear mixed with endless thunder power. He charged head-on at the red barrier in front of him. Chapter 179. Not everyone is called Qin Yu. Boom! The sound of thunder, like a bolt from the blue, made the air flowing in the entire space stagnate. The violent and raging thunder soared into the sky, and the barrier laid in the sky also sank and shook violently. Such a grand scene made Danzo and others who were thousands of meters away and rushed over quickly change their faces. They are now in the sealed barrier of Konoha Ninja Village, which is also a turtle caught in a jar. If they want to retreat unscathed, they can only catch Uchiha Qin Yu and use him as a bargaining chip. Danzo, what happened? AI's face darkened and he shouted angrily. The chakra fluctuation just now was too huge, and the explosive power it exerted was so strong that it could be clearly felt even thousands of meters away. This made AI's mind emerge with an absurd idea. Danzo's face turned pale. As one of the 3 major advisors of Konoha, he was also the actual ruler of the Anbu route, and he still had a connection with the sealed gate. At that moment just now, the wave connection of the sealed gate was cut off, which meant that there was only one result. The sealed gate was broken. Only in this way would the sealed gate urgently draw chakra from other places to fill the gap, so that the chakra that provided the connection was also directly cut off. Danzo, you say something. Huangtu also had a gloomy face. At present, they broke into the Konoha Ninja Village privately, which was already a serious crime. Not only could they not find the person who was related to the disappearance of the third Reikage, but also the person who was related to the disappearance of the third Reikage. If Deidara is locked up, and the war starts again, it will be more trouble than gain. The seal has been broken. Danzo knew that he could not hide it, and said with a sullen face. As soon as these words fell, the faces of hundreds of ninjas present changed drastically. Danzo, didn't you tell us to slow down and let Uchiha Kainu attack the seal gate first to weaken his chakra? AI's face sank, and he shouted sternly, now he has escaped, what can we use to ask the Konoha Ninja Village for punishment? After leaving these words, AI's body was filled with lightning, and he immediately entered the chakra lightning mode. In full view of the crowd, a thunderbolt quickly chased after him. Yo, check Neo, Danzo, you are ready to accept the anger of our Cloud Ninja. Killer Bee glanced at Danzo. While rapping, he rushed out quickly. The speed was only 1 point inferior to AI. Danzo, you have to take responsibility for this. Huang Tu said this and quickly followed. The people of the Mist Village did not speak, but their eyes had betrayed their thoughts. As the 3 major ninja villages joined forces, their lineup was the most luxurious. However, before they could make a move, the leading elders and the 2 powerful ninja swordsmen were strangled to death due to internal strife. This undoubtedly gave their Mist Village a cheap feeling. Hehe, Danzo, it seems that you are in a lot of trouble. Orochimaru laughed softly. However, Danzo soon glared back at him coldly and said, Orochimaru, don't forget that I am in a similar situation as you. Don't talk nonsense, go and have a look. Hundreds of galloping figures passed by quickly. When they landed in front of the sealed gate, they looked at the half of the gate that was broken in half, the gradually healing barrier, and the ground that was cracked and collapsed like a spider web. Their faces turned extremely pale. Asshole! AI shouted angrily. With the lightning on his body surging, the whole person rushed towards the finally healed barrier like a thunder axe. Boom! The sound like thunder bursting rolled and spread, splashing a large piece of lightning, ravaging the land within a radius of 100 meters. The crackling sound was endless. However, the seemingly powerful blow directly sank the barrier. But it only lasted for a moment, and the chakra swarming in from all sides quickly offset the impact on the barrier. At the same time, the huge recoil force made the lightning on AI's body tremble suddenly and disintegrate directly. The whole person flew backwards and fell on the ground 7 or 8 meters away. AI, don't mess around. This sealed gate was set up by the Uzumaki clan. Once a strong impact is applied, the attack will be completely rebounded. A ghost-like figure appeared in front of the sealed gate first. He still held the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand. Konoha Golden Flash Minato Namikaze. AI's face was gloomy. Your time and space ninjutsu is so powerful, why did you arrive only now? Did you intend to let Uchiha Chinyu go and protect this traitor? The 3 village ninjas present obviously agreed. Konoha Golden Flash, the speed it possesses is well known throughout the ninja world. Now it's not letting him go, who would believe it? Hehe, AI, you overestimate Minato. Jiraiya also landed beside Minato Namikaze. When he learned that Chinyu broke the sealed gate, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The current situation is unclear. Orochimaru and Danzo colluded privately, which infinitely magnified the troubles Konoha is facing now. And the Uchiha clan's fighting faction that was ready to move just now. If the 3 major ninja villages join forces to riot, it will be a fatal blow to Konoha Ninja Village. If Chinyu is added as a big straw, the skinny camel of Konoha will probably collapse directly. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. AI's expression darkened, and he said sternly, you don't want to stop us with just 2 people, do you? I can break this kind of sealing barrier by myself. Hell thrust 4-handed penetration. AI roared, and the lightning chakra on his body was madly poured into the 4 fingers. The lightning spears that were about a foot long, like a spear, exuded a terrifying aura, which made the expressions of the people around him suddenly change. Stop them for me! AI shouted repeatedly. As soon as the voice fell, he strode heavily, and the whole person turned into lightning and shot away again. Namikaze Minato on the side just wanted to stop him. Not only did Killer Bee stop him, but Jiraiya also reached out to stop him. Let him try again, not everyone is Chinyu. The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment. Before everyone could react, AI, with his thunderous posture, crashed head-on into the sealed door. The hell thrust, 4-handed, wrapped in rolling thunder, turned into a stream of light and pierced directly into the sealed door. Boom! The sound of thunder roared, and the violent thunder rolled back. The sealed barrier quickly sank, and the amplitude was several points greater than before. However, seeing that the barrier seemed to be pierced, the chakra that was quickly absorbed from all around injected strong toughness directly into the sunken barrier. Bang! Accompanied by a low thunder sound, the rolling thunder light, like a raging tide, rolled directly back on AI's body. The crackling sound of rain hitting banana leaves echoed. Chapter 180 Open the monster's cage. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded. The body of a figure flew backwards. Kirabi's face changed drastically, and he rushed out immediately. At the same time, 3 octopus tentacles stretched out from his back and entangled AI directly. Bang! The huge impact force caused Kirabi's body to fly directly. Without time to think, 2 octopus tentacles stretched out from his body again, and entangled the tree trunk not far away, and suddenly borrowed the force. He was dragged out for more than 10 meters before his body stopped. Let me go. AI's face was livid, and he walked out of the tentacles. His right hand, which was performing the hell stab forehand penetration, was still trembling slightly. The power of the ceiling barrier just now was similar to the power of his forehand penetration. This shows that he not only failed to break the barrier, but also asked for trouble. However, what made AI most embarrassed was Jiraiya's words just now. Not everyone is Qin Yu. Seeing that even AI, who has the appearance of the third generation of Reikage, could not break through the barrier, the faces of the people present also turned slightly pale. At present, unless everyone attacks together, it is probably a luxury to break the barrier in front of them. However, if they force their way in, it means a complete war with Konoha Ninja Village. Within the barrier of Konoha Ninja Village, they may be able to severely damage Konoha Ninja Village, but what awaits them will also be the annihilation of the entire army. Okay, everyone should calm down. The third generation Hokage seemed a little late. It was just that the armor on his body made the atmosphere in the field become extremely depressing. Known as the Professor of Konoha Ninja, proficient in the 5 elements of ninjutsu, this is enough to prove his strength and difficulty, which should never be underestimated. Now that he appeared in a combat uniform, the meaning was different. Third Hokage, are you planning to leave us all here? Huang Tu spoke first. We have already informed the Tsuchikage of our actions this time. If we cannot return, you should have thought of an explanation earlier and explained it to the Rock Village. Humph, our Cloud Village is no exception. AI also echoed in a deep voice. No one from the Mist Village spoke, but now the 3 of them are united in the same front, which is obviously the best way. However, Huang Tu quickly looked at Danzo and Orochimaru and said, however, Third Hokage, this matter is led by Danzo and Orochimaru, and now Uchiha Kainu has lost his trace. He told us that everything is related to Uchiha Kainu. Now the target is gone, and we can't verify it. He needs to be responsible for this matter. AI and the Mist Village also looked at Danzo, and the meaning was very obvious. After all, in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha Village was the only one, directly opening up a battlefield with the 4 major ninja villages, and even had a slight advantage. The war situation has just calmed down a little. If the war breaks out again because of these undetermined intelligence, it may not be worth the loss. Hehe, don't worry, I won't pursue this matter with you. The third generation Hokage looked at Danzo and Orochimaru with a smile. However, you probably haven't thought that the 2 of them have already escaped secretly. As soon as the voice fell, the third generation Hokage's right hand shook violently. 2 shurikens flew out of his hand in an instant. Danzo and Orochimaru, who had been following the team and remained silent, did not resist at all. Puff! A low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Orochimaru and Danzo responded and turned into a white smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Only a piece of wood was left, falling to the ground. The expressions of the people from the 3 major ninja villages present were stagnant, and they became more livid. This is probably because when Uchiha Chinyu broke through the barrier and they hurried over, Danzo and Orochimaru had already sneaked away. It felt like being sold out and counting money for others. Teacher, Orochimaru and his men still escaped. We found the secret passage left by Danzo. Tsunade, Yui Shinku and others hurried over. 500 or 600 Konoha ninjas also fell from the sky and landed in all directions, forming a rhythm of encirclement. Looking at the Konoha ninjas who were several times more than their 3 major ninja villages, AI and others present had a solemn expression. Counting the 3 ninjas and the 3rd generation of Hokage, the elite of Konoha, if they really fight, they will probably be wiped out. I had expected Danzo to have this trick. His dark and dirty methods are still the same as always. The 3rd generation of Hokage seemed to have expected it. With a flickering look, he looked around the 3 major ninja villages. Don't worry, this time of breaking into the Konoha ninja village privately, it did not cause too much damage, so our Konoha ninja village will not pursue it. The 3rd generation of Hokage said. However, I have one thing to remind you once. Never attack Uchiha Chinyu in private. This time, Danzo and Orochimaru released a monster from the cage. Without the restraint of Konoha village, Chinyu will probably be even more terrifying. At this point, the face of the third Hokage became more solemn. The people of the 3 major ninja villages froze, and AI spoke first. Humph, since the third Hokage will not pursue it, then remove the barrier. As for whether we seek revenge on Uchiha Chinyu, that is our business. He has nothing to do with Konoha anymore. I hope that Konoha village will not interfere at that time. Facing AI's stern words, Huang Tu and the ninjas of the Mist Village did not speak, but they also waited secretly. Hehe, this is just my friendly reminder. Whether you listen to it or not is up to you. The third Hokage smiled and shook his head. However, it will take some time to remove this barrier. Everyone, please wait here for a while. I will go back to deal with other things first. After saying this, the third Hokage disappeared. Jiraiya followed him quickly. After 3 or 4 minutes, the barrier was finally lifted amid the anxiety of the 3 major ninja villages. Let's go. AI's face was gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, he led the people of the Cloud Village and rushed away quickly. The remaining Huangtu and Mist villages also left quickly. Watching these people leave, the Konoha ninjas present secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Namikaze Minato at the same time. Teacher, what should we do next? Kakashi flashed in the dark. As a senior ninja, he also participated in this emergency response operation. I don't know, but what the third Hokage said is right. This time, Danzo and Orochimaru opened the monster's cage. I can only hope that Chinyu has no ambitions, otherwise he may become a worry for the ninja world. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. Kakashi's expression froze, and he said, if he hadn't betrayed the village this time, I'm afraid the 3 major ninja villages would have joined forces to put pressure on him. I think he did this for the stability of Konoha. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Konoha ninjas present changed drastically. Facing Kakashi's words, many people wanted to say something but stopped, but felt that they had no way to refute it. Chapter 181 Silent Killing Technique. Outside the Konoha ninja village, the Fire Country Forest. 3 figures quickly passed by, startling a large number of insects and birds. Sir, are we going to conduct a counter-ambush? Kisame's face was a little more excited, recalling the amazing blow just now. The rebelliousness in his heart was obviously gone. He just knew that with this blow, he would definitely come through like the barrier. No need, our first priority now is to find a foothold and then start the final plan. Chin turned around and glanced behind him. Biwajozo was startled and said, Sir, are there any pursuers? Nothing, let's keep going and meet up with the others first. Others? Kisame's expression froze, and then a hint of excitement flashed across his face. Sir, are the others you mentioned very powerful? Biwajozo also showed a hint of urgency for this question. After all, the increase in the number of people in the team means that the requirements for strength will be higher. Only with strong strength can you make a presence. Not bad, in addition to Kakuzu who contacted you, there are 3 new members. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose. Because of his appearance, the original plot was completely disrupted. So there are many changes in strength. Here we are. Chinyu looked at the basin that suddenly opened up in front of him, and jumped out first. However, as soon as he walked out, a hot wave of air rushed towards him. Lava escape flame dragon charge. Roar. 100-meter-long dragon with molten lava flowing all over its body roared and rushed out in the forest. The sudden scene made everyone's face change drastically. Chinyu's body was full of lightning, and he disappeared on the spot with the help of the thunder release instant body technique. The molten lava dragon missed directly, and then it attacked Kisame and Biwajozang. Water release water dragon bullet. Kisame and Biwajozang attacked instantly. Under the flying seals, the free water around them condensed into 2 huge water dragons out of thin air, which were not inferior at all and collided with the molten lava dragon. Boom! The high-temperature water vapor evaporated quickly, and the reversed air waves strangely covered the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters. The people in it were nervous. At this moment, it seemed as if there was a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, staring at them. Master Zi, the other side seems to have reinforcements. This situation seems a bit wrong. Should we retreat? A voice suddenly sounded in the mist. Humph, we must not let him escape now. He dared to betray the rock village, but he must pay a sufficient price. Old Zi snorted coldly. It seems that you have to pay the price first. The cold voice of Biwajozo suddenly echoed. A ghostly figure flashed behind him, and a strong gust of wind stirred up the steam mist in the sky and cut directly at the ninja beside him. The ninja who was covered in the attack changed his face drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly raised the kunao in his hand to block. Crack! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder, and the huge impact force made the ninja's expression stagnate, and his face was full of disbelief. Facing this heavy blow, the whole arm broke with a sound, and at the same time, the big knife cut the head and neck in half with a posture as fast as thunder. Puff! The hot blood splashed out, causing the faces of the ninjas standing back to change drastically. This is the silent killing technique in the blood mist. Some sharp-eyed people were the first to shout in anger. Yes, but it's a bit late to know it now. Kisame's voice suddenly came out, and the same hata in his hand was cut at a tricky angle. Chapter 182 C Position Debut. Puff! The huge head was thrown directly, and the blood splashed, tensing the nerves of everyone in the field. As soon as he made a move, he not only performed a powerful water escape ninjutsu, but also with the help of water vapor, a silent assassination technique was secretly performed. The series of attack methods were like flowing water, making people feel caught off guard. Master Zi. The faces of the remaining ninjas changed drastically. Facing an unknown enemy, they felt uneasy. Everyone, use wind escape together. Old Zi's face sank and he shouted angrily. After receiving the order, these ninjas obviously calmed down. With his hands flying quickly, he performed wind escape ninjutsu. Wind escape big breakthrough. Wind escape hurricane technique. Wind escape. A series of wind escape ninjutsu rolled back in all directions, and the trees were cut in half by the wind blades. The mist surrounding the trees disappeared in an instant. However, before they could be happy, they looked at the figures that appeared around them, and their expressions changed drastically. Master Zi, in addition to the 3 people just now, there are 3 more people. A rock ninja said anxiously. It's the 7 mist ninjas, the beheading sword Biwajozo, and the new same hata Hoshigaki Kisame. How come they are here? The words came out in a hurry, but when the rock ninja saw the last figure, his pupils contracted and his eye sockets almost popped. It's the blood Ashura Uchiha Kainu from Konoha village, how come he is here? As soon as these words came out, all the rock ninjas turned pale. In the Battle of Kanekun Bridge, Uchiha Kainu defeated the rock ninja village, but the story spread throughout the ninja world. Looking at the faces of different ninja villages in front of them, they gathered here. This combination makes people feel intriguing. Master Lao Zi, are we going to retreat? A rock ninja couldn't hold back his temper. Humph, although I don't know why the ninjas from various villages gathered here, but judging from where you are standing, this group of people should follow your lead, right? Lao Zi looked at Qin and shouted, this time, our target is Deidara. As long as you hand him over, we will leave immediately. Follow my lead. Qin felt the gazes around him and touched his nose helplessly. This can be said to be a C-position debut, and even when setting up a formation, he couldn't get rid of this kind of thinking. Although I don't know why the people from the rock village appeared here. However, the man in his 30s in front of him still had a purple horizontal mark on his nose. The chakra fluctuations emitted were obviously the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi of the rock village. Originally, he was still thinking about how to catch the tailed beast, but now it seems that during the war, the tailed beast weapon has obviously become the highest means of executing the mission. It was directly delivered to the door. This is enough to show that the rock village values Deidara. However, Qin lacks the seal technique for the tailed beasts now. Even if he gets the tailed beasts, he may not be able to arrange them properly. Can we live in harmony and live happily? Qin looked at the stubborn Lao Zi and asked. The eyes of the rock ninjas lit up when they heard this. However, Lao Zi snorted coldly and shouted, a bunch of rabble, as the 4-tailed Jinchuriki of the rock village, I will kill all of you rebels in the name of lava. Release Lao Zi. You can leave if you want to. Defeat me and walk over the corpse, otherwise you will become the dead soul under my lava. Chapter 183 Compared with it, it's like peeing. Crazy. Looking at the vigorous Lao Zi in front of him, who wants to fight all of them alone. Qin was helpless. This is just tired of living. If it were put in the original plot of more than 10 years, this would be a show. Boss, this 4-tails Jinchuriki is good at melting escape, which is a bit difficult to deal with. We surrounded him just now, but we couldn't tie him up. Kakuzu looked at Qin with a trace of solemnity on his face. Once he uses melting escape, he will dive into the ground. It will be difficult to lock him. Even Scorpion, who can destroy a country with 300 puppets, feels that this problem is difficult. Not to mention Haiden and Kakuzu. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder. You guys can have fun. As soon as these words fell, the eyes of the people present couldn't help but brighten. Deidara, who has always been crazy and full of resentment, took the lead. Haha, I knew that the boss had a way, then I'll let go and make a scene. When I was in the rock village, I was always frustrated. Unbridled laughter, mixed with the taste of madness. Deidara jumped out, and the clay spiders hiding around rushed towards Lao Ziai and his group. Ha! Deidara made a seal with his backhand, and the clay spiders exploded. Lava style, lava wall. Lao Ziai roared, and the 4 walls of magma condensed instantly, blocking all the incoming explosion waves. Deidara, you really intend to betray the rock village? Today, let me, Lao Ziai, catch all of you rebels in one fell swoop. At this point, the magma on Lao Zi's body rolled back and rushed directly out of the explosion wave. Open the barrier and seal them all. It's enough to delay for so long. Roaring like thunder, the scattered rock ninjas around looked condensed, and their hands quickly made seals. Without any fancy moves, he slapped the ground. Earth style, Earth rising energy barrier. The rolling yellow light, like a thin film, rolled back to the surroundings, forming a huge encirclement. The area within a half-kilometer radius was completely sealed off. Watching the barrier being built, Cheng, a hint of teasing flashed across Lao Zi's face, and he laughed and said, "Just watch, I will suppress all of you here in the name of Lao Zi, the four-tailed Jinchuriki. Remove the earth-melting seal for me." Lao Zi's double surgical seals flew, and his eyes condensed, and the Jinchuriki barrier in his body instantly broke a gap. When the hot magma penetrated his body, a layer of scarlet-tailed beast clothing immediately formed to cover his whole body. The blood-like eyes and the sharp fangs that protruded gave people the feeling that he was a small-tailed beast. The ground under his feet was assimilated by the rapid magma, and large magma bubbles emerged. Roar! Lao Zi roared, and his 4 legs suddenly kicked down, like an arrow from a string, and he attacked Deidara directly. C2. Deidara was young, but his combat experience and crazy strength were revealed in his bones. 2 large clay birds were thrown out directly, bringing a strong wind to attack Lao Zi. As soon as he approached, Deidara pinched the seal with his right hand. Ha! Boom! The 2 clay birds exploded in response. A figure rushed out from the revolving flames. Just as he approached Deidara by a dozen meters, the 2 tails, like a thread, went straight to Deidara. Got it! Lao Zi's face was ferocious. However, the next moment, Deidara's body was seen to retreat suddenly from the grasp of the 2 big hands in a weird posture. Bang! The rock was crushed in response, and the scorching heat directly dissolved the target. Seeing this scene, the madness on Deidara's face also stagnated, revealing a trace of fear. Little ghost, don't mess around, wait for the boss's order, I won't save you next time. Scorpion said coldly. Just now at the critical moment, he used the chakra line to forcibly change Deidara's trajectory. Otherwise, the attack just now might be enough to severely injure Deidara, or even capture him alive. Mistress Zi has the upper hand, and the Jinchuriki weapon is enough to fight against a village. As long as we keep the barrier well, we can catch the turtle in the jar. A rock ninja who presided over the barrier had a flash of excitement on his face. However, as soon as these words fell, the words that came into his ears shook his nerves. Are you ready? Chinyu looked at Kisame, and the ethereal voice of the system flashed in his mind. Ding dang! Congratulations to the host, water style big explosion water shock wave has reached the maximum level with 1 click. Boss, can you really do it? Kisame couldn't help asking. This water style big explosion water shock wave is his trump card. In his situation, he also needs the help of Samehada's chakra feedback to do it. Moreover, the difficulty of learning is no less than a forbidden technique. Chinyu's last-minute attempt to learn the Great Explosion Water Rush Wave was probably a fantasy in Kisame's eyes. Humph, inside the barrier, and in the form of my tailed beast coat, don't waste your energy struggling, just surrender. Lao Zi snorted coldly, and with his 4 legs suddenly kicked, he obviously wanted to capture the leader first. He turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards Uchiha Chinyu. The sudden scene made Kakuzu and others nervous, and their eyes looking at Chinyu were more urgent. But without orders, they didn't dare to act rashly. Do it! Chinyu's eyes condensed, and his 9 Magatama Sharingan quickly unfolded, and his hands flew up like a windmill. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Especially Kisame, looking at Chinyu, who had just asked him for the water style, great explosion water rush wave, the speed and proficiency of the seal were completely overwhelming him. This is too shocking. Kisame, hurry up and do it, don't delay the boss's plan. Biwajozo was also surprised. As a ninja who is good at water escape, he has not mastered this big explosion water wave. But at the moment, Chinyu's seal speed, chakra dispatch and transformation are far beyond his cognition. This is completely, he is a master at the first learning. Water escape big explosion water wave. The powerful chakra was extracted crazily, Chinyu opened his mouth and endless waves rushed out. The 3 tails hidden in the backpack poured chakra into Chinyu's ninjutsu crazily. For a while, the water waves were like raging waves, and they were crushing towards Lao Ziai with a crushing posture. Looking around, Chinyu was not performing ninjutsu at all, but spitting out a sea. The rolling water waves, like 1,000 horses galloping, made the big water burst wave performed by Gaizami completely become a supporting green leaf. If it weren't for the order, he would be stunned, and even the face of questioning just now would be lost. Compared with Chinyu, his big water burst wave is just peeing. Chapter 184 10 of me are not enough to kill. Boom! The water waves were like tides, and they came forward with a heavy posture. At a close distance, the speed was so fast that Lao Ziai, who was attacking head-on, had no way to hide. He was directly hit by the huge waves. The huge water waves rolled back, giving people an endless feeling, directly filling the half-kilometer range blocked by the barrier. However, this was just the beginning. Facing Chinyu's saturation attack, there was no way to hide. Lao Ziai was trapped in the water in this unexpected situation. The rock ninja who was guarding the surrounding barrier tightly, his face changed drastically, and before he could react, the barrier covering a radius of half a kilometer was enveloped. Unable to bear it, the waves of the sea made a crisp cracking sound. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion, the barrier that was struggling to support it collapsed. Endless waves rushed out like a sea, rolling back to all directions. Wherever it passed, no matter whether it was trees, rocks, mountains, etc., nothing could stop it. In the blink of an eye, the ground within a radius of 10 kilometers was instantly submerged by the waves. From a distance, it was like an ocean, which made people's eyes pop out. Kakuzu and others stood on the clay bird made by Deidara, overlooking the ocean below, their faces were livid. Looking at the thin figure in front of them, shrouded in Suzano, quietly standing in the air. That feeling made people shudder without fighting. In addition to having superb proficiency, being able to change the terrain with ninjutsu alone also requires a huge amount of chakra. Moreover, all ninjas who can reach this condition are the strongest among the cage level. In other words, those who reach the super cage level are called demigods. As for the people who can reach this step in the entire ninja world, except for the ninja god Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there are very few ninjas who can do it. Roar! In the endless waves, the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Ziai roared like crazy. He barely stabilized his body in the waves, looked up at Chinyu, and clapped his hands suddenly. The tailed beast clothes on his body seemed to burn rapidly at this moment. Roar! A crazy roar suddenly sounded, and a huge chakra, like a volcanic eruption, quickly penetrated the body. Under the rolling of the hot magma, it seemed that even the water was about to boil. Roar! As the roar sounded again, the huge body swung suddenly and turned into a tailed beast. Boss, this is the four-tailed beast, the fool known as the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. The three-tailed beast suddenly emerged from Chinyu's backpack and looked over. I just consumed a lot of chakra, boss, I'll leave this to you. Roar! The crazy roar sounded again, and the four-tailed beast's tearful eyes instantly locked onto the three-tailed beast. Turtle, I didn't expect you to call a human the boss, you've lost the face of our tailed beasts. The four-tailed beast suddenly spoke in human language. You can join forces with me now and kill all these hateful humans. It's not too late. The rolling words brought a deafening smell. Bah! The three-tailed bah disdainfully. You red ass, don't stir up trouble between me and the boss, or I'll be angry with you. I still advise you to surrender obediently, follow the boss, and eat delicious food together. This is a good job. Otherwise, once the boss starts, you are waiting to suffer. At this point, the three-tailed beast immediately put on a flattering expression, rubbed his hands and smiled. Boss, do you think what I said is good? Then tomorrow's lunch, trouble you. Looking at the miserly three-tailed beast, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. During this period, the three-tailed beast lost all his integrity for food. Damn turtle, you have lost the face of our tailed beasts. I want to see if the boss you mentioned understands the anger of the tailed beasts, and one blow can destroy mountains and seas. The four-tailed beast was furious. As a tailed beast, not to mention Chinyu couldn't stand it, even the four-tailed beast couldn't stand it even more. This three-tailed beast pretended to be a grandson. During these long years, they were the weapons of the tailed beasts, and they were terrifying. When did they become so shameless? In the endless waves, after barely standing firm, he suddenly raised his head and opened his bloody mouth. Looking at the leaden clouds in the sky, I don't trademark Tino when they accumulated. The thunderous power that moved like a dragon made the four-tailed beast nervous. It is now in the endless waves, which has suppressed its melting escape. Moreover, the water also contains chakra, which further limits its flexibility. At present, if it is matched with this thunder strike, what consequences will it cause, even the four-tailed beast dare not imagine. When I think of the verbal cannon just now, this is just to delay time. Cunning human, you want to catch me, it is impossible. As long as I perform melting escape, the world is so big, I can escape in an instant. The four-tailed beast roared angrily, and then swung its huge body down and rushed straight to the ground below. However, just after walking a dozen meters, the words that fell into his ears made him tense. Can you escape faster than the speed of light? Chinyu smiled playfully. The moment he pressed his right hand upward, he directly triggered the thunder in the sky. For a moment, a huge vortex of lightning appeared in the accumulated clouds. Without any fancy moves, Chinyu pressed his right hand down suddenly. Thunder escape Kylin. Roar. A roar that reached the sky of the nine heavens tore up instantly. The lightning in the sky was directly pulled up and turned into 1,000-foot Kylin, roaring and swooping down. The rolling thunder power was just a blink of an eye, 1,000th of the speed of light. He didn't even have time to raise his eyebrows. The four tails just had their pupils suddenly contracted. Under the eyes of the kaleidoscope amplification, the thunder escape Kylin, which doubled its power, swooped down and hit hard. Boom! Endless lightning swallowed all the four tails in an instant. The landform was like an ocean, with thunder raging, like thunder dragons roaring in the water. The sky was full of thunder and lightning, and the whole world gave people a sense of doomsday thunder. After more than half a minute, the thunder dissipated. The water waves covering a radius of 10 kilometers, it was gone. Below, the forest with a diameter of half a kilometer turned directly into a huge deep pit. A huge body that looked slightly burnt was lying in the ruins without moving at all. Looking at the tailed beast that was still high-spirited and wanted to kill everyone just a moment ago, it was now directly hit hard. The gap between the before and after is too big. Is this the boss's strength? I'm afraid 10 of me are not enough to kill him. Kisame's face turned pale. A big water burst wave can already crush him. If he uses this thunder release Kirin, let alone counterattack, I'm afraid he can't even defend, and he will die directly. Humph, Kisame, you should be glad that you are not stupid enough to challenge the boss, otherwise it will be a profound lesson. Biwachozo snorted coldly, his face seemed ruthless, but he was also glad that he surrendered that day. Otherwise, the fate of the four-tailed beast would be almost the same now. Chapter 186, The Third Scroll Puppet Dream Factory. Okay, don't be in a daze here. Who has a powerful barrier technique? Let's seal the four tails temporarily first. Chinyu asked after taking a look at the severely injured four tails. This injury seems serious, but the tailed beast, as a form of chakra carrier, will recover soon. Now only the consciousness is defeated. Once it recovers, it may continue to run wild. Boss, I have the Iron Sand sealing realm here, but because it is owned by the third Kazekage, and there is no sealing vessel, I am afraid the effect will be much worse. Scorpion said hesitantly. He has many puppets on him, and they also have the ability to seal. But if there is no artifact that can be used as a vessel, or the appropriate Jinchuriki physique, it will be more harm than good to seal the tailed beast rashly. Once the seal is broken, the backlash will be even more terrible. Don't worry about the seal, leave the rest to me. Qin Yu said with a smile. The battle just now was too loud. According to this situation, as long as the team is equipped with perception ninjas, it will be easy to find their traces. Qin Yu doesn't want to tear his face with them now, so it's better to just play soy sauce slowly. Boss, then I'll let go and do it. Scorpion's face sank, and he took out the third scroll from his waist with his backhand. Bang! Endless white mist rose into the sky, and a huge figure emerged. Oh! Qin Yu exclaimed lightly. In the original work, Scorpion has a total of 3 scrolls. The first one is the Eclipse Column Flow, which can perform attacks similar to water cutters. The second scroll is the puppet technique of 100 machines. The third scroll is the one in front of him, with countless hands and a giant puppet head about 10 meters high. Scroll 3 Puppet Dream Factory. Bang! The huge puppet head slammed heavily on the ground, stirring up a large piece of sand and dust rolling away. Looking at the posture like the thousand-handed Guanyin, everyone's expression changed slightly. In the original work, many people in the Akatsuki organization fought with all their might. Only the genius puppeteer Scorpion of the Red Sand seriously let it go. As soon as the huge puppet appeared, the rolling air wave overturned it, and Scorpion directly tore off his clothes, revealing the puppet body. This is simply a madman, transforming himself into a puppet. Biwachozo's face changed, and even Kisame beside him couldn't help licking his lips. It can be said that this scene in front of him was too shocking. Scorpion didn't care about the reactions of the crowd, and directly opened his own core, and a series of chakra lines shot out, and sank into the puppet factory. The puppet work, which had been silent at first, made a roar in an instant. As soon as his eyes opened, his bloody mouth suddenly opened, as if forming a dark abyss. Red silk threads shot out and quickly wrapped around the four-tailed body. In the blink of an eye, the four-tailed was directly wrapped like a cocoon. The next moment, Scorpion's hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals like a wheel. Accompanied by his hands suddenly clasped together. The four tails, which were dozens of meters long, were pulled madly and dragged into the mouth of the puppet factory. With the last trace of power flowing in, the bloody mouth of the puppet factory finally closed with a bang. Iron Sand Seal. Scorpion's hands suddenly clasped together, and the puppet of the third generation of Kazekage appeared again. With the bloody mouth opened, endless iron sand rushed out and instantly covered the puppet factory. At the same time, the puppet factory banged and was sealed into the scroll again, leaving only a messy ground. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, patted Scorpion's shoulder, and said, "Let's go, I'm afraid we've been discovered here." Chapter 186 The New 4th Generation Mizu Cage. In front, hurry up, they may be in front. The hurried voice came from the fast-moving team. When they arrived at the ruins, they saw the huge pit tens of meters deep and the rocks melted by high temperature. The messy scene was shocking. What happened here? AI looked at Huang Tu with a serious expression and asked sternly, "Don't forget, we are now half allies. If you hide the information, it may lead to the final defeat." Recalling the forest within a radius of 10 kilometers that was completely blocked by water waves and the huge thunder that fell from the sky, it still makes people feel scared. Regarding this issue, the Mist Village did not say, but now they are on the same boat, so they have to take it seriously. It's a Jinchuriki weapon. Huang Tu's face sank, and he clenched his fist and hit the tree beside him heavily. "Lord Huang Tu, we found the remnants of Lord Z's chakra fluctuations here. I'm afraid there was an extremely fierce battle here, and the result may be asshole." Huang Tu shouted angrily, "The Jinchuriki weapon is a powerful means second only to the cage level. Now you tell me that Lao Ziai may have failed. I don't believe that the kid can defeat Lao Ziai, who has transformed into a tailed beast in a short time." The hysterical roar came out, and the atmosphere of the scene changed instantly. Everyone looked at Huang Tu, and their hearts were also shaken. "The Lao Ziai you are talking about should be the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Lao Ziai, who is the target of our Cloud Ninja this time," AI said solemnly. "It is rumored that the four-tailed Sun Wukong is proficient in lava escape, and can easily escape as long as he touches the ground. Even the third generation is troubled by it. This time, the third generation of Raikage invaded the rock village to snatch the tailed beast weapons. However, during the capture process, the difficulty of lava escape obviously exceeded their budget. In the end, after repeated delays and failures, the rock village discovered it. Only then will a series of subsequent events occur. At present, Even such a difficult four-tailed beast has been defeated. The person who took action is too shocking. No wonder the other party used such a large-scale water-style ninjutsu. It seems that they intend to trap the four tails and prevent him from contacting the earth. AI's expression sank and said, I just don't know how many people performed such a powerful ninjutsu together. If it was one person, the amount of chakra and combat experience required would be very high. I think at least 3 to 5 people are needed to do it. A short figure carrying a huge black stick walked out of the enview of the mist village. Who are you? AI's expression changed. Now in the mist village, the elders were killed, and 2 of the top-level combat power of the 7 ninja swordsmen defected and 2 were killed. In this situation, there is no qualification to negotiate with them on an equal footing. So along the way, the enview of the mist village did not speak. Now a small man suddenly appeared. I am afraid there is a kind of intriguing feeling. My name is Yagura, and I am the newly elected 4th Mizukage of the mist village. The short enview took off his mask and revealed a childish face. I joined the team midway, so it's not surprising that you don't know about me. The new 4th Mizukage. AI raised his eyebrows and looked at Yagura, who looked like a little kid, and it was obviously hard to believe. Yes. Yagura nodded and said, after the death of the 3rd Mizukage, I found it strange that Biwajozo returned to the village, but I had to send him to meet Danzo because I needed people during the war. By the time I reacted, Elder Kirito had been killed. Chapter 187 Convening the 5-Kage Meeting. You said that you are the new Mizukage, so you must have the strength to convince us. AI snorted coldly, and the lightning on his body crackled and crackled. He took a step forward, turned around and punched Yagura. Lightning release, thunder fist breaking. Lord Mizukage. The faces of the surrounding mist ninja Anbu changed drastically in an instant, but they obviously received orders from the beginning and did not act rashly. Seeing the thunder fist blast out, the speed was so fast that even a strand of hair on the forehead was blown by the wind. Yagura was not panicked at all. His hands flew quickly and formed a series of seals. Water escape water mirror technique. A wave of water quickly condensed in front of Yagura, and instantly turned into a water mirror, directly reflecting AI's figure. Before everyone could react, the ripples on the water mirror were agitated, and the figure in the mirror was instantly condensed. With the same moves and actions, he attacked AI head-on. Boom! The fists, which were not giving in at all, collided with each other in an instant, making a rolling thunderous explosion. The airwaves rolled up, making the people around couldn't help but retreat a few steps, and then they looked at the second AI who dissipated in the void with shock on their faces. The same moves, and the same actions, isn't this the same as what Huangtu and others saw, the scene where the 3rd generation Raikage killed himself? Among the Cloud Ninjas, someone couldn't hold back. However, he was soon stopped by AI's hand, and the look he gave to Yagura was less disdainful and more solemn. I recognize your strength, but this crystal technique is very good, but you can't copy the full strength of the Raikage, so you are not a murderer. AI explained in a deep voice. There are many copying ninjutsu like the water mirror technique. This ninjutsu seems to be against the sky, but the biggest disadvantage is that the strength gap between the caster and the copied is not big. Once the copied person exceeds the limit of the caster, not only will it be impossible to copy, but it will also cause chakra overdraft, which is not worth the loss. Yagura in front of him was chosen as the 4th generation of Mizukage, but without the tailed beast, acting as a Jinchuriki, his strength is still greatly reduced compared to the original. So this water mirror technique can only copy some not so strong ninjutsu. Okay, since you recognize my strength, then should we talk about Uchiha Chinyu's affairs next? Yagura took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Facing this proposal, AI nodded in agreement instantly, looking at the livid yellow earth and the anxiously sensing ninja. AI knew very well that the Four Tails Jinchuriki was probably in danger. Huangtu, let's talk business first. Yagura frowned, but couldn't help but speak. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. If Huangtu hides something, there may be grudges for the next cooperation. Excuse me, both of you. Huangtu exhaled a foul breath and said in a deep voice, this time, Lord Tsuchikage Onoki, in addition to sending us to meet with Danzo, also led the Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi to chase our rock village's explosion genius ninja Deidara. According to Lord Onoki, only by finding Deidara, the death of the 3rd Raikage will be revealed. When we were trapped in Konoha, we learned through the perception ninja that Lao Zi had tracked down Deidara and had fought with the opponent. The slightly long voice made the expressions of the people in the field change one after another. AI's face darkened and he said, "You mean, Lao Ziyi has confirmed that Deodara has defected, and the other side has a lot of people, so he can't capture him immediately." In AI's eyes, the strength of Jinchuriki is not comparable to a mere 7 or 8-year-old genius. Moreover, the Four Tails lava release is not only first class for escaping, but also a unique sneak attack. Under such innate advantages, there is no way to catch a 7 or 8-year-old kid. This means that the other team also has a lot of strong people. Huang Tu, do you have information about the other team's members? Don't try to hide it from us. Whether it is the disappearance of the third Raikage and Mizu Cage, or the rebellion of the genius ninja in your village, our 3 major ninja villages are in the same boat to some extent. Yagura said in a deep voice. Even Huang Tu couldn't refute this. After hesitating, he sighed and said, "Forget it, this is the encrypted information sent back by Lao Ziyi. It is recorded above that there are 3 people on the other side, but their real identities are still encrypted. We need to go back to the village to break it." 3 people? Yagura's expression changed slightly, and he said, "If Uchiha Chinyu, Hashigaki Kisame and Biwajozo are counted, the number of people in this group will reach 7. Now the 3-tailed and 4-tailed are in their hands. Once they are used by them, it will form an unimaginable huge force, which may be so serious that it may threaten the safety of our ninja world. I believe that the 2 of you here don't like the status of a great country to be shaken by outsiders." After this, Huang Tu and AI's faces changed, but they couldn't refute it. Especially the traces of the battle in front of them, but they were vivid, knocking on their nerves. "Fourth Mizu Cage, I think you should have a solution, right?" AI said in a deep voice. This time, he obviously acknowledged Yagura's identity as Mizu Cage. Yagura nodded, and said without keeping it a secret, "Convene a meeting of the 5 Cage. According to the information we have found in the Mist Village, Uchiha Kainu has been lurking in the Konoha village for 17 years before he showed his edge. His strength has obviously reached the level of Cage, and he has opened the Mangekaya Sharingan that only Uchiha Madara has. Now he has obviously gathered a group of ninjas with extreme thinking. Whether it is Biwajozo, Hashigaki Kisame or the other 4, one of them will have an impact on the ninja world alone. Now that they are gathered together, I am afraid it will become a huge disaster." 5 Cage meeting? Whether it is AI or Huangtu, even the other ninjas have changed their expressions. Every time the 5 Cage meeting was held, it was to discuss major events related to the survival of the ninja world. The first time was when the first generation of Hokage distributed the tailed beasts. The second and third times were all wars and talks, and the division of rights and interests. Now the third ninja world war has not ended yet, and the final outcome has not been decided. It is rash to start the 5 Cage talks for a mere little ghost. This means that the 5 Cage talks can only be successfully held on the premise of ending the third ninja world war. Everyone, I know that this ninja world war has caused great losses to all parties. At the same time, everyone has maintained a certain strength and is waiting for the moment of the decisive battle. Kyujo Yagura said in a deep voice, "But don't forget that the third ninja world war was kicked off because the third Kazekage disappeared. Now, the third Raikage and Mizu Cage have also disappeared one after another. All evidence points to Uchiha Chinyu. Perhaps the third Kazekage will also be related to him." Chapter 188 Pushing the monster to the opposite side. If everyone still wants to stay out of it, I'm just worried that things will get out of control. Kotaka Yagura stopped talking here. He said everything that needed to be said, and pointed out the danger. If the 5 Cage summit still cannot be held, then we can only accept our fate. Humph, a mere kid actually makes you so worried. AI shouted in a deep voice. However, if he is really related to the disappearance of the third Raikage, we in the Cloud Village will never let him go easily. Next time we meet, we will meet as cages, and this matter will be handed over to you, the 4th Mizu Cage, to coordinate. After saying this, AI left first. At the moment, facing the unknown power of Uchiha Chinyu, and the strength of his combat power, even the 4 Tails Jinchuriki is missing. If he pursues rashly, it may not be worth the loss. What's more, there is an important thing waiting for him to go back to the Cloud Village. Moreover, the third Raikage is missing, and the Cloud Village is leaderless, so he needs him to come forward to stabilize the situation. Yo-yo, see you next time, please remember that I am the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Nihogui Killer Bee. Killer Bee tilted his head and said after rapping a few words, he quickly followed. Seeing all the cloud ninjas retreat, Gujuyagura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Huangtu, this matter involves a lot of things. I hope you can get in touch with the Tsuchikage as soon as possible, and at the same time give up the pursuit of Uchiha Chinyu. His strength alone is so terrifying. If he has gathered a large number of powerful rebel ninjas under his command, for you, rash action is to fall into a trap. Gujuyagura explained in a deep voice. Moreover, Lao Ziyi is not without any gains. At least he has encrypted the information of Uchiha Chinyu's other 3 subordinates. Next, I hope that you, the Rock Ninja Village, can decipher it as soon as possible, so that our 5 major ninja villages can come up with a response method as soon as possible. Huangtu also agreed with Gujuyagura's methodical analysis. After taking a look at the intelligence scroll in his hand, he said in a deep voice, I will report what happened here to Lord Onaki truthfully, but will Konoha village agree to the 5-cage talks? Don't forget, their attitude towards Uchiha Chinyu's defection is very ambiguous. Huangtu's face flashed a trace of solemnity. After the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village opened up 4 major battlefields at the same time. Although the casualties in the battle were also very large, they had to admit that Konoha village had many talents and its military strength was stable over the 4 major ninja villages. If Konoha village stood on the side of Uchiha Chinyu, it would be unknown what would happen. Don't worry, in the Third Ninja World War, we fought on our own. Now as long as our 4 major ninja villages reach a consensus and join forces to put pressure on Konoha village, they can only agree. Gujuyagura smiled and shook his head and said I will now send the intention of convening the 5-cage conference to the 3rd Hokage. Yakura is here, waiting for good news from Uegakuer. Don't worry, I will report the 4th Mizukage's intention to Lord Onoki. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. Huangtu left in a hurry after saying this. Thinking that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was in danger, he rushed back to the rock village to report. In the Konoha village, the huge venue was not deserted because of the farce. However, except for the important members of the major families, all other civilians also dispersed. Looking at the expressionless 3rd Hokage on the first seat, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. Swoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air came from all directions and finally landed in front of the 3rd Hokage. The eyes hidden under the mask swept around the venue and showed hesitation. Speak, all clan leaders are qualified to listen to these things. The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice. This incident happened in public, and it was obviously impossible to suppress it in private. Since it cannot be hidden, it is better to announce it directly, which will also help stabilize the people's hearts. After getting approval, the leading Anbyo captain spoke first. Everything related to Danzo and the route was destroyed. Among them, the newcomers of the route who did not have time to retreat were all killed by the forbidden technique. At the same time, in the secret basement of the route, we found a laboratory for cultivating the cells of the 1st generation of Hokage, and experiments on Sharingan Izanagi. Asshole! The 3rd Hokage shouted angrily. These were the research materials he found in the laboratory when Orochimaru defected that day. However, he was soft-hearted for a moment and suppressed the matter. He never expected that Danzo would accept Orochimaru's experiment and succeed in developing a ninja with would-release ninjutsu and a Sharingan arm. Sarutobi, now is not the time to be angry about Danzo's affairs. Our first priority is to find a way to deal with the investigation of the 3 major ninja villages. Udadan Koharu spoke first. As one of the 3 major advisors of Konoha, they are the only ones who are qualified to speak when others are silent. Sarutobi, Koharu is right. Danzo has gone too far, but this time Uchiha Kainu publicly killed the elders of the Mist Village and colluded with the 7 ninja swordsmen. For the diplomatic relations of our Konoha village, the impact is very huge. Mito Kato-en also spoke up. Moreover, the disappearance of the 3rd Raikage and the genius of the rock village all point to Uchiha Chinyu, so we must handle it properly, otherwise the 3 major ninja villages will jointly attack us, which may not be worth the loss. Facing the words of Mito Kato-en and Udadan Koharu, the ninjas present looked at each other. In their eyes, as Jiraiya said, there is no eye on the battlefield, and those who kill will be killed. If only the shadow can kill people, but ordinary people cannot kill the shadow, it would be too ridiculous. At present, Uchiha Chinyu took the initiative to leave Konoha, which has helped the Konoha ninja village to overcome a difficult time. Now he is planning to cut off relations and downplay the instigator Danzo, which is unreasonable. Asshole, Koharu, Mito, at this point, Are you still going to maintain the face of the so-called consultant? The third Hokage roared and said, Look, what on earth is this? As he spoke, the third Hokage casually threw a scroll at Mizudaman-en's face. This slapping move surprised Mizudaman-en. It was the first time he saw the third Hokage, who was a conservative faction, so furious. However, when he saw the scroll in his hand, Mizudaman-en's face turned pale. The face of the consultant is now completely unimportant. Take a look at what the new Mizukage of the Mist Village mentioned in the scroll. The third Hokage shouted angrily, when you are concerned about the so-called consultant's face, do you know that forcing a monster to fight with me on the face of the opposition of Konoha? Not long ago, the four-tailed Jinchuriki sent by the Rock Village disappeared for no reason, and it is suspected that he was defeated by Uchiha Kainu. Chapter 189. The old man was almost scared to death by the stimulation. The four-tailed Jinchuriki was defeated. There was an uproar in the field, and many people's faces changed drastically. I have never seen pigs run, but I have eaten pork. Whether it is the older generation of ninjas who have witnessed the fierce power of the tailed beasts with their own eyes, or the younger generation who have been instilled with the powerful power of the tailed beasts since childhood. For them, the combat power of the tailed beasts often exceeds that of ordinary cage-level strong men. If there is no special means to suppress it, it may end up like the fourth generation in the original work, where he sealed the nine-tailed beast and died. After all, no one is the first generation of Hokage, who can tease the tailed beasts like a husky. Sarutobi, aren't the three major ninja villages chasing Uchiha Kainu's trail? Could it be that even if they join forces with the tailed beast Jinchuriki, they still can't stop him? Mito-Kato-en was anxious. Although, it has long been known that Jinyu still has the first three tails hidden under his command. But according to Jiraiya, this was a deception. Now facing the four-tailed Jinchuriki and the pursuit of the three major ninja villages, the result should be different. Humph, you should read the information recorded on the scroll carefully before you shout. The third generation Hokage snorted angrily. However, I think if you see it clearly, I'm afraid you really can't shout. After saying this, Mitamonen and Udaten Koharu couldn't wait to spread out the scroll completely. However, this one look made them stunned. After waiting for a long time, a group of old clan leaders present all stretched their necks to look, but the distance was too far, and it was obviously just a luxury. Old Hyuga, you quickly look at what is written on it. Those two idiots are stunned, why don't they make a fuss and make us feel itchy? The old Nara clan leader couldn't hold back at all. In theory, such a confidential scroll must not be shown to anyone casually. However, the current involvement is very serious, and the third generation Hokage is still willing to let them know, so the old Nara clan leader dared to instigate like this. Old Hyuga, you quickly take a look. Yes, the third generation has allowed it, so don't keep it a secret. A group of old men around are afraid that the world will not be in chaos, which makes the younger generations standing around them moved. Although there are many white-eyed younger generations standing in the Hyuga clan, they dare not act rashly and can only stare blankly. Since you old guys let me do whatever I want, I'll let myself go. The old Hyuga clan leader grabbed the wine glass in his hand, took a sip of tea, and stared at it as usual, showing his 360-degree eyes. Puff! A mouthful of tea spurted out, and the old Hyuga clan leader kicked his feet and covered his heart as if it was a conditioned reflex. He couldn't even hold the teacup in his hand tightly, and it fell to the ground with a thud and broke into pieces. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned. What was this? It was so exciting that it almost scared the old man to death. Old Hyuga, what's wrong with you? The old Nara clan leader sitting next to him quickly reacted, found the acupuncture points, and gave him several needles to calm the emotional old Hyuga clan leader. Damn it, I almost scared the old man to death. The old Hyuga clan leader patted his chest and said, but, it's too exciting. Defeating a tailed beast in 60 seconds, performing a ninjutsu with a radius of 10 kilometers, and a lightning escape from the sky. This can be enshrined as a god. Seeing the incoherent and spitting ninjutsu of the old Hyuga clan leader, everyone present was stunned at first. Then the pot exploded all at once. A ninjutsu with a radius of 10 kilometers can easily cover half of the Konoha ninja village. Even the tailed beast can't resist for 60 seconds, so what level of strength has it reached? At this moment, they finally understood what the third Hokage meant. If you confront such a monster, it will make people feel desperate. The third Hokage, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, slowly opened his eyes and said, who of you can be responsible for this matter, Mito or Koharu? Chapter 190 The most crude Hokage succession ceremony in history. The huge venue fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the questioning of the third Hokage, no one dared to refute. They also thought that the content of this scroll might be exaggerated. But after thinking about it, as long as you are not a fool, you will never be stupid enough to exaggerate a ninjutsu to a radius of 10 kilometers. Defeat a tailed beast in 60 seconds. The only possibility is that all this is true. Random fabrication will never be imagined to this extent out of thin air. Brain holes are also limited. Haha, it seems that none of you can answer this question. The third Hokage snorted coldly and said, since there will be no results if we continue to discuss, then this time the Hokage election will activate Minato Namikaze to become the fourth Hokage. As for the village, everything that happened today, except for the matter of Danzo and Orochimaru, will remain the same. If there is no objection, we will adjourn now. Having said that, the third Hokage looked around the scene with a sharp gaze. Mitamanen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yuta and Koharu, who shook his head. After enduring the torture for more than half a minute, the third Hokage snorted coldly, turned around and left. The people present breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Some clan leaders who were good at observing people's expressions had already taken the lead and walked towards the new fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and congratulated him. After working for more than 10 minutes, Minato Namikaze looked at the empty venue and smiled bitterly. Minato, why are you so depressed after becoming a Hokage? Jiraiya smiled and patted Minato on the shoulder. As a teacher, it is the greatest sense of accomplishment to see your students become Hokage. However, in the face of this congratulation, Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, Teacher, you are really a joke. This is probably the most rudimentary Hokage succession ceremony in history. Oh! Jiraiya exclaimed lightly and said with a smile, Minato, I didn't expect you to mind such things. This time, Chinyu's incident has made the situation of the entire ninja world unclear. Teacher recommended you to become Hokage, and it was also a task in a critical situation. Now in Konoha, except you, no one can take this position. This decision was actually the result of a temporary decision made by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage after obtaining the scroll information from Yagura. After all, every time the Hokage election is held, there will be a storm. Instead of leaving time for people with ulterior motives to covet the position of the fourth generation, it is better to cut the Gordian knot and settle the position of the fourth Hokage. It also dispelled the ambitions of the three elders of Uchiha and stabilized the situation in Konoha. However, facing Jiraiya's words, Namikaze Minato still smiled bitterly and shook his head, isn't there a teacher above me? No matter the qualifications or experience, the teacher is richer than me, and I think if he is still here, I am not qualified to compare with him. Minato, you kid, really put this high hat on the teacher. Jiraiya laughed and scolded, and sighed leisurely, but you are also right. If he is still here, not to mention you, even I am not qualified to compare with him. It's a pity that his heart is not in Konoha. Now all we can do is hope that other villages will not go too far. If they completely force him to the opposite side, the ninja world will face a huge catastrophe. Chapter 191 Large-Scale Group Performance Activities. At the border of the Land of Fire, 7 or 8 figures quickly passed through the forest. When they came to a basin, they suddenly stopped. Boss, the seal has reached its limit again. Should we proceed as planned? Scorpion spoke first. The huge scroll in his hand, with circles of mysterious seals, lit up like flames. At the same time, it seemed as if an invisible big hand was stirring inside, and a concave and convex moving picture appeared. Let's proceed according to the original plan. I think it will be quiet after a few more tortures. Chinyu smiled warmly. Looking at this sweet smile like a boy next door, the spines of the people present couldn't help but shiver. Sanwei shuddered and hid directly in the backpack. Thinking of the inhuman treatment that Saiwei encountered, it was fortunate that it made a wise and brave choice that day. Little Sanzi, don't be lazy. You are a key link. Don't let me down. Otherwise, eating bananas for your next meal is also good. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said. As soon as these words fell, Sanwei seemed to be injected with chicken blood and became excited instantly. It quickly climbed to Chinyu's shoulder, and after a quick howl, it showed its most majestic side. Seeing the majestic three-tailed beast being trained like a husky by Chinyu, the corners of the mouths of the great masters present were twitching. It seemed that the fate of the four-tailed beast had been foreshadowed. However, in order to avoid being beaten like the four-tailed beast, the people present immediately became alert. This matter cannot be missed, otherwise the next laughingstock will be chosen from among them. Do it! Looking at the formation, Qin Yu shouted coldly. Scorpion, who had been prepared for a long time, threw the scroll directly into the air with his backhand. Release! With one word, the seal scroll exploded, revealing the shadow of the puppet dream factory. At the same time, a huge scarlet body also appeared in front of everyone. However, the usually ferocious-tailed beast, seeing the young man standing on the tree branch with a smile on his face, couldn't help but shudder all over and hurriedly tried to fall to the ground. His only thought now was to escape. How far away he could escape? Water style, great explosion water technique. Two loud shouts came out instantly, and his hands that were quickly forming seals flew like wheels. When the last seal fell, the sea water, like a raging tide, rushed out of the mouths of Biwajozo and Kisame. Although they could not reach the abnormal radius of 10 kilometers that Qin Yu had, they could still reach a range of 3 or 4 kilometers by using all their strength and relying on the storage of same heta. The endless waves instantly turned the entire basin into an ocean, submerging the huge body of the four-tailed beast. At the same time, Deodara's eyes widened, and the seals in his hands fell, and the ground under his feet rumbled continuously. The moment a huge clay octopus of 50 to 60 meters broke out of the ground, it quickly wrapped around the body of the four-tailed one. At the same time, the 300 puppets in the sky moved, and the puppet man who claimed to be able to destroy a country also moved. There were also 4 masked ghosts with dense blood vessels as their bodies, scattered around. Even the weakest Feiduan waved the death scythe and attacked the four-tailed one. When such a luxurious lineup appeared, the four-tailed one, who was originally full of anger, shuddered all over, instantly silenced. Can I surrender? The four-tailed beast's cheeks twitched. This was like a nightmare, repeated again and again. It had forgotten how many times it had endured. Ah, ah! A strange cry suddenly sounded. The huge body that fell from the sky, like a meteorite, directly hit the four-tailed beast. The next moment, the huge basin was filled with ghosts and howls. Surrender is invalid. Beat it! The three-tailed beast screamed, opened its mouth and spit out a few saliva iron bullets, raised its tail and opened it left and right, slapping it a few times. At the same time, what puppets to destroy the country demonstration, the 5 elements of ninjutsu combination punch, and large-scale art detonation scenes were staged one after another. The most antisocial performance was the shark entering from behind, showing the Shark Boy's alternative dark side. As for drawing a circle to curse you, it can only be regarded as a children's painting program. After all, this tailed beast is still useful, and you can't just go up and perform a stab in the heart. In the original work, facing a monster from the Akatsuki organization was already a headache. Now facing a group of them at once, this is a living hell. This large-scale group performance lasted for 10 minutes before it came to a perfect end. Looking at the four-tailed beast in the deep pit, everyone's mouth twitched and looked at Uchiha Qin Yu. As long as the young man who stood by and watched said no, they would definitely continue to hold the motto of "It's better to die than to die, my friend," and give another combination punch. Okay, keep sealing it. Qin Yu took a look at the four-tailed beast that had no strength to struggle, and ordered. Scorpion's expression stagnated, and he looked around and said, "Boss, do you want to continue? Why not ask it if it wants to surrender? If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it will go crazy if it doesn't die." After 7 meals in a row, let alone the four-tailed beast, even they were a little overwhelmed. What's more, the tailed beasts are all thick-skinned and strong, and they are mainly based on chakra. In addition to mental trauma, physical injuries can be recovered in a blink of an eye. Little 4, don't pretend to be dead. Make a decision quickly. We are too idle to waste energy. I am hungry after 7 meals. The three-tailed beast jumped up and landed directly on the head of the four-tailed beast after recovering to the size of a husky. He said, "Let me tell you, the boss's cooking skills are top-notch. If you eat it, you will definitely be like me. Eat a meal and kill 10 people, and the kind of slap will bleed." Seeing the three-tailed beast chattering about surrender, the people present also secretly became more urgent. It is indeed very aggrieved to be beaten, but it is also not good to beat someone to death. Seeing the four-tailed beast pretending to be dead, his eyelids raised and finally opened his eyes, and everyone was completely relieved. I can surrender, but you can't beat me up in a group anymore. And what's so great about cooking, you dead turtle? Not all tailed beasts are like you. For a bite of food, you've become a fool. I'm looking for something to eat. Don't bananas smell good? The four-tailed beast couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three-tailed beast. I, the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in the Flower Fruit Mountain, will never bow down for a bite of food. Besides, I only like to eat bananas. The awe-inspiring and righteous voice rolled and spread. The three-tailed beast's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran back to Qin Yu, sticking out his tongue and yawning, saying, "Boss, the mission has been completed. I don't know if the bananas smell good, but everyone is hungry. Should we have a meal?" Thinking that during this period, Uchiha Qin Yu had no intention of cooking at all, the three-tailed beast felt like chewing wax, without any taste. Now that he had made a rare contribution, he couldn't hold back at all. Chapter 192 Chickens are too beautiful. After hearing Sanwei's proposal, only Feijuan and Kakuzu in the field had tasted Qin Yu's gesture. The rest of the people also showed a look of doubt. In their eyes, this is not just a meal, so there is no need to throw away their moral integrity, right? Let me think about what to eat today. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly, and various dishes flashed through his mind, and finally settled on one. In China, no chicken is a feast. It's rare for a group of people to gather here, and it should be good to use chicken as a hard dish. Boss, have you thought about it? I'm so hungry that my belly is sticking to my spine. Sanwei urged impatiently. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Go catch some pheasants. If you want to fill your stomach, the more the better." Pheasants. Sanwei was stunned for a moment, and his memory of the image of chicken was obviously very vague. However, he soon came to his senses and rushed into the forest accompanied by Feijuan. Qin Yu seemed to have seen the scene of all the chickens running away. In the future, he might have to find a group of monks to chant sutras for the pheasants in this forest. Tisk, I thought there was something special. Apart from the 3 roast chickens, what else can you humans put on the table? I'd better go find some bananas to eat. The four-tailed beast also rushed into the forest. Boss, do you want to follow it? Kisame couldn't help but look at the direction where the four-tailed beast left. Qin Yu smiled, shook his head and said, "No, it doesn't have the courage to let me catch it again. It's a large-scale group performance." Looking at Qin Yu's warm smile and these words, Kisame couldn't help but twitch even when he was cheering, and said, "Then I'll take some Bing Liang pills first to recover." Leaving these words, Kisame also went straight to Biwajozo. After a short time together, Kisame, who was born in the Anbu, knew clearly that everyone here had different habits and personalities. Crazy explosion art a brat, an immortal miser, a cultist who draws a circle to curse you, and an eternal puppet artist who likes to hollow out his body. There is also an unfathomable problem boy who likes to summon weirdos. Looking around the field, the most normal one seems to be Biwajozo, who was considered the most abnormal at the beginning and also walked out of the blood mist. Would you like to eat some Bing Liang pills? They can quickly restore physical strength, chakra, and fill your stomach. Kisame sat down with his back against the tree. At the same time, he threw the Bing Liang pills in his hand to Biwajozo, stuffed 3 or 5 pills into his mouth with his backhand, and began to adjust his state. Seeing this scene, Biwajozo was a little surprised and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the famous cold and ruthless mist hidden folk Hoshigaki Kisame in the Anbu would also show a friendly side. If it is reported back to the Mist Village, I am afraid that many people will not believe it." In the original work, in the Mist Village, Hoshigaki Kisame, as the first person in the Anbu, even broke the name of the mist hidden folk. If it weren't for the pufferfish ghost Zigwashan deliberately tripping him up and secretly betraying Kisame, causing his mission to fail, he would not have embarked on the road of rebellion. Haha, don't get me wrong, I just don't want a rare teammate who is more familiar and can fight on the same front to be eliminated. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned grimly. You should have seen that everyone that guy summoned is a monster among monsters. Not to mention the evil god cult and the miser, even the 7 or 8-year-old clay explosion kid has extraordinary strength. Once he grows up, it will only take 2 or 3 years to be able to hunt down the cage level. Think about it, if a group of monsters comparable to the cage level are dispatched, will the 5 major countries remain indifferent? Biwajozo's face changed slightly. Unlike Kisame, he is a member of the Mizu Cage Special Guard. Compared with Kisame's calm mind, he is still far behind. Now after hearing Kisame's analysis, I understand the seriousness of the matter. You mean, no matter what the boss's final goal is, the confrontation with the 5 major countries will never change? Biwajozo asked in a deep voice. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned grimly and said, "What's wrong, are you scared?" Scared? Biwajozo also smiled. I am excited. I also want to see how far I can go. Thank you for the Bingliang pill. Hey, leave some for me. My same Hada needs to store power and will cut me from time to time. And I didn't say I would give you all the Bingliang pills. A dozen minutes later, the huge body of the 4-tailed beast flashed out of the forest, with hundreds of kilograms of bananas wrapped around its tail. After returning to the basin, it glanced at Chinyu and said, "Don't look at the bananas of this Monkey King. This taste is the most fragrant in the forest. If you want to eat it, go find it yourself. Or, call me Monkey Brother and I will give you a banana." Looking at the 4-tailed beast, sniffing the banana, showing an intoxicated look, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, ignored it directly, and looked at the forest ahead. Accompanied by a sound of trampling like chickens and dogs running around. Chinyu took out the seal scroll with his backhand and opened it instantly. Bang! A series of kitchen utensils appeared instantly, which made Kisame and others slightly stunned. This picnic is too fancy. However, the identity of Chinyu, the elder brother, is obvious, so they can't question it. They can only watch from the side with their bellies full of soldiers' pills. In their eyes, a dignified ninja, or a young genius with unfathomable strength, should devote his energy to ninjutsu. The so-called cooking skills, even if they touch the ceiling, can fill the stomach is already very good. Boss, the chickens are coming. The 3-tailed monster screamed, and dozens of pheasants trapped in the water prison were released instantly. For a moment, the chickens in the sky were too beautiful. It felt like a white bird facing the phoenix. Chinyu, who was watching this scene, took a deep breath, and the 9 Magadama Sharingan turned in vain. Chidori flow. Endless lightning flashed through the body, and the raging posture instantly enveloped the flying chickens in the sky. With a slight touch, the muscles of the pheasant were tense, and the feathers soaked in water were instantly shaved by Chinyu's precise lightning escape. At the same time, Chinyu flicked his wrist, and the long needles from the 7 ninja swords instantly fell into his hand. Under the flow of lightning and the 9 Magadama Sharingan, it turned into a series of afterimages, quickly passing through dozens of chickens. The speed was so fast that even the naked eye could not keep up with the instant body technique. Biwajozo and Kisame's cheeks kept twitching, watching one of the 7 great ninja swords fall into Chinyu's hands and be used to kill chickens. This undoubtedly made them almost spit out blood. However, seeing Chinyu actually combine ninjutsu, Sharingan, and cooking skills together, it was like flowing water. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would never believe it. Come on, pot! Chinyu's body suddenly stopped, and the 3-tailed beast that had been waiting on the side immediately rolled up the clay pot with its 3 tails. The chicken meat, which was burning with lightning, locked the gravy and gave off a faint fragrance, and fell directly into the clay pot. Looking at such a grand scene, Saiwei, who was sighing that the banana was too fragrant, couldn't help but take a few more glances, showing an interested expression. Chapter 193 Borrowing shark skin to cut it. The chicken meat, which locked the gravy and was flowing with lightning, fell into the clay pot in an orderly manner. Looking at this scene, Chinyu did not stop the movement of his hands, everything was like flowing clouds and water, forming a fire escape technique seal. Fire escape palm immortal fire. The flame was in his palm, the fire in the middle of the pot was rising, and when it was pressed on the clay pot, it gushed out like a gusher. The clay pot, which was originally at room temperature, boiled instantly. The chicken inside was burning with a sizzling sound. The most unbearable thing was that the golden chicken oil on it slowly flowed out under the burning flame. The originally tender chicken gradually became golden. At the same time, Chinyu stretched out his right hand like lightning, and the spatula in his hand quickly stir-fried it. The 3 seasonings that had been prepared long ago were quickly sprinkled on the chicken. To make authentic 3-cup chicken, the indispensable seasonings are soy sauce, sesame oil, and rice wine. Originally, only 3 cups were needed, but because there were too many chickens, Chinyu directly increased the amount. The 3 main seasonings fell into the clay pot. With the sizzling sound of frying, Chinyu's spatula quickly stir-fried again. The taste of ginger and scallion, mixed with the fragrance of the 3 seasonings, instantly combined perfectly. Soy sauce adds flavor, sesame oil adds fragrance. The chicken pieces are stir-fried with ginger and scallions to create a fragrant aroma. At the same time, Qin Yu's spatula rotated quickly in the center of the clay pot to create a vacuum zone. With the gravy flowing, Qin Yu put the rice noodles that had been prepared in it, and sprinkled the most important spice, basil, on it one by one. The next moment, in front of everyone's dazzling eyes, the lid of the pot was closed. The scene of flowing water is simply inexplicably pleasing to the eye. Looking at the combination of ninjutsu and cooking skills, especially the strange fragrance that permeated the air, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Siwei, the bananas you peeled are cold, why don't you eat them quickly? Qin Yu took a look, widened his eyes, grinned and yawned, and the stunned Siwei, the banana in his hand was broken, couldn't help but remind him. Ah! Siwei suddenly came to his senses, quickly stuffed the banana into his mouth, and said with a smack, "Fragrant, this banana is really fragrant. I like eating bananas." Siwei said this with his mouth, but his eyes were staring straight at the big pot of 3-cup chicken. It was completely a true fragrance law. Sanwei rolled his eyes, and his mind was no longer on the mouth cannon. He stared at the clay pot and said anxiously, "Boss, can this chicken be eaten?" For this question, the people around him barely maintained restraint. However, facing this strange delicacy in front of him, he still showed a trace of inexplicable urgency. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "There is still the most important step missing, drunken chicken." Drunk chicken? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, the chicken was killed, how could it be drunk? However, as soon as this idea came up, Qin Yu took out a bottle of special rice wine with his backhand, and the moment the cork was opened, along the edge of the pot lid, quickly pour the whole bottle of rice wine down. The rice wine sizzled, and the light blue flames quickly covered the pot lid. The unique aroma of rice wine and the sauce flavor of chicken were perfectly combined. At the same time, Qin Yu quickly sealed the edge of the pot lid with the clean towel in his hand. The aroma of rice wine and the fresh and tender sauce flavor of chicken were locked in the clay pot. Watching the magical scene, the smacking sounds of saliva swallowing in the field were simply endless. After boiling again for a while, the steam rushed straight to the pot lid. Qin Yu directly removed the clean towel with his backhand. With his right hand, he slapped the side of the clay pot, and the pot lid instantly flew up, revealing the golden chicken inside. The taste of rice wine, sauce, chicken, rice noodles, and basil were perfectly blended together in an instant. With a breeze passing by, the smell of intoxicating chicken filled the entire forest. The saliva left under the mouths of the 3 tails had gathered into a small river. As for the 4-tailed beast, there was also a small river of molten lava under his feet. The remaining half of the banana in his hand had already been squeezed into a paste by mistake, and it splashed on the ground like fireworks. The others had already swallowed all their saliva. "It's time to eat." Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. As soon as these words fell, the 3-tailed beast howled and took the brunt of the attack, turning into a residual image and directly split into 5. Kakuzu, who had experience in Haiden, didn't care about his usual personality and rolled up his sleeves to join the battlefield. Looking at the scene of the wolfing down, Biwachozo's face turned pale. When he thought about it, he just listened to Kisame and swallowed the Bing Liangguan to fill his stomach. Now he was directly asking about his ancestors. When he hesitated, he actually saw Kisame raising same hata and slashing it directly at himself. This scene made Biwachozo's eyes brighten. Same hata can devour chakra and physical strength. In this situation, there is only one way to quickly clear the inventory in the stomach. When he thought of this, Biwachozo couldn't hold his breath and said, "Kisame, lend me same hata to cut it." "Get out of here, I've only cut it 3 times now, I'll lend it to you when I'm skinny." The scene was in chaos all of a sudden, with the addition of Kisame and Biwachozo, it felt like a whirlwind of destruction. Only the 4-tailed one was staring at the banana peel in his hand, his eyes were cracked. "Isn't the banana fragrant?" Qin Yu smiled warmly. The 4-tailed one came back to his senses in an instant, wishing to slap himself twice. However, he had to finish the boasting even if he had to kneel down. Seeing Qin Yu's smiling face, the 4-tailed one grabbed the banana on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth with the peel. "That feeling is better than a cow chewing a peony. This banana smells so good, I won't give it to you." Siwei was chewing and crying in his heart. Looking at the big piece of meat and the big bowl of wine of the 3-tailed beast. They are both tailed beasts, but the difference in treatment is too big. If God gives him another chance, the four-tailed beast will definitely say no to bananas. Come on, I have prepared your portion. If you don't come, I won't care. Qin Yu left these words and directly joined the battle circle. Seeing this scene, the four-tailed beast almost burst into tears and rushed over directly. Damn monkey, go back and eat bananas, don't rely on your tail to be six-piece. Hey, hey, hey. That piece of chicken is mine, boss, drive the monkey away quickly, I can kill people for you, 10 with one bite of chicken. Boss, I'll kill 20 for you. Monkey, your sister, you call me boss more smoothly than I do, your moral integrity has fallen to the ground. Kisame, lend me your same hata, I can still eat. Chapter 194. The lineup is luxurious enough to destroy a country. 3 days later, one piece of important information after another was transmitted to the entire ninja world. Kumagakuer, in the office of the Raikage. Kiribi sat on the sofa, playing with the dagger in his hand, and occasionally glanced at AI, whose face was dark and purple. Damn guy, is there no news yet? AI punched the table with a heavy fist. Under the huge force, even the table cracked, spreading cracks like spider webs. The expressions of the Anbu standing on both sides suddenly changed. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Tutai, a senior advisor of the Cloud Village, walked in quickly. AI, the daimyo has issued an ultimatum. Since the third Raikage is missing, you will succeed him as the fourth Raikage. Tutai took out a letter of appointment and handed it over. AI, who had long been impatient, snatched the letter of appointment and said angrily, that group of stupid guys, what process is there? It's just a waste of time. Konoha, what's the news about the Sand Village? Looking at AI who was cursing, the Anbu ninjas present couldn't help but smack their lips. However, the personalities of the Raikages of all generations, perhaps because of the practice of thunder release, are all extremely hot-tempered. They have long been accustomed to this situation. AI. Tutai hesitated to speak, but was soon interrupted by AI with a look. Call me the fourth Raikage, and bring me all the information about the ninja world. Looking at AI who was instantly immersed in the play, Tutai, as the fourth Raikage's teacher, could only shake his head helplessly and took out several intelligence scrolls. Fourth generation, here are the information collected from the land of earth, the land of water, and Konoha. Tutai looked at the light blue scroll and said, the fourth Mizukage has sent an invitation and will go to the land of iron in 5 days to hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. The scroll only mentions the agreement on the armistice agreement and how to deal with the hidden dangers brought by Uchiha Chinyu. Having said this, Tutai paused for a moment and looked at the fourth Raikage. Humph, is it really worth mobilizing so many troops for a Uchiha Chinyu? The fourth Raikage snorted coldly, don't forget, our country of thunder is not comparable to those small countries and small ninja villages. If we mobilize so many troops just because of a traitor, it will be embarrassing if it gets out. Yakai now, big brother, you admitted that we are both called cages in the battle that day. Killer B, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly rapped. However, he was soon interrupted by the murderous eyes of the fourth Raikage. Shut up, I did say that, but the next time we meet, I will use the forbidden technique of lightning escape to defeat him and thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the third generation. At this point, the fourth Raikage's body suddenly became full of lightning, and violent electric currents splashed out, almost shattering the already cracked tabletop. Fourth Raikage, let's go on. Looking at the fourth Raikage who was about to go berserk again, Chuchita smiled bitterly and changed the subject. This is the information from Konoha Ninja Village. The third Hokage recommended Minato Namikaze to become the fourth Hokage, and at the same time made a suggestion, hoping that the major ninja villages would never provoke Uchiha Chinyu. Don't provoke him? I wish I could send someone to hunt him down. The fourth Raikage's expression froze, and then he became furious again. The lightning that had just slightly subsided gathered on his right hand, and his 5 fingers slapped the table suddenly. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the desk shattered in response. The huge office fell into chaos. Fourth Raikage, what happened? The Anbu ninja stationed outside rushed in quickly. However, he was quickly stopped by Chuchita, who smiled bitterly and said, it's just another office desk that was smashed, but this is just right. If the fourth generation knows the next intelligence, this office desk will still not escape this fate. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the fourth generation Raikage still stood upright in the same place, listening to Chuchita's words, and couldn't help but snorted coldly, what do you have to say, can't you say it all at once? Next time there is nothing to smash, I can't guarantee that I won't smash your head. Besides, not everything is worth my fuss. Chuchita looked helpless, subconsciously pulled away half a step, and said, in the land of Earth, the encrypted information from the Four Tails Jinchuriki has been cracked. Uchiha Kainu and his group, in addition to the silent killer Biwajozo who temporarily rebelled in the Mist Village, and the mist-hidden monster Hashigaki Kisame, there are 4 other people. Among them, there are the rebel ninjas from the land of Earth, the genius explosive-style boy Clay Deodara, the sand ninja village from the land of Wind, the genius puppet master Scorpion of the Red Sand, and the evil cult from the land of Hot Water. The remnants, the immortal evil god Haiden who taught his son, and the immortal bounty hunter Kakuzu who destroyed Takigakure and reduced it to a third-rate force overnight. The slightly long voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of the Anbu ninjas present more or less had a trace of disbelief. It can be said that in the list mentioned by Dode, which one is not a vicious person? Released alone, they are already first-class S-level bounty targets. Now they are gathered together by a teenager. It can be said that this lineup is luxurious enough to destroy a country. Looking at the gloomy face of the 4th Raikage, Dode gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly came from a distance. The sound waves and hurricanes formed instantly shattered the floor-to-ceiling glass of the Raikage's office. The faces of the Anbu ninjas present, including Dode, changed drastically in an instant. I am afraid that only that kind of existence can cause such damage. Lord Raikage, something is wrong. The two-tailed Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Request for reinforcements quickly. AANBU ninja came in a hurry. The 4th Raikage's face darkened and he shouted angrily, everyone follow me. Before the new Jinchuriki arrives, seal the tailed beast in the vengeful spirit pot again. Where is she now? The 4 major ninja villages have temporarily stopped fighting because of Uchiha Chinyu, but it does not mean that they will not intervene in the middle. Don't forget, except for our Cloud Village, the 3 Tails and 4 Tails owned by the Rock Village and the Hidden Mist Village were all taken away by Uchiha Chinyu. Like the Konoha Village and the Sand Village, there is only one tailed beast weapon left. If they know that we are in urgent need of a new container, I am afraid they will trip us up in private. At this point, the 4th Raikage's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and he said sternly, as long as our Jinchuriki's weapon conversion is successful and we have 2 Jinchuriki, it will be enough for me to gain enough initiative in the 5-cage talks. At that time, our Cloud Village will be the strongest among the 5 major countries. The stern voice echoed in the office. The 4th Raikage raised his hand and shouted sternly, all members are mobilized to suppress the 2-tailed Jinchuriki with all their strength. I don't care what kind of lineup Uchiha Kainu has under his command, which is so luxurious that it can destroy a country. Next time we meet, I will make him pay the price in blood. Chapter 195 The Hero of Sand Village. Boss, where are we going? The 3-tailed beast came out of Chinyu's backpack, lifted his cloak, and looked out thiefily. During this period, Chinyu sent out the people around him one by one in order to find out the whereabouts of the tailed beast. As for the place to stay, Chinyu temporarily chose the Rain Village. With the insidiousness of Danzo and Orochimaru, they will definitely try to escape from the Konoha village. Then, to get the cells of the first generation of Hokage and activate the Samsara Eye, they can only go to the Rain Village to try. After all, in the original work, Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander also colluded. Now that Danzo has become a dog without a home, if he wants to find someone to seek refuge, the remaining 4 major ninja villages will definitely not accept him. Only Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, may be confident that he can suppress Danzo and lead this wolf into the Rain Village. As for Orochimaru, he and Danzo have a lot in common and will never cut off contact. There is a tea house in front, boss, let's go eat some small balls, okay? Although it's not as delicious as the boss's, I'm greedy. 3 Tails said coquettishly. This level of hard work made Chinyu speechless. Since the surrender of the 4 Tails, the 3 Tails' moral integrity has become even more unscrupulous. Hey, you turtle, can't you be quiet and don't disturb my sleep? The 4 Tails also poked their heads out. Bah, dead monkey, there will be meatballs to eat later, don't be greedy, or is your banana too fragrant? The 4 Tails was startled, and after looking around, his eyes lit up instantly, twisting his body and said coquettishly, Boss, you see I'm so thin from hunger, let's go over and sit for a while. Looking at the 2-tailed beasts who had no bottom line in an instant, Chinyu's cheeks twitched a few times, and he walked to the tea house helplessly. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block the way." As soon as Qin Yu landed at the entrance of the tea house, he saw 7 or 8 ninjas rushing down, holding bulging packages on their bodies. Qin Yu curiously followed them and saw a familiar face first. "Lord Yekang, we have checked the route ahead and there is nothing unusual." The leading man, wearing a black cloak, said respectfully. Yekang nodded, took a sip of tea, and looked up at Qin Yu. "This person should be a porter. It will become uneasy if we wait here for a while. You should leave first." Compared with other ninjas, Yekang also wears a black cloak, but does not cover his face. Compared with the original work, when Yekang was summoned for the 4th Ninja World War, Yekang, who is currently in the 3rd Ninja World War, looks more handsome. With orange hair and skin as white as mutton fat jade, and a graceful figure, she is enough to be the flower of the ninja village that is proud of her contemporaries. Moreover, in the sand village, Yekang is not an embroidered vase. Not only is her appearance outstanding, but her strength is second only to Luo Shat, and she is also the hero of the sand village. In the 3rd Ninja World War, as the main force, she fought against the neighboring Mist village many times and made great achievements. If it weren't for Luo Sha's sand gold, which is comparable to the iron sand of the 3rd Kazekage, it would have been more effective in suppressing the one-tailed Shikaku. I'm afraid that the person who succeeded the 3rd Kazekage and became the 4th was not Luo Sha, but the one who possessed the scorch release. Yekang. Are you saying that this place will become very lively? Qin Yu lowered his cloak and looked around. But I want to leave now, but I'm afraid they don't want to either. The inexplicable words startled Yekang and others. The next moment, a dignified sound of breaking through the air came from all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of shurikens shot out from the woods, and in the mottled sunlight, a fascinating cold light flowed. For a moment, the entire tea house was shrouded in a dignified murderous intent, which made people feel inexplicably terrified. As for the store that was originally in the tea house, it had long disappeared. It's an enemy attack. Yekang's face suddenly changed. She had never expected that she would encounter an ambush on the way to the hidden mist village to carry out a secret mission. Moreover, from the disguise of this store, it was obviously premeditated. However, as soon as she stood up, she felt a sense of weakness all over her body, and she felt dizzy in her mind. The tea is poisonous. Yekang woke up instantly, took out an emergency antidote from his waist and stuffed it into his mouth. His hands quickly flew and formed a series of seals. Everyone break out, fight on your own. Scorch release, steam hurricane. As soon as the voice fell, the hot steam, like a hurricane, instantly exploded in Yekang's body. Most of the shurikens attacking from all directions were blown away directly. The sand ninjas who were originally guarding her also pulled away and scattered to break out. "Boss, be careful." The 3 of them reminded in a hurry, and when they were about to take action, they were stopped by Qin Yu's head. "Enter the stage to watch the show, follow the rules, and see what happens first." Qin Yu flipped his right hand, took out 2 kunao, and quickly blocked. Although he deliberately did not show his true strength and open the Manjakaya Sharingan. It's not a big problem to just block these shurikens. Moreover, most of the ninjas who ambushed in secret targeted Yekang. There was no special care for the porters who broke in midway. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A loud shout was heard in the forest. The free water in the air was instantly sucked out and condensed into a huge water dragon of tens of meters. Because the land of water is close to the river and adjacent to the rain village, it rains all year round and the climate is relatively humid. The power of the water-style ninjutsu will be doubled by 20% or 30% due to the terrain and climate. If you are particularly proficient in water style, you can double the power. It can be said that this kind of place is completely disadvantageous for Yekang who is proficient in burning style. It feels like an away game against a home game. Wind style great scythe attack is slash dance. Yekang's face changed, and his right hand touched his waist, took out a huge folding fan, and fanned it straight forward. Puff! The sound of air tearing suddenly echoed. The hurricane was like a knife, instantly tearing apart everything along the way. At the same time, the sickle weasel holding a sickle hidden in it collided with the water dragon bomb without any hesitation. Boom! The dozens of meters long water dragon was cut in half, condensed into a huge body of water waves, and poured directly into the tea house. The tea house, which had already been devastated by ninjutsu, collapsed under the pressure of a large number of water waves. Seeing the assassins hidden in the forest pouring out one by one, Yakang's expression changed slightly, and the corner of his eyes swept over Qin Yu. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a few kunao with his backhand, and then pulled away to Qin Yu violently. Qin Yu dodged the attack slowly while watching the show distractedly. However, he never expected that at this critical moment, Yakang would still distract himself and approach him. Just feeling a fragrant breeze blowing towards him, Yakang had already grabbed his hand and quickly fled outside. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand and shouted loudly. Explode! With one word, the detonating talisman wrapped around the kunao exploded. It turned into a hot air wave and rolled back, completely destroying the devastated tea house. Chapter 196 Are you looking for me? Boom! The hot explosion air wave rolled back, and the tea house was overturned. The endless splashing water disrupted the attack of the assassination ninja. Under the leadership of Yakang, Qin Yu also escaped from the tea house first. However, it was obviously not as simple as imagined to break through. As soon as he stood firm, the sound of breaking through the air rang out all around. Water style, water rush. Streams of water shot out without warning, so fast that they were approaching in the blink of an eye. I'm sorry to drag you into the fight. Stand behind me and you'll be fine. Yakang's face flushed as he watched the attack approach in an instant. Since there was no way to escape, Yakang was obviously going to give it a try. His hands flew quickly and formed a series of seals. Earth style wall. The ground beneath his feet roared. The 4 earth walls broke out of the ground directly, forming an airtight defensive barrier around his body. At the same time, Yakang's hands flew again, forming a series of seals. Earth stealth technique. Although Yakang was born in the Sand Village, as a hero of the village, he was still a strong man second only to the cage level, and he knew a lot of ninjutsu. The ground under his feet was like water waves, and his body blurred and sank directly into the ground below. You stay here. They won't be able to break through this earth wall in a short time. Yakang said this and sank directly into the ground. Boom! The water waves instantly hit the earth wall, and the huge impact force made the wall crack. However, as Yakang said, the defense of this earth wall is obviously far beyond the destructive power of water escape, so it was not completely broken under the first wave of impact. However, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Facing these waves of attacks, Qin Yu has no intention of waiting for death. Little 4. Qin Yu called out softly, and at the same time left a series of detonating talismans in the earth wall with his backhand. The 4-tailed beast reacted instantly. The scarlet chakra covered Qin Yu's body, and the ground under his feet rolled like magma. Lava escape lava road. With the help of the 4-tailed beast's lava escape, Qin Yu escaped dozens of meters away before revealing his figure. The 9 Magadama Sharingan suddenly turned, and the hidden enemies around him were quickly exposed. Ah! A scream came out suddenly. Qin Yu instantly caught Yakang's location. She broke out of the ground and immediately appeared behind an assassin ninja. The ninja sword in her hand, like thunder, stabbed an assassin ninja's back. The surrounding assassin ninjas were instantly startled by the splashing blood. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and the first thing he saw was a series of black shadows flashing out. Scorch release, steam explosion of clone. The assassin ninjas had not yet reacted. Yakang in front of him swelled up in response, and the next moment, like a balloon, it exploded in response. Those assassin ninjas who could not escape in time were instantly covered by the hot high-temperature steam, accompanied by screams and the explosion waves rolling back. When everything returned to calm, there were only 7 or 8 severely dehydrated and burned bodies left on the ground. 8 people. Yakang's expression froze, and he hurriedly looked at the earth wall, and his face changed drastically in the next moment. The heroes of the Sand Village are really powerful, but I really want to see how you feel when the person you want to protect dies in front of you. The assassination ninja laughed fiercely. Now that other ninjas have been killed one after another, he will be punished if he returns alive. It's death anyway, so it's better to drag someone down with him. Are you looking for me? Chapter 197 I'm not that cheap. Why are you there? What's in there? The assassination ninja's expression suddenly changed. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, of course it's a surprise. Explode for me. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu formed a seal in his hand, and the detonating talisman left in the earth barrier exploded instantly. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded, and the hot fire wave rolled back, directly submerging the remaining assassination ninjas. Yekang, who was watching this scene, changed his expression, turned around and looked at Qin Yu, and quickly ran away. Let's go quickly. The traces of fighting here will soon attract the attention of people from other forces. I don't think you want to be discovered. Listening to this intriguing talk, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and followed quickly. It seems that the hero of the Sand Village is still not easy to fool. The two rushed out 2 or 3 kilometers one after the other, and stopped on a small hill after confirming that there were no pursuers. I don't know who you are, but your real identity should be a ninja, right? Yekang turned around and stared at Qin Yu. This move made Qin Yu speechless for a moment. He thought Yekang saw his true identity, but now it seems that women can't escape the fate of being silly and innocent. However, it was precisely because of Yekang's simplicity that Luo Xia successfully dug a pit in the original work. It's just that for this beautiful misunderstanding, Qin Yu is idle anyway, and this play can still be performed. I'm a bounty hunter, and your head is worth a lot in the black market. Qin Yu smiled warmly. This sentence is a line that Kakuzu matched. In this situation, it is not too much to borrow it for use. Yekang laughed, put away the kunao, took out a purse, threw it to Qin Yu and said, "Luckily you are a bounty hunter. Here is 1 million taels. I want to hire you to escort me to the Hidden Mist village." Hire me? Qin Yu once again doubted the character of the naive Yekang. He weighed the purse in his hand and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will take off your head halfway? That's worth 30 million taels. And I don't seem to be that cheap." With a miser around him, Qin Yu also knows a little about the bounty on the black market. Especially in the black market, the bounty for women is relatively small, but each one is very outstanding. For example, as the precious granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage and the big fat sheep Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is worth 80 million taels in the black market. As a hero of the Sand Village, Yekang was rewarded 30 million because of her young age. If she is allowed to grow up, she will probably become another Sand Ninja advisor, the old lady Cho. Don't be such a miser. The 1 million taels I have earned from the missions during this period, and I plan to donate them to the orphanage. If it is not an important mission this time, I am not willing to take it out. Yekang blinked his big eyes and said, "I will give you another kiss, just promise me." Is it the first kiss? Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. However, the current Yekang is indeed different from when she was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. At least she has no intention of revenge. She is only working hard to be a hero of the Sand Ninja village. No. Yekang's cheeks were slightly red, and he glared and said stubbornly, "I started when I was 3 years old. I have been pursued since I was 10 years old. I have 5 boyfriends. Now I am 18 years old, but I have never had my first kiss. Do you want it or not? Forget it." "No." Qin Yu replied unhappily, saying, "I want 1,000,001 tael." Chapter 198 The Kid Who Plays with 7 Ninja Swords. 1 tael. Yekang was stunned for a moment, then stamped his feet and said, "You mean, my first kiss is not worth even 1 tael? That's what you said, it has nothing to do with me." Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, "How about 2 kisses? You?" Yekang glared, and just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly looked into the distance, and saw several figures approaching quickly. "It's Kirigakuer." Looking at the forehead protector of the person who came, Yekang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned back and glared at Qin Yu and said, "Don't worry, although I have already reunited with the contact Kirigakuer, I will not terminate the employment agreement. You will go to Kirigakuer with me. It seems that my teammates have all been killed, otherwise they would have reunited here long ago." I said, "I'm not that cheap." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Have you ever thought that when you just encountered an attack and all your teammates died, the people of Kirigakuer came to your door so quickly? Isn't the whole thing strange? Be careful of being sold out, and you are still helping others count money." "Strange?" Yekang frowned and shook his head and said, "It should be impossible. Only the 4th Kazekage knows about the mission I am carrying out this time. Moreover, this is related to the safety of Sand Village. Kirigakuer is also willing to reach a ceasefire agreement, so there should be no mistakes. What's more, this is the border of the Land of Water. We had originally agreed to meet here. The battle just now was so noisy that it would not be difficult to find our traces." Looking at Yekang who was justifying himself, Qin Yu also gave up the idea of persuading him. The mist ninja, who was approaching quickly from a distance, also jumped down the hillside. The ninja leading the team looked a little familiar. Are you Yekeng from the Sand Village? The ninja leading the Mist Village was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old with sky blue hair. When he spoke, he would reveal two sharp little fangs, and a huge scroll was across his waist. I am Yekeng, who is he? Yekeng nodded, but found that he forgot to ask Qin Yu's name. Yu Qin. Qin Yu responded casually, Sand Village Chunin. Chunin? The leader of the Kirigakure was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't expect that a Chunin would survive such a huge battle just now. I'm not laughing at you, don't get me wrong. Hehe, of course I won't get me wrong, but I'm also afraid of death. Maybe it's because of the goddess of luck that I escaped. Qin Yu laughed dryly and didn't care at all. At this moment, he finally thought of who this slightly arrogant sky blue-haired boy in front of him was. If I guessed correctly, he should be Manzuki Hojiki from the same clan as the second-generation Mizukage Hojiki. A tough kid who claims to be able to play with 7 ninja swords. Really? Then you are really lucky. Manzuki Hojiki grinned and quickly turned his attention to Yekeng. Manzuki Hojiki is the temporary captain of this operation. Are you injured? Here is a medical pill that can help you recover. As he spoke, Man Yu took out a black pill and handed it to Yekeng. Yekeng was startled at first, then shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it for the time being. Well, let's go now. Man Yu did not insist. After putting the pill away, he gave the order to reorganize. Qin Yu frowned and looked at Yekeng, whose face was a little red. He remembered that he was poisoned in the tea house. Although he took the emergency antidote, it would be difficult to completely clean up the toxins. Don't you need to rest? Qin Yu asked. Yekeng shook his head, No, this place is not far from the Mist Village. I can still hold on. Don't forget that I am the hero of the Sand Village. As he spoke, Yekeng was about to leave. However, he soon saw a disheveled figure rushing in from a distance. Hesha, are you okay? Yekeng's expression was delighted. Man Yu of Hojiki stepped aside in alert and said, Is this also someone from your Sand Village? It seems that he is quite lucky. Captain Hojiki, please forgive me. Yekeng didn't care and hurried to meet him. The slightly embarrassed man landed on the hillside. After he stood firm, he said with lingering fear, Lord Yekeng, I'm glad that you are fine. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain to the 4th generation when I return to the village. Is this Captain Hojiki? Thank you for your support. It's getting late now. Lord Yekeng, let's set off quickly, otherwise there will be changes if we delay. Yekeng nodded and agreed, Hesha, you are right. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to complete the task first and feel more at ease. Let's go quickly. For this proposal, Man Yu Kizuki had no objection. After looking back at Qin Yu, he jumped in front to lead the way. Since we are now at the border of the Land of Water, the Mist Village is the gateway to the Land of Water. Looking at the map, it only takes about 30 minutes to reach the Mist Village from here. Otherwise, the tea house where the pilgrims like to stay would not have appeared just now. It's foggy. Yekeng just landed on a big tree, looking at the increasingly thick fog around him, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Yeah, Lord Kang, don't be nervous. This is in the Land of Water, near the river, and it is normal for fog to appear. Hesha explained. Besides, this place should not be far from the entrance of the Mist Village, right? The leader, Manzuki Kizuki, nodded and said, It is indeed not far. This fog is the natural barrier of our Mist Village. If there is no map and mark, it will take a lot of effort and time to find the entrance of the village. Having said that, Manzuki Kizuki looked up at the sky, fiddled with the compass in his hand, and said, It's getting late, and the Mizukage is waiting. Let's enter the village first, so that we can avoid being attacked again. Let's go. Yekeng nodded in agreement, glanced at Qin Yu, deliberately lagged behind him, and lowered his voice and said, Why don't you speak? Weren't you sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued just now? You will soon know that I didn't get this million taels for nothing. Qin Yu said with a smile. While the two were talking, Gui Deng Man Yu had already landed on the ground with everyone. The original forest suddenly opened up, and the first thing that came into view was the entrance of a passage opened up in the Rocky Mountains. After passing through here, we can reach the dock, and then use the ferry to reach the village. Man Yu looked back at Ye King. Ye King nodded and followed quickly. However, just as he stepped into the entrance of the canyon, something strange happened. Chapter 199 I Am the Hunter. After taking a step, the white fog that filled the surroundings suddenly surged. The viscosity was like ink, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. What made Ye King nervous the most was that the fog was lingering. Normally, as long as it was ordinary fog, it would flow with the airflow and wind. But the fog in front of him was completely different, as if it was still, without any movement at all. The only thing that could cause this situation was the silent killing technique of the Mist Village. Whoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air suddenly echoed. In the fog, two cold lights lit up. When Ye King reacted, two special swords cut towards her throat in a tricky manner. The sudden scene made Ye King's expression change drastically. He didn't have time to think about it. He turned his hands and formed a series of seals. Scorch release, steam explosion. The hot air wave exploded instantly with the fall of the seal. The two heavy swords that attacked were directly overturned by the air wave. At the same time, the two ninjas who were close to him screamed and flew backwards. Scorch release is a special blood limit that can instantly burst out a hot high-temperature air wave. As a means of attack, it can easily burn people and even evaporate the water in the body, turning them into a mummy-like existence. Seeing the two sneak-attacking ninjas being knocked away, Ye King's expression sank and he shouted in a hurry, "Mangetsu, what is going on? Don't forget that this time we are here for reconciliation." "Hesha, Yukin, where are you?" Seeing the fog around him getting thicker and thicker, Qin Yu's words flashed through Ye King's mind. She was sold, and she was counting money for others. However, Ye King couldn't figure out who was selling her. "Lord Ye King, are you okay?" Hesha broke through the fog and suddenly came to Ye King's side. Looking at the man in front of him, Ye King secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I'm fine, but the Hidden Mist Village may go back on its word. We must notify the fourth generation as soon as possible, otherwise the Hidden Mist Village will take the initiative. Wait a minute, I will use my full strength to perform wind escape and try to break through the fog. You find a chance to escape first. If you can, see if you can find Yu Qin and take him away." A series of orders were issued by Ye King in an orderly manner. As a hero of the Sand Village, and a strong existence second only to the cage-level powerhouse, her ability to respond on the battlefield is not comparable to that of ordinary people. "Do it." Ye King exhaled deeply, and his hands flew up quickly, trying to use the strongest wind escape in a very short time. However, just as this thought came up, the sound of breaking through the air from behind her made her look stunned. "Lord Ye King, you can't be serious, just die obediently." Hesha looked ferocious, holding a kunao, and stabbed directly at Ye King's back. At such a close distance, and in the process of performing wind escape, Ye King wanted to defend himself, but there was no way to catch up. He could only watch. This scene was beyond his imagination. "But don't worry, your death this time is also a prerequisite for our Sand Village and Mist Village to reach a ceasefire and reconciliation agreement, so after your death, you will also be regarded as a hero by us." Hesha roared like crazy. It can be said that anyone who can kill a hero with his own hands will feel great pleasure. Looking at the kunao that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Ye King was stunned. She had never expected that as a hero of the Sand Village, she would not die on the battlefield, but fall on the blade of her companions. Thinking back to Qin Yu's strange words just now, her face couldn't help but become bitter. Puff! A sound like cloth tearing suddenly sounded. Hesha, who was approaching quickly, suddenly had his pupils contracted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Scarlet blood appeared on his throat, and the next moment his entire neck was suddenly tightened. The entire neck was cut off with a sound, and while blood was flying, the huge head was in the air. Flying, it fell heavily to the ground. The sudden scene made Ye King's expression change drastically. Looking at the kunao that was about to be sent into her back, it fell to the ground with a clang, and she couldn't react. In the glimpse just now, she vaguely saw a silver thread passing by. In the mist not far away, Manu Kizuki frowned, looked at the perception ninja beside her, and said anxiously, "What's the situation now?" However, as soon as the voice fell, a ghost-like figure emerged in the endless mist. Hidden in it, the blade like a long needle revealed its fangs and cut the throat of the perception ninja first. The blood splattered, and the hot blood made Manu Kizuki and the mist ninja present change their faces drastically. This is a silent killing technique. A sharp-eyed mist ninja was the first to lose his temper. In order to carry out this mission, they have been selected, and each of them is an elite assassin. But compared with the 7 mist ninjas and Biwajozo who was in charge of the assassination, they were obviously far behind. Originally, the mist ninja killing technique, which was their barrier, turned out to be a means for others. The huge gap between the two was a bit too big. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Don't be confused. I don't believe that this person is stronger than us in the mist ninja killing technique. Don't forget that we are the hunters. Manzuki Kizuki's face sank and he shouted in a hurry. This mission is related to the revitalization of their Manzuki clan. Once he failed, I'm afraid that even his younger brother Manzuki Kizuki would not be able to graduate from the blood mist. Thinking of the swift and decisive means of the 4th Mizukage, Manzuki Kizuki's spine was still cold. Do it! Manzuki Kizuki drove away the messy thoughts in his mind and shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, the dozen mist ninjas surrounding him set off instantly. In the mist, they were like fish in water. As a mist ninja, they firmly believed that no matter how powerful the opponent was, they still couldn't win under the absolute pressure of numbers. However, this thought just emerged in their minds. They just rushed out 7 or 8 steps, and the whole person seemed to hit an invisible barrier. While an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces, looking at the murderous intent hidden in the mist, their pupils suddenly shrank. I'm sorry, I'm the hidden hunter. The playful words suddenly came out. The next moment, the sound of cloth tearing echoed in the endless mist. Ninjutsu long needle ground seam spider. The white, sharp steel wire was instantly tightened in the endless mist. The dozen-meter mist ninja was caught off guard and was directly cut in half. The blood splashed like a fountain, which was shocking to watch. The expression of Manzuki Hojiki standing in place suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 200 If There Is a Thunder. The huge scene fell into silence in an instant. Mangetsu looked at the horrifying scene in front of him with disbelief on his face. This completely overturned his cognition. At the critical moment just now, if it were not for the years of experience in life and death battles, he would have reacted like a conditioned reflex and paused for 2 or 3 seconds. I am afraid that what is waiting for him now is also the separation of body and head. Looking at this scene in front of him, there is also a glimpse of the silk thread. He suddenly remembered an important thing, the 7 ninja swords handed down in the Mist Village. But with the death of the previous 7 ninja swordsmen, they fell into the hands of the rebellious ninjas Biwajozo and Hoshigaki Kisame. But among the Mist ninjas, each one is only good at one of the ninja swords. Biwajozo is good at the beheading sword, and Hoshigaki Kisame inherited the same hata. But the person hiding in the endless mist is using a long needle. This is the long sword sewing needle that Kurishan Kushimaru is good at among the 7 people. What he just performed was the long sword ninjutsu ground spider sewing. The steel wire containing chakra is hidden in the mist. Once it is performed, it is like a spider weaving a web, waiting for an opportunity to kill, making it hard to defend. However, this method may be useful for others. But for the Hojiki clan with a water body, it is not a problem to break it. Chaotic thoughts quickly passed through his mind, and Hojiki Menu's hands quickly flew, and a series of seals fell in an instant. Water escape waterfall technique. The violent water waves rushed out from under his feet, and at the moment when his hands were clasped together, it gushed up like a waterfall. The next moment, it turned into a wave and rolled back to the surroundings, forming a huge impact. The sudden scene made Yakang's face change drastically. With her feet relying on chakra, she barely stood firm while her hands flew and formed a large number of seals. The next moment, she suddenly put her palms together and roared angrily. Wind style, gale breakthrough. This was the strongest wind style ninjutsu she could use, and a small amount of burning style ninjutsu was also added to make the storm more powerful. It can effectively evaporate the moisture in the air and cause a small amount of burns. The blazing hurricane rolled back with Yakang as the center. In the blink of an eye, a violent air wave formed, instantly rolling up the fog that was diffused around, and quickly spread to the surroundings. At the same time, Yakang used the perception ninjutsu to quickly sweep his eyes across the scene. When he saw the corpses all over the ground and Chinyu holding a long needle, he was startled at first, and the next moment he saw countless waves of water gathering under Chinyu's feet. Boy, die for me! Ghost Deng Manu roared. The body that performed the water transformation technique was like a sky curtain, covering Chinyu head-on. The sudden scene made Yakang's face change drastically. She had vaguely guessed that the scene that just happened, and the murder of the Mist Ninja, were related to Qin Yu. But seeing that Gui Deng Manyu performed the water transformation technique and intended to trap Qin Yu, she was still anxious in an instant. "Yu Qin, be careful!" Ye King shouted anxiously, and threw out several shurikens with his backhand, attacking Gui Deng Manyu across the sky. However, as soon as the shuriken fell, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, just splashing a few waves, and it didn't play any role at all. "Go to hell!" Gui Deng Manyu roared fiercely, and the liquefied body, like a big net, covered Qin Yu head-on. Bang! With the help of the water body, Gui Deng Manyu's body suddenly swelled to 7 or 8 meters, like a small hill. Most importantly, once trapped in the water, there will be an illusion of being trapped in a water prison and unable to move. Wind style, Kamaitachi/dance. Ye Kang's expression changed, and he quickly pulled out the folding fan from his waist and swung it out. As the wind blew, the Kamaitachi hidden in the hurricane instantly appeared behind Manzuki Hojiki. The sickle in his hand cut directly at the back of Manzuki Hojiki's head at a tricky angle. Puff! The water splashed, and the seemingly sharp sickle instantly cut through the water curtain. However, facing this attack, Manzuki Hojiki turned his neck and looked behind him as if nothing had happened. He also grinned and taunted, "Ye King, this little attack has no effect on me, you just watch him suffocate to death, and then let me kill you. Only in this way can you become a hero who saves the Sand Village." Ye Kang's face turned pale, and after a missed attack, Kamaitachi had already disappeared out of thin air. Most importantly, by now, she has figured out what the secret mission that Luo Sha was unwilling to reveal is. Use her own life to exchange for a truce between the Sand Village and the Mist Village. I say, if you add thunder, you should be very sour. A playful voice suddenly came out. Manyu and Ye King looked stunned and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Trapped in the water prison, they should not be able to speak and will gradually die in the drowning. However, now Qin Yu, like a person who has nothing to do, stood quietly in the water and formed a seal with his backhand. Thunder escape Kylin. Boom! The rolling thunder suddenly echoed. The accumulated fog in the sky dissipated like a frightened bird. The next moment, the purple lightning, like a punishment from heaven, turned into a Kylin and fell from the sky. The posture as fast as 1,000 pounds makes people feel caught off guard. 1/1000th of the speed of light makes it completely impossible to hide. Man Yu, who witnessed this scene, had only time to think about it before he was attacked by the Kylin. Fuck, is this a calamity? Boom! Endless lightning flashed back, and the swooping posture caused the entire canyon to shake violently. The splashing lightning, like a dragon, shattered a large area of rock. Shocking cracks spread rapidly around. Ye King was also shocked by the amazing scene in front of her. The only thing that made her feel lucky was that this amazing blow was not locked on her. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, while withdrawing violently, her hands flew and formed a series of seals. Earth escape wall. Earth walls quickly broke out of the ground, forming 5 layers in an instant. For a ninja from the Sand Village, being able to condense 3 layers of earth walls in an instant is already amazing. However, facing the violent thunder that burst out like a dragon, the earth wall was instantly penetrated. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. Feeling the chakra condensed in the earth wall being defeated, when a crisp cracking sound was heard. The 5th layer of the earth wall instantly burst into a spider web-like crack. Looking at the endless and indestructible thunder, Ye King smiled sadly. He subconsciously raised his hands, trying to block the attack. Boom! The thunder was exploding, and the thunder rolled away. The long-awaited death did not come, which made Ye King suddenly look up in a hurry.